What's up, folks? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with the Everwinter 2022 Winter Assault Major, a 100-person major in Boston, Massachusetts. Gorgeous Boston, Massachusetts. Actually, unironically, pretty good weather right now for the season. Hope everyone is having a good morning.
More rubrics with flamers.
Just going to up my audio here a little bit, chat. Thanks, everyone, for coming and joining. We have a really interesting matchup for round one today. They gave us a pretty interesting one.
I have a little different.
It is ostensibly a Thousand Suns mirror match. Here I go. Should be a little bit louder for everybody there. Hopefully that sounds pretty good. Let me know if anyone has any audio issues that I can try to repair. One of the player mics is a little bit louder than the other one. We'll try to get that fixed after this game. And I do want to apologize beforehand. The lighting is a little bit weird in this room. In our little corner of the stream room that we have right here. We are under basically just one overhead light, which is a little small.
Both of us two chicken to take sources. Wow, a sense of disappointing.
All right, let's talk about some list chat as the players are going through the deployment step. So we have at the bottom of our screen, Robert Rhoda, aka Bob, who's a Discord member, I believe, playing some classics mixed zinch.
Goat butt. Just gonna tuck right up here in the front.
That's going to be follow along the list. Exclamation point list in the chat, everybody. It's going to be a pretty classic build. We do have Ahriman, an Exalted Sorcerer, and an Infernal Master, all in their HQ slots. That's followed up by 4 units of Rubric Marines. One of them, two of them have Warp Flamers, 2 just with their standard bulk on loadout, 1 Zongor Shaman, and a unit of Scarab called Terminators with their heavy weapon loadout. So 10 Scarab called Terminators, 2 Terminators in there. Oh, excuse me, only Soul Reaper cannons on those models. Doesn't look like they are rocking the missile launchers as well, the Cyclone missile launchers. We have 6 Chaos Spawn, 1 in a single individual unit, and then the other as a unit of 5 to get buffed up with all of those super sick Thousand Sun psychic powers. And that's followed up by the newest addition to the list. And we've talked about this list a lot on stream, and according to GW, this is the best list in 40k right now. Given that it does bring a Vanguard detachment out of the new Chaos Demons Codex, this one bringing a Fate Skimmer alongside 3 units of 6 Flamers, the maximum 18 Flamers that you can possibly take in your list. Nurgle in chat, how's it going? Or not to run? Good morning, everyone. But on the other side of the table, we actually have an interesting matchup here. And I apologize ahead of time, chat. I think I am going to flip our camera here. All right, chat. We're going to do that. That way we match the perspective a little bit better. But, so interestingly, on the other side of the table, we have Stephen Bork, who is playing also Thousand Suns, but a significantly different composition, because this is out of the Army of Renown, the Warp Meld Pact. which I'm going to be honest, yet I have never seen on the table. I don't know about any of you, but I think this is a pretty rare variety of Thousand Suns, and it's going to be interesting to see on the table. At least we'll get to see it. This game, although it gets 18 flamers, it does seem like it's going to have a little bit of trouble. We'll see how it goes. Let's talk about the restrictions and benefits that you get from playing Warp Melt Pack. This is the Zongor-focused Army of Renown for Thousand Suns. You can't take Ahriman or any other named characters. You also, unfortunately, cannot take vehicles or demons in your list, so that does knock out any of those potential flamer includes that you could possibly be bringing. You also have to have more Bray units, so those being the Zongors and their characters, as well as Enlightened, I believe, than the total number of Rubric Marines and Scarab Occult Terminators for each detachment. So it's essentially the opposite of the Chaos Space Marine rule, where you have to have equal to or more Chaos Space Marines in a detachment in order to unlock cultists for them. It's a similar, but this way, this version being entirely opposite, where the less expensive infantry units unlock your more powerful Arcanic Astartes. Is that what they're called? The benefits that you get is a built-in 5+ invulnerable save for the entire army. You also get a 5+ damage ignore against mortal wounds, which is going to be useful in this matchup, fighting against another Thousand Suns army. And you get a 6-inch move before the game begins. It must end 9 inches outside of enemies. So this entire army is going to surge forward pretty quickly on the first turn. That essentially, especially matters for Bob here, actually just breaking all his models, unfortunately for him. Not a great start to day one of the event. So, what is in this list? We do have a Terminator Sorcerer, an Exalted Sorcerer, and 2 Infernal Masters in our HQ slots and additional slot. That's followed up by 6 full units of Zangors, 3 of 20, so a total of 60 there, plus another 3 units of 10, so 90 Zangors in total. 2 Zangor Shamans, and I think we can see why, if we take a look at our secondaries here, we are running Psychic Interrogation on Bob's side, which is certainly going to take advantage of the fact that there are so many characters in the Zangor army. And then on the other side, in the fast attack slot, 3 units of 5 Chaos Spawn, again, to get buffed up by those Zinchian psychic powers. Looks like we are rolling to go first.
So that's cool. So looks like you're going first.
Sure, I want to go first here.
So.
And that is Bob going first in the top right of the table with the Thousand Suns. We do have that.
Dropped it, so.
Okay.
We do have that pregame deploy, the pregame move, that we just talked about for all these Angors. So they do have the potential to get behind some line of sight blocking cover, although Bob's list is in the Cult of Duplicity, so he does have access to Sorcerer's Facade to give himself a little redeploy during the Psychic phase. Can teleport his units.
Got
So these were already in there.
a 10-man deep striking.
Yeah, and then Terminator deep striking, and then a 5-man spawn, and a 20-man Zangor, and then a 10-man, just a 10-man Zangor.
And they're walking on.
Yeah, they're walking on.
Okay.
Turn 2.
Yeah, chat. Those units of 5 Chaos Spawn, Thousand Suns obviously can make the best use out of them. There's a handshake
Okay,
between
so
the
we get
players.
CP.
Out of the round, yeah. So I'm at 2. Do you want to keep track of that on the board, or?
Yeah.
All right.
It's just me.
I'll use this giant dice here, and just put it like here.
I'll knock it over 10 times.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, I have my pregame move.
Yep.
Touch.
So using the pregame move to get some models onto objectives. That is going to force the Cult of Duplicity Sorcerer's Facade back a little bit. Obviously, it cannot land within 9 inches of these 9 inches of these forward models. So what we're going to do here by touching the objective, it does expose that 10 model Zangor unit to be shot at, which will unfortunately it's probably going to get killed by flamers. We do have flamers just staring down that unit, salivating a little bit. But what it does mean is that 10-man Scarab called Terminator Brick, it cannot then redeploy and land on that objective, which would be pretty disastrous, I think, for the Zangor army. And for the low cost of 1 Zangor unit, that's not the end of the world. I imagine what we see here is that this...
10 man or 20 man?
10 man.
Imagine what we see here is that one of these flamer units just runs up onto that objective on the first turn to burn that unit down and score that objective. We are in Data Scry Salvage here today, so we have 6 objectives, 2 in each player's deployment zone, and 4 down the middle of the table on that diagonal. The players do have an action they can complete for their tertiary objective on their home objective, which scores them equal to the number of middle objectives that they currently control, which means that both these players are going to be incentivized to play very aggressively. I think that does help the Zangor army just a little bit. Because it does have that volume of objective-secured units that can just blitz across the table and start to grab objectives from the Thousand Suns. But obviously, the mixed Zinch army is going to be much better at killing them than they are at killing the Thousand Suns army back. So I think we may see many Zangors be lost today in service of those tertiary points. But it does mean that Bob does have to push a little bit forward here for his... in order to get that tertiary on turn 1. Both these players as well taking Raise the Banner size, so we're going to be trying to push it forward and get banners. Usually you can try to banner, obviously, your home objective very easily. And then with the... yeah, we have the Umbrellific Crystal available. Looks like we're going to be using that to drop the Terminator Brick. Yeah, the Terminator Brick is going to redeploy now. But we also have the opportunity to use these flamers as action monkeys. They're actually very good at performing actions because they are move 12 infantry. So they have most actions available to them, and they are extremely fast. So they can oftentimes be jumping around objectives to perform those actions or to block enemy actions. Oh, it looks like actually we did pull one of these Zangors back off of this. So I think they're still close enough to screen off a teleport onto the center objective, but they're not going to be in easy line of sight, which is going to certainly help their survivability. But I do like this redeploy here from Bob. If he ends up putting the Scarab called Terminator back, I think we're on 3 broken models for Bob right now.
And my wife's hair.
I missed my iPad on this. Use the iPhone version.
Just move these guys up.
This lighting is unfortunate.
Banner.
I'm gonna try to fix this lighting next round. When we go to lunch break, I'll see if I can scrounge up a light to make this a little bit better. You can definitely see my my camera mount up there in the shadow.
We're going to advance this back unit of flamers.
Dr. Rhino in chat. Dr. Rhino, how's it going? How you doing? Hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. It's so many flamers, chat, for sure. It is the, although to be fair, it's basically the appropriate number of flamers, given that they may be the strongest single unit in the game right now. They're pretty good, those flamers, those flamey boys. So yeah, there's a big advance from a flamer unit, getting right up in there. And I think it's going to be difficult for these Zangors to engage with them because I don't believe, and somebody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that the Warp Meld Pact has any way to get around Overwatch.
We'll advance this front unit of flamers.
Gotcha.
And given the fact that they're mostly sort of high
On the advances.
high volume like melee attacks, they're going to be good at killing flamers once they get stuck in. Oh, excuse me, they do have a way to ignore Overwatch. Oh no, just kidding, they don't. Yeah, I don't believe that they have any way to stop it.
This is kind of annoying.
And the Infernal Master can do it. We did it. We found it out,
Face
chat. We
Skimmer
worked
is
it out.
Not that brave.
We do have those 2 Infernal Masters. One of them has a Capering Imps, which can remove Overwatch from one unit within 24 inches that is visible to the Infernal Master in your command phase, which is a little bit tough to pull off, but if those guys are playing relatively aggressively and hiding behind those big 20 model bricks of Zangors, it shouldn't be the end of the world. Yeah, Chad, it is Bob.
Turn 1, do you?
I think Bob is a pretty prolific TTS player, for sure. I know he's played quite a few events in the TacticalTortoise Discord, and I'm sure that he competes elsewhere as well.
I'm going to move the Infernal Master over here. Okay, where's closest character up in here?
I think here and here. Yeah, so you'd have to get like around here. Oh, maybe even a little closer. I didn't see him there, so it's about the same. Right there.
We'll move Goat Butt up to there.
Do some zooming here, chat, to take a look at the units that are standing in the center of the table.
Like these guys where they are.
So it looks
to
like
do
we
one
have
guy
a
that
Fate
can't
Skimmer
shoot.
in the middle.
'Cause I can't see. I forgot the windows were boarded up, so I can't see through anyways.
It's a character on a Disc of Siege
Yeah.
in the center. Is that a...
Just more than a little bit ballsy. Okay.
I imagine that would be the Infernal Sorcerer. Yeah, I think that's what we got.
I got some dice to give me some
Thank
help
man.
here. There's a 9 from there. So do like that.
Excuse me, Exalted Sorcerer.
get a body
Infernal
on the point
Sorcerer is
and then
meaningless.
string out.
It doesn't mean anything.
You can come to like.
Dr. Ryan, I tried to play
here,
19 blood letters in 1 hour. Ended up taking 1 hour and 60 minutes. Oh no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolute travesty. You should be ashamed of yourself, Dr. Rhino. Norman taking Disciples of Bellicor to an RTT today. 16 flamers, 3 skull cannons, 3 carnivores. That sounds amazing. That is so much shooting. And you get that sweet, sweet Bellicor full reroll on the, at least on the core units, right? It's actually pretty good on flamers in melee. Although, do you get access, do you get access to the Warp Storm abilities if you mix your Disciples of
that's that.
Bellicor detachments?
We got 19 Cabal points.
Cool.
We'll start with Zangor Shaman. It's going to do Psychic Interrogate
Yep.
on a 10, and I'll spend 8 to make it undeniable.
Yep. So that's 3.
And I don't know what his, that's a 10, so probably get my command point for
Yeah, I
that.
think so.
You do get Warp Storm? That's cool. So you could full reroll the Zinj Flamers, and if you have a Zinj attachment,
And Aroman should be far
you could
enough
reroll
out.
into the Mortal Wound ability. Or I guess that's on wound rolls, though, so it's a little tougher.
One of them
What's that?
for the mission.
Oh, yeah, I got to do a banner here, too. This unit's going to do a banner. This unit's going to do the action. Thank you for reminding me.
No problem.
Some nice sportsmanship. Tim
gotta be
Clark
3, I'm
going
just
back
gonna
and doing
score
some
it.
banner placements.
Because I have no way to stop that.
Day 1 of a final round event. Everyone's just waking up so far.
We'll do Aramon. He's going to cast Temporal Surge. Aramon's going to try again. Okay, on a 10. Let's go back to here. Aramon's going to cast Presage. Did you take Wrath?
No.
Okay, so I don't have
You
to.
don't have to do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to smite.
Okay.
Number 1. That's tempting, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to spend 5. Are we in deny range here?
I have a 5 up, feel no pain.
Yep, I got you.
All right.
We're going to spend 5. Oh man, don't make me embarrass myself with not being able to do math on stream. Make it a super smite.
All right.
For 3.
3.
Okay, Infernal Master is going to try to cast Sorcerer's Facade, the teleport power.
Yep.
And I'll go off. So now we have a little more space.
So this is a good example of the way that Thousand Suns have to sequence their powers in order to get the most effect out of them. Let's just give ourselves a little
And we'll spend 4 to add an additional D3.
movement here, so we can take a look at the Scarab Terminator in that corner. But Bob using those psychic powers to clear out some of the screeners, and that's going to give him the opportunity to Sorcerer's Facade into the corner.
And this one is probably in deny range. Kill all your models.
And I think that is going to be pretty brutal for these Angors. I think we're going to see this whole flank sort of collapse, and that's going to make it very difficult for Steve to move up and grab those top objectives. Really depends on how well he can get access to the Flamers on the left-hand side. If he can get into those Flamers, there is no way to fall back and operate with those Flamers outside of the normal sort of demon lists. So once those Flamers get engaged by Zangors, they're just going to fall apart. But we do have to have Zangors left that are able to do that, so we'll see how we do.
I think that's it. I don't need to spam maledictions or anything.
Okay.
It's mildly refreshing. So let's do some shooting.
Cool.
We'll start here, 5 Flamers into the 10-man. So it'll be this plus 15.
Yep.
34. Right. How many dice did I bring? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 4. Your toughness 4, right?
Yes.
So they got the +1 to wound spell.
3s.
So and they're strength 5 base, 2s, and re-rolling 1s because they're within 6 inches of the dude.
Yeah. I don't think they're gonna live, so.
It's cocked.
Yeah. Do you reroll ones?
Reroll 1s within 6 inches of the Fate
Is
Skimmer.
he within 6?
He was when I moved him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks a little
That's why I moved him up that far.
Yep.
So that'll be 33.
You mind if I
AP2.
just roll your dice?
Yeah, absolutely.
All
Be
right.
my guest.
AP,
Just a,
AP2.
a casual 33,
Okay.
don't worry. I wonder if this 10-man Zangor unit will survive, chat.
So their involve's better.
I believe in the Zangors. Stay strong, boys.
And they're dead.
Oh, whoa, we found a way. Okay, wow, that was even... I'm really glad we got that roll out early. That was a terrible roll. That looks like about maybe 5 up saves against 33 incoming damage. Hopefully the units surviving against the Scarab Terminators will have... we've gotten all the bad dice out of the way.
We're going to go with the Terminators.
Yep, here comes
We're
the
going to spend
Terminator
1 for
shot.
Soul Reap.
For extra bolters.
No, Soul Reap's the double shots from the Soul Reaper cannons if you're 11 or more. So 20 Soul Cannon,
Yep.
Soul Reaper cannon shots.
Not a stratagem you see too often.
Strength 6, so 3s and 3s.
Large units are coming back in vogue a little bit.
We'll do the
Units
Storm Bolters
like,
after.
The Scarab Terminators and the Flamers are extremely good against them.
Did you give him the packs? For
What's
plus 1 strength?
No, I use glimpse.
Just stock then.
So these are AP3, 5, 10, 11 AP3.
Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
10, 15, 20, 25, 32 Stormbolter shots, 3s and 4s. Don't grab yours real quick, then? No worries. Small hands.
No worries. Two, 4,
6, 8, 9 AP2.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 5. 2, 4, 6, 7. That's the unit.
Okay, so I got my 3 for who's you what's it for the scan.
That does sound very much sounds like the sigh of someone going second again with a bunch of infantry against Thousand Suns, which is pretty brutal.
You got so many things, yeah. That's why I went in swinging, because I feel like I have to start breaking it down here.
Yeah, we do still have a ton of reserves on the table for Steve in here. I believe there are 2 big units of Zangors still hiding in the warp. And we are going back to Steve's turn.
There's 1 spawn to like that. All right.
Some cool looking Chaos Spawn chat. Let's take a look at those models. They are pretty sweet. Yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle for sure, chat. And I mean, we knew that going in. And the Warp Meld Pact doesn't have an extremely strong track record, but the Mixed Zinch army certainly does. So already sort of fighting uphill and then going second and taking so much damage from that Cult of Duplicity redeploy is absolutely brutal.
He's also have 4 up. Oh, I forgot about my packs, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
Do you need a link?
Yeah, I don't have it.
Glimpse goes off.
It's on my Discord.
Yeah, I'm being dumb. You're right. You're right.
Add dice first for a glimpse.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna put an
I trust you.
marker here, and then I have 1 more. We're gonna do from him into them. This will be. They'll take a mortal. Oh no, we're gonna do the no cover Overwatch one. Goes off. So we're gonna turn off Overwatch, and you'll get cover save.
Now, who's that from?
From him.
Okay,
So that
I
was
forgot all about that. Good play.
That was the Capering Imps that we just talked about at the beginning,
All right.
so beforehand. So that's going to remove the Overwatch from the Flamer unit in the center. They're going to be open to getting some charges. Get those really cool Chaos Spawn in there. Mix it up with these guys. Well, a big Chaos Spawn fight.
Actually, since that went off, yeah, I'll still make. I gotta move out a bit.
Just imagine if you could trust your opponent not to cheat. I think, generally speaking, you can trust your opponents, especially in these sort of competitive situations, especially on stream, right? In chat, it's not only that you're trusting your opponent. It is a tournament, right? And you want to be on the up and up and advocate for yourself, but also, there's like 40 of us here watching also. So if anything gets shady happens, I think someone will see it for sure. I do think, as much as some people don't like to be streamed, and that's fine for them. I do think that having the stream and having another pair of eyes on the game actually is very helpful. That might be a controversial opinion, though. I don't know.
Don't forget banners and actions.
Yeah, well, banners and the Terminators. Actually. Okay, I'm just gonna like keep a little. We're gonna banner with the Infermaster. Okay, they're good. Just gonna make sure these guys within 3.
So a couple things that we should note before we move on. I think they're going to become relevant very quickly here, chat. I was just handed an FAQ sheet for the event. The event does play with the WTC ruin rule, so no unchargeable ruins, where units can effectively phase into ruins and measure their engagement range, even if they can't be physically placed there, as long as they have the opportunity to interact with breachable terrain. So infantry units or units with an ability like Wraith Form that allows them to move through solid objects. The event organizer did specify as well that the windows in ruins, so we could see a little bit that we do have some big windows in these ruins. Those are all considered to be boarded up. So the ruins are true line of sight blocking on the bottom floor at least. So kind of the classic ITC rule.
So we got a banner here. Oh, I already did it. Cool. All right. So 3 CP. I think I'm ready. Here we go. So we're going to start off with, okay, so in terms of Cabal points, I start with 15, and then I get an additional 1, 2, 3, 4 for having characters within 15 Banglers. So I'll have 19. I don't know how much I'll be smiting here, but smite starts at 5. All right, so I don't even need to do that this turn. Cool, so we're just going to we'll do tackle demonic curse.
Did you get your command point for the start of the turn?
Yeah, I should be at 3, right?
Yep. I forgot mine, so we're good.
Okay.
No, yeah. Please ask. Sometimes they're kind of hard to see across the table. Yeah.
Just do Glamour Zinch. Goes off.
I totally recognize that. Sometimes all of the tokens everywhere really gets under my skin.
We'll throw that on the Zangors. And then we will I'll cast Weaver of Fate. Goes off. I guess they'll put that on these spawn. So I'll just remove that. Oh, they already have that, so I guess I put it in my Terminators. No, we'll leave it like this. That's fine.
That's why I brought it. Right.
Now we'll do the Cult of Mutation power.
So you bannered with the Masters. Anybody doing data intercept?
Oh, yeah, sure, the Terminators will. Yeah. So that goes off.
Too far.
So I pick a terrain feature. I'm gonna pick. You got spawn back there too?
What's that?
Spawn back here?
Yeah.
Okay. The Flamers move how much base?
12.
So we're gonna half their movement.
Okay.
And then, sorry, they have no Overwatch, no cover.
Insert cackle.
Okay. And I think that's like basically all I have to cast. Nothing's like alive to.
Yeah, so we're in a. We have sort of a dedicated streaming room chat, but unfortunately, I guess unfortunately for everyone here, there are 3 game systems being represented in the same room, meaning that while we're much quieter than the main hall, you probably will be able to hear the next table's over. So we're right next to the Marvel Crisis Protocol table, which looks very cool, but it's also very energetic. And then also beyond them, we also have Age of Sigmar as well, which I believe will feature some big Age of Sigmar streamers if you're familiar with that game. This event actually started as mostly an Age of Sigmar tournament, but ended up sort of adopting other games as it developed. So it looks like we did get the big charge in here onto the Flamers with the Zangor unit. Looks like, is this a whole 20-man? Oh man, here we go. Let's go. Incredible. Using those Capering Imps to ignore the Overwatch. The Overwatch very well could have just wiped this entire Zangor unit, as we saw previously with the 33 hit slobber knocker on these guys. But not today. We do also have the opportunity for the Zangor Onslaught stratagem out of the Warp Meld Pact to pile in and consolidate an additional 3 inches. And since I believe there are no objective secured units, oh no, it does look like we do have 1 Rubric Marine squad on this objective. And we do have the spawn getting in. So one of these units should be able to clear most of, if not all of, this Flamer unit out. And then we can potentially use the additional pile and consolidate moves to get the Zangor unit here onto Bob's home objective.
Like a Soul Blight.
The like Egyptian.
Gotcha.
I forget what they're called.
They used to be Tomb Kings. They're not anymore.
Tomb Kings.
Yeah.
Used to be, yeah. All right, so I guess you could interrupt.
With Flamers?
They're not that bad in combat, actually, surprisingly. All right, so we didn't base you there. We're gonna go 6. Another 6 with their pile in.
But you got to go closer to the closest.
Yeah, so this guy will kind of swing around here.
Well, this guy was the closest, so you got to end up closer to him than you were.
So I just have to end up closer, right?
Right. So if you're like 2 inches away, you just got to maneuver it so you're closer than 2 inches when you land. Yeah. It's almost easier with the back guys.
So he just end up closer. There's a Flamer there.
19, you were saying?
He's here. Here's this one.
Oh,
Okay, so I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe attacking.
Gotcha.
So it's 14, right? Because I get 2 with the sword, chain sword. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. All right. Okay, so they hit on, they do get +1 to hit from the shaman within 6, but I don't think they're within 6 anymore.
No, he's way back here, right?
A lot of Bob
Where's the other one?
fans in the chat.
They're both back
Nice
there.
to see everybody come out of the woodwork
One's in
for
the
Bob.
wall.
Gotcha.
So 4. And
T4.
This is the one corner where the lighting's not too bad, actually. So I'm glad we're fighting on this.
6s.
On
I'm
this
just gonna use yours, okay?
bottom
Yeah,
right-hand
no
side.
worries.
So we really appreciate that for everybody. So it looks like we did get huge pylon consolidate moves from these guys, doing a bunch of damage. I don't know if we're going to have enough
Leadership's,
to
I
get
think
onto
it's
that
8 with the
objective.
pyrocaster. I'll double check.
Okay.
But to be fair, we may be able to touch a second flamer unit if we can get into this guy. Again, those flamers do not have any way to get out of melee and still fight. But I think the downside there, obviously, is that the flamer units still have a ton of attacks. Hey, there goes the ruin. Big benefit of having your ruins on bases like that is you can remove them if you're measuring. I made a whole video about that recently. But they do still have a ton of attacks. Each of those flamers is swinging 3 times. The Firecaster's attacking 4, and they do get reroll 1s to wound from the nearby Fate Skimmer. So it's actually a lot of damage, especially against unarmored models like these Zangor. They're just gonna... Zangors are mostly just gonna punch right through. Or the attacks are mostly gonna punch right through, but the flamers do hit on 4s, so they may miss a couple attacks.
Remember, they fly, so they'll be able to bounce out if they want to. If the
You
spawn
still have
don't.
to desperate breakout if you're rats. Oh, no, you
No, I can fly, so I just bounce over you.
Whatever. I forgot. But if they fall back, they can't shoot, right?
Yeah, that's mission kill there, right?
Yeah. All right, so now the spawn will activate unless you're going to interrupt. I'm guessing not, but...
I'm not going to interrupt. Go ahead.
So this guy's going to swing out 3 here.
The pyrocaster's leadership 8.
Okay, so you'd be 7 because you're within spawn range. This guy's going to come and base you.
Looks like we're also maybe trying to get a touch onto the Fate Scammer. It's a little interesting. I think these spawn are buffed up, though. Looks like they have some tokens next to them. We can Weaver and Glamour those guys to give them -1 to be hit and a 4+ invulnerable save, which makes the big beefy unit of spawn 20 wounds in total, I believe, for that unit. Pretty tough to chew through, unless you have mortal wounds. And that will sort of lock the Fate Skimmer in place. But the Fate Skimmer is actually no slouch in melee. Kind of like the Flamers. It doesn't have a great weapon scale, but it does have a bunch of attacks from those Screamers.
I love it. Oh, but they're not all in.
Only 4 are in.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that was 3. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Spawn are fun on so many different levels. So you get to roll so many dice. They do so much.
They're my favorite unit in the book, and underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
5, 10, 15, 20. All right, so 4s, because I don't think I cast 3 saved on them. Oh,
Uh-oh.
shit.
One fell out, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll just re-roll 1 for now. All right. And then 3 saloons.
Yeah, we're gonna double
And then you get your demon save, flat 2. That was pretty good. And then let me try to find it. So 6s, right?
Yep.
1.
And for lulls, because it's the last thing, I'm going to use my glimpse.
Cool. Okay. 1.
Dead
2,
guy,
3.
dead guy, dead guy. There's one right here, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Got a goat too.
Okay.
Did you take no prisoners?
This guy's gonna face you. I did not. Which, in retrospect, may have been the move. So just kind of like wrap you there.
I know prisoners are pretty good into opposing Thousand Suns armies, especially for those flamers. The flamers are actually they're such a boatload of wounds. Each flamer being 3 wounds means the units give up 18 apiece. So you have 5, almost 6 points of no prisoners just from those 3 units alone. How many dice on average do you lose at a tournament? I lose a lot, chat. I have 2 dice bricks right now for in my tournament kit. One of them's full, and I'm trying to keep it as full as possible. The other one, I'm just losing dice left and right. It's an amalgamation of I think three old dice bricks I used to have that have slowly been lost down to just about 20.
All right, cool. They are -1 to hit. I don't know if you factored that in.
Actually, I didn't.
Do you want me to just...
Let me re-roll them? Yeah, put one back. That's fine. Okay, the leadership. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
I kind of wanted them to run at that point.
Yeah.
That was
do I have a -1 to hit token here?
one
Yes, I do. Here we
on
go.
the
Set it up
flamer
back
leadership,
in.
sticks them around. Doesn't mean that they do have to just yeet out of
All right,
there,
cool.
I think.
So what did you score? You got 2 on the...
Engage
No, you got 1 on the mission.
Bait skimmer,
I got 2 on engage,
but was not able. Doesn't look like we were able to get into
got
a second
3/4
flamer unit because that original flamer unit didn't die, which is very impressive. Sort of goes to show you how survivable flamers are. They're kind of
No engage.
surprisingly survivable. They only have a 6-up demonic invulnerability save in melee, which does disappear pretty quickly. Although the downside, obviously, if you're attacking into them, is while they do take a lot of damage, they have a lot of wounds to take that damage on. So each model being 3 wounds means that you need to fail a ton of those 6-up saves for that unit to get removed. And with that wound count and having a 3+ demonic invulnerability save against melee attacks, or against ranged attacks, excuse me, you can't really soften them up with outside mortal wounds on the way in.
6. That's what I didn't know.
still hit on 4s. And
I still think a pretty aggressive turn from our Warp Milled Pact here.
Just one AP.
The downside is that we lost so much stuff in this top corner, and thanks to that Scarab called Terminator unit,
Made one.
there's not really any swing back. And I think that Scarab called Terminator unit is basically just going to start to march down the table on that side.
You got your banner. You didn't ritual yet.
And very, I would say slowly because they don't move very far, but it's going to end up being pretty quick, I think, wrapping up that side of the table. And that makes Data Scry Salvage very, very difficult to score at that point if you don't really have full table control. It is a... Yeah, it is a hold 2 for 4, 3 for 8. It does mean that Bob is going to score that big 12er on the first turn.
This is French terminal. Oh, that would have been really sexy. That would have been some big brain stuff, man.
It's only like my third game with this list, so I need more practice to do stuff like that.
I feel you.
That's what the tournament's for, right? They are half moon, though.
Yeah, it's what I'm got my brain chewing on now.
I don't think so matter. No cover and Overwatch.
All right, might have some lighting coming in, chat. I do have a lighting set, but I don't normally pack it when I'm streaming events. But I should have some lighting coming in this afternoon. So hopefully by the next game we should have this lighting cleaned up.
Who has the sexier tentacles? Yeah.
And here comes the big spawn fight in the middle.
Just a fun. He is size 4. He is size 4. Depends on who you ask. Wolverine's brother.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Off the terrain.
Yeah, you're behind it, you mean?
Yep. And they'll put up a banner.
Okay. Oh, you didn't do that because you teleported. Gotcha.
I could have done it with them because they crystal and came in, but I wanted them to shoot. Another yeah. Another argument for Ardent Automata that I keep saying I'd really like to have, but I never quite bring it.
What is that again?
That's the one, it's the Legion upgrade that lets you shoot while performing an action and it doesn't
like that,
fail.
Yeah.
It's 15 points though.
I was thinking of these guys in this list because it's very action-based.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you moved people up into the ruins a little. Where is he?
You're like here. So I don't have to worry about your relic.
Goat's just going to come up just to be within 24 of him.
Okay. I also have that relic on this student back here, by the way. I forgot to mention that. The crystal.
You have crystal too?
Yeah, it's on him.
Okay, gotcha.
When you don't have duplicity, you need ways to move.
Right. Right.
There. He gives himself power back. And he gives Sabretooth power.
You'll be performing the action,
Then Judge
so you can
power.
peek out to here, stay within 3 of these guys.
Find it.
You stay here.
Yeah, it is.
It's an awful lot of space, a lot of real estate here.
He's going to move within range 1.
I'm just going to run to the bathroom.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Ah.
Hey, are you the scroll?
Yeah, it's true. Well, I guess, Chad, I did bring my entire production team. All one of me is here, ready to kick things off. Let's go.
No, she does not eat that. I don't think she can find it. Yeah, she just. No, that's right. She just like looks cool. She's like, ah! Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm going to pass.
You may have thought that was a terrible idea to move money value there without being able to add money value. Because if all cards
Master plan of evil.
we're gonna go with you high dogs.
Offer the Magneto one. He's like, no, no. Crazy.
I'm going to try to advance the half-moved flamers. Does this half their advance also? So it's, will it be 6 plus what I roll? Okay, we'll roll and see if it matters. I'm going to glimpse it.
I'm assuming you want to be within yeah.
Well, we'll see if it even matters. No, even with the -1, I'm going to try to get up here. So even if they're only going 8, I get up here. These are the back line, and then the front line's going to come down underneath. It's just that chewing through the invuln that's going to be the iffy part. They backed up. They come up here. Shuffled around back there. Spawn came up. That's pretty much all I did. I kind of cogitated, and I don't know what I'm going to do here.
That cult of mutation power in a list like this is actually like very powerful.
It's really good.
Use it right, yeah.
Yeah, especially on
So
this
against
style
IG,
terrain.
he had like his tanks in the line, so I do it on the front tank, and it's like they don't go anywhere.
Right,
It's-
that's really cool. I play Gene Stealer Colts also, and they have an upgrade that lets them pick one terrain piece, and it's treated as difficult. So on this style terrain, I just the one in your deployment zone, and
Ooh, Terminators go 3.
yep, good luck. Yeah, it's kind of dirty.
Yeah, it's very cool.
That's very cute.
Okay, that's all the moving.
I like
I fell
that
back with these
technology.
guys. He's going to stay in. Might be foolish.
Okay.
I still got 19 Cabal points.
Yep. Blue free roll. Okay. Cool. We're good to go.
All right. Let's start with Zangar Shaman doing Psychic Interrogate.
Yeah.
What's his...
It's like 7 or 8, I'm guessing.
Okay, so we'll drop the 6, and it'll go off on a 9, so I'll get my CP. Yeah, I don't even know what a Zangar Shaman is either.
Yeah. It never comes up. He's an 8.
Okay, so we'll take that. That takes me up to 4, and I get 3 more. And I'll spend 8 to make it undeniable, of course.
Yep.
Armin is going to spend a CP, and he's going to forget. We got Glamour, Presage, and Surge. Wow, those are all really good. All right, this is going to be silly. Armin's going to forget Smite, and he's going to learn Twist of Fate.
Okay.
That's the one that takes down invulns.
Yep.
Right?
Cool.
So we'll go straight to him.
So switching out a psychic power to get through some invulnerable saves.
And I got him
Very
within
nice.
12 here.
12, yeah.
So he'll do the Twist of Fate.
Can you can do that with Smite?
I don't know.
You need to
It
do this.
says lose the psychic power that he knows. Let's check it.
I feel like you can, but I've never thought of
I believe you can. Most psychic power removing effects do affect Smite. But it may be that the familiar requires you to get rid of 1,000 Suns power.
Select one psychic power from the disciplines it has access to.
Oh, there it is.
Smite's not in there. So let's drop Glamour. Most of your stuff hits on 4s. You get some +1s, but not everywhere. We're going to drop Glamour. All right, that went off on an 8, and he's too far to deny. So we'll twist these guys. We will Presage. That'll go off on the Spawn. This unit's doing the action, mission action. And Smite, because why not? Smite on an 8 for...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it matters so much here, but I don't think that's correct. I think you can pick any power to replace. The one you replace it with has to be one that you have access to. But the power that you're replacing can be any power that you know.
Was this guy? Perfect, yeah. I don't think he's got shit to cast anyways. I'm assuming we can't see through that little crack that happens when you nudge the terrain funny. Yeah. And then Armin will do Temporal Surge. We're just going to tuck him back before something bad happens. We're going to come over here to the Terminators. They're going to spend 7 to auto-cast Sorcerer's Facade.
Very nice. You have to worry about the counter psychic in the Thousand Suns mirror match. There's so much psychic going around. There's the potential you get denied. And if you need that Sorcerer's Facade to happen, get it done. Looks like we're going to pop in the back here.
I got to get this line of sight.
The Flamers have left the Zangor brick in the center, so that's been opened up. Looks like we're basically just going to be putting a spawn unit and a bunch of mortal wounds into the spawn unit in the center, and then clear out the Zangor unit with shooting.
Not going to give very many shots. We're okay, outside of 9. Let's see who can.
Introduction 1 and just
So keep that in mind because I'm going to put some psychic shots on them. Let's go straight to this guy. He's going to cast Bolt of Change. Fails. He's going to cast Infernal Flame. That fails.
I think there's I don't know if the intention is that we're using the auto-passed Kabbalistic ritual multiple times, chat. There are multiple ways to auto-pass the test required for a psychic interrogation.
We end with brotherhood in one
We'll pay attention to it,
one
chat.
more?
That's a good call out. He can only do that specific one once per psychic phase, but he can be using the anti-deny or the psychic bonus on his other casts.
And he will smite. This is smite number 2. Goes off for 1 into the spawn.
Nope.
Infernal Master will smite. Smite number 3.
Okay. So you need an 8?
5, 6, 7.
7, yeah. Sorry.
Super smite.
Super smite, alright.
For 5.
Make 2. I think I keep my reroll for like a save or something. So,
Yeah.
so 3 go through, so 1. One's down, so 3.
So he moves up a little bit. So he gains his.
All right, cool.
Gains his 2. Takes a little shooting. And he's going to punch forward.
I think that's that. I got my Presage. I got my Twist. I dropped Glamour. Weaver doesn't matter. Okay, let's do some shooting.
All right.
We got the unbuffed unit that's outside 6 shooting at the goats.
Gotcha.
Do I have anybody from the Scarabs I can see?
I think these 2 can see.
All right, we'll go ahead and do them first.
Yeah, now because I like pulled the first
Yeah,
one.
yeah. So I wasn't too worried about how I landed. This is the Soul Reaper cannon.
Okay.
And strength 6. You're still T4, right? No buffs.
Yep.
So 2 AP3.
2 4-ups. This is not going.
No.
This is not going well.
And Stormbolter. Are they glamored?
Yeah, they are.
Just 1.
Okay.
AP2.
4-up. All right.
Okay, now I'm going to be not silly. I'm going to do the buff flamer unit first.
Gotcha. Buffed how? Because of your power.
They're within 6 inches. That's all it is.
Okay.
Yeah. 10, 20, 38, 42 shots. I feel dirty, dude.
Yeah, flamers are like my weakness for this list. So
Flamers, as it turns out, Chad, flamers are pretty good. I don't know if you who needs to hear this, but flamers pretty strong.
This is half. This is 21.
yeah,
3s rerolling 1s.
gotcha. Okay. Just gonna roll.
There you go.
Reroll. All right. 4-ups. I don't know how many I have left, but it's like a little over 10. Oh shit. Sorry.
I caught it on the bounce.
These are all passes. Pass. I have to reroll that. Okay. Pass. So 2, 4, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 2 left.
And the other half. Hot dice.
We just roll a few of these.
Yeah, there you go.
I got 2 left, 4-ups. They're dead.
And there goes
The back 3 spawn then are going to shoot at the back 3 flamers are going to shoot at the spawn. So this plus 9. 19, 21, which is exactly how many dice we have.
Did we pull the flamer out
On
of
4s,
or
no
the spawn
rerolls.
out of melee with the Fate Skimmer?
Okay.
Looks like we did. So it's gonna open up the Fate Skimmer to open up the spawn to get shot at. Although I think Bob still needs to keep 1 alive to charge the other spawn unit onto the objective so that he can put them in an offensive position.
Point there.
They have no aim on, so they just go straight through, right?
5 up, armor contempt, so you're on 6s.
All right, I'll make 3. So 1 is on 3, that kills 1, 2, and take 2. 1, 2, take 2. So, yeah, trying to think like what I would do differently. The flamers are, because I'm not sure I can pull this back yet. But I don't know, we'll see. I think some of the stuff needs to start on the board and just overwhelm you with pressure.
Got a bum rush.
Yeah. Well, going first helps a lot, so.
That's why I came out swinging. I knew if I let you get set up and come in all at once, I was screwed.
You weren't going anywhere.
We'll do these spawn into the spawn.
Yep.
Nothing fancy here.
She's going to spend 2.
Pile in, get everybody half an inch.
Big spawn fight in the middle. Who's
Are
spawn?
you going to spend your CPU?
tentacle?
No, I'm just going to random
Go
it.
for it. Nice.
So extra attacks.
Yep.
So 15d3.
We spend 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. All right, so you're hitting on 4s.
So 7 dice coming at you.
Actually, the extra AP probably would have been better here.
Wouldn't have been bad.
You kill them.
Yeah, wouldn't have been bad. They're all good here.
Yeah, that's true.
So I got +1 and -1, right?
No, the -1's on the Zangwers.
All right, so I got Presage on them, so I'm
So
threes and fours.
Yeah, I'll just pick them up preemptively.
And we pile.
Yeah, this
Behind
is,
the thing.
has been fairly brutal so far, chat. As I think was to be expected. Cool to see the Warp Mail packed on the table, but I do think that we are seeing the weaknesses of it for sure. It's tough to fight against an opponent that is with an army that is usually mostly using sticks and stones to beat with their opponent. Fighting against an army that is heavily armored and has a ton of anti-infantry shooting is pretty brutal.
Out of the way here because you're going to come swinging back. Ryan, thanks, Travis.
That is a
And you're on 4 also, I think.
kind of an unfortunate call to have to make, but there you go. That is how the mission works. How are we feeling today, chat? How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good weekend lined up? Yeah, I do apologize. I have bumped up the scale on the score sheet a little bit. If I bump it up anymore, all of the fields start to overrun each other, so I apologize for people on their phones looking at the scores. I wish I had a better score sheet for you, but I don't, unfortunately.
Oh, another banners. Oh shit. I forgot my packs. We'll do the we'll do the no cover Overwatch. Echoes off.
Ooh, hardcore procrastination?
There's a 3 here, and then
That is good. I feel that for sure.
That's another cool Gene Stealer Colts trick that I like. When their guys come up from Deep Strike, they get to take their command phase actions at the end of the movement phase. Yeah.
Unfortunately, this wasn't thought about too
No,
hard.
no.
Like, how do we sell more Zangers?
Yes.
All right.
Max is gonna go. The man. I'm sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. I don't know.
At least it was you that knocked it down instead of me.
Yeah.
Here, right here. You're right here.
Oh yeah. I just want the camera can see that, right?
Yeah.
I think so. All right.
We'll move the one on.
Oh, the other packs, the glimpse goes off. All right. I'm just trying to. This is a big turn for where I put things. So.
That does change things.
So, reminder of the 18-inch Auspex scan things.
Right. Can you do that if I come into engagement range with you?
If you come in, what?
Engagement range with you. Because you're on my deployment zone. I don't know the answer.
It's a good question. We'll call Carol.
Okay. Yeah.
Oop. We get a live look, a live listen to the main hall.
Strategic reserve.
So we're getting a live judge call
Strategic
here.
reserve.
Yeah. Like right here or here.
Correct. Yeah.
Called Auspex.
No, it's not. It's an inescapable forewarning.
So this is during the reinforcement step of your movement phase?
Yes.
And they're set up as reinforcements, 18 inches. And you're not within engagement range.
I believe that
What allows you to be within engagement range?
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
Deployment zone.
This is my zone. I can come in with 3 since you're on my board edge. For strategic
Oh, that's
reserve.
table edge versus zone. Let's look that up in your
Oh,
rulebook
is it
just to
table?
confirm.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
Because is it this?
Yeah, it'll
or
be in your
that?
little rulebook.
The buried one, of course.
Yeah, so
I've
just
never
to
had this one
describe
come up.
what's going on here, chat. The Zangors are coming out of strategic reserve, so they're going to be showing up off of this table edge, which is the Warp Meld player's battlefield edge. Because you can come into strategic reserve, I believe it's wholly within 6 inches of your battlefield edge. What we're going to try to do is basically just come into melee with the Thousand Suns units that are over there. And the question is whether or not they can be fired at by the other Thousand Suns units using their forewarned ability. I believe that the answer would be no, because you are untargetable by ranged attacks when in melee with an enemy unit. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool use case for that ability. Nurgle Matt's back. What's up? Animo's painting some Photon. That's cool.
Using that strat, but he can only use pistols.
Oh,
Yeah.
which I don't think Scarabs are.
Yeah, let me steal this card just
Sure,
to,
absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, not relevant for Scarab Occult Terminators. They can shoot in melee with weapons that you can fire in melee, but it's just pistols for them, and they don't actually have those. Good clarification, though, from the judge.
If I'm understanding this right, to start up in engagement range, you have to be within 1 inch of your own battlefield edge and wholly within your own deployment zone. That's what it says. In any case, strategic reserve units cannot be set up within 9 inches of any enemy models. The only exception to this is if they are being set up within 1 inch of their own battlefield edge and wholly within their own deployment zone. In which case, they can be set up within 9 inches and even within engagement range of enemy models. A strategic reserve unit cannot be set up within 9 inches of enemy models. The only exception is if they're being set up within 1 inch of their own battlefield edge and wholly within their own
Oh,
deployment
that's
zone.
what I was talking about. Okay. So that's out of your deployment range?
Yeah. It was 20 inches in.
Do you mind if I steal your rulebook just to explain?
It's his, man. You can steal it all you want.
You got it. No worries. Let me move the stuff that. Is it 9?
No, thank you for-
It also says something about 6.
Okay, so it looks like the final resolution of that chat was that the way that the Zangors were being placed was actually not within the diagonal of the deployment zone. Because the players have a deployment zone that looks funny. It looks something like this. But I think that this position was going to be just outside engagement range of the Scarab Occults. So it was not a legal placement for them. So while that is a potential thing that you could do to try to get around Aspect Scan to engage somebody so you're not targetable by ranged attacks, it doesn't matter in this case because there's no legal place for them to be placed within engagement range currently. Could come up in a future game though, for sure. Pete Morin, maybe you want to irresponsibly spend more money on minis? Hell yeah. That's what I'm here for, really. I'm an irresponsible spending apologist, chat. So it looks like we do have a unit coming in the center of the table. Going to be getting some data intercept points for Steven. Although I think that we do have Rubric Marines, it looks like, on this objective. You can kind of barely see them. They are in the shadows right now. Again, should have some lights coming in shortly, which should alleviate that. But right now, it can't quite see them, but I think those are screening out that position. Although I think they're on the other side of the terrain, so if Steven keeps himself out of the terrain, and also the ruins here are considered, again, they are considered true line of sight blocking. Those Zangors will be able to potentially charge us with Marines. Although, honestly, they don't do too much damage to them, so not sure we're expecting much out of them.
There's just Zangors everywhere. This is the 20-man.
Okay.
It's called reverse polarity. Reverse polarity. The only catch ever did.
Goats for days.
It's so many. It's 9 games. I have a 10-man. Oh, that's what this guy's from. I think I'm going to drop the 10-man here. Right here. I think you can shoot at them with some people if you wanted to.
18 inches from the dude, so set that up.
Oh yeah, 18. I can just, I'm going to kind of put one within 18 if you want to.
Kind of bait me?
Yeah.
So I backstopped myself here.
Oh, I already had a Zangor fall off his base. I'm just going to use a dead one.
Sure, absolutely. I had a bag of bases I was going to bring, and I thought, nah,
So
I'll be all right.
I'm going to put a dice over here for no prisoners because
Sure.
it's +1 as well, just to make sure I remember. All right, cool. So I still have my Terminators and spawns. So your Terminators don't really do anything to me if you shoot at me, so I'm going to put them within 9. Get them in the game here.
And then I slap you again. Rerolling with no crits.
And then the spawn, I think I just bring him here for next turn. Oh, they have to come in here. Right, within 6. Because they're reserved. So.
So spend 3 power now.
They do get +1 to charge though, so maybe.
Do the Terminators get the +1 to charge also?
No.
Just the goats?
I don't think so. Yeah, they have bright horns on them, so. Oh, maybe they don't get it either. So the goats all will have an 8-inch. So I made it so 8 here, 8 here. He can see them. Oh, actually,
Got him?
I think he's better off landing on this side.
On the train?
Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that much damage to you, so I might just not cast some powers. All right, cool. So these 5 spawn. All right, I think we're good for the psychic phase. Sorry that took so long.
I think I will go ahead and Auspex on the Terminators and chip some down.
Yep,
Might kill 1 or 2.
maybe.
Ooh, so we do get a shot.
Always a
in here.
weird thing.
Soul Reaper cannons.
Pew pew pew.
Rogue's got 2 left.
Again, these high AP weapons off
Yeah,
these
so I got
Infernal
2.
guns is going to be pretty solid for chipping down some attacks from some wounds on the Scarab cult. Now, these pieces of terrain down here are, excuse me, chat, are considered forests, so they are difficult in dense cover. Would give a little bit of a help to the Terminators if they ended up standing inside them, but obviously could potentially block a charge if they wanted to get a charge into the Scarab cults. Tau Dark in chat, how's it going? Long time no see. Thanks for hanging out.
That wasn't good.
They're not +1 to hit, right?
Nope. Put that on the spawn.
It's mostly the Soul Reaper cannons, chat, that are going to be punching through. I think they start at AP 3. And those do overcome the Terminator's
Yep, not at all.
save bonuses, so they should actually force them to a 3+.
Nice.
All right.
Took 1?
Yeah, this one. You have no missiles, so
That's it.
cool. Psychic phase. We're gonna do the Ultimutation power.
Yeah,
first.
base AP3 on the Soul Reapers. But it doesn't look like it actually killed anyone.
So we're gonna pick the Terminators.
Okay.
Yeah, just a couple damage on one guy.
They're no cover Overwatch. They're half.
Not sure if that was worth the CP actually, in hindsight, I guess. Hindsight being 2020.
Shit. All right, next. We will do. So I have at least 16 Cabal points. I forgot to set up my second phase.
No worries.
At least 16. I'm not going to use that many, so we're going to do Warp Rit. Goes off. I'm just going to make that undeniable for 8.
Yeah, because I'm within range for the 3d6 deny. So.
Yep. That's 3 points for this turn. All right, and then we will. The other shaman's going to get off the end wall. It goes off. So.
Where's this guy?
That was the other shaman here. So we'll give it to. I think we'll give it to.
Try it from this rubric right here.
Okay. So you need 8.
Nope.
The question is, who do we hand this out to? I think we throw that on here for this turn. The sorcerer will doom bolts. Here.
We'll try it. Why not? I think you got it.
Yep. So flat 3, and then we will. He uses Firestorm. He perils. I'll CP that. Down to 3.
That's better.
Does go off. No.
Hey, Tau Dark.
Goes off on a 6.
All
But
right.
it's,
With the
low
channel
ones, so
membership,
6s.
thank you so much for jumping on.
None, and then the reroll. So you take 1 from the reroll. Kills 2. All right, that's cool. All right, so what else? We'll do Perplex from the Shaman. That goes off. We're gonna make them -1 strength on their ranged weapons. And then I just have to do
Isn't
minus-
Curse 24?
Yeah, but he's like right here. Oh, all right. So I'll extend it. To 4.
Gotcha, yep.
Down to 4. And then this Infernal Master will do the action for a CP. He perils. I guess I'll spend it to just not perils.
Well, but it works, so you don't spend anything.
Right, but I have to spend a. Oh, right.
You get the CP, but you
Yeah,
spend the
so
CP.
that was a waste of. I hate
You didn't blow yourself up. That's a win,
yeah,
right?
You're right. Okay, so and then we just have the -3 flamer from him. Goes off. I don't perils, so. That's 18, right?
He's still looking for the scroll.
We'll just stack it on them too. All right,
Super goats.
cool. So I got my points. Shooting phase, pretty quick shooting phase.
All right, let's see some damage from the Scarab Occult unit here. We have the Scarab Occult unit at the bottom. Now it's over on the left-hand side of the screen. Looks like splitting between.
They're on cover, so they're on 2 up. They're on a 3 up, so going to the big flamers with the bolters.
Yeah, it looks like we're
So the rockets.
gonna be firing rockets into the spawn to try to get that multi-damage through, and then everything else going into the flamers in the ruin there. These models do actually have a pretty decent profile of dealing with flamers. Can buff their strength pretty highly so that they wound on 3s or even 2s potentially.
Armor can jump to a 6.
Looks like one missile going through onto the
Yeah, fail.
chaos spawn.
You take 3.
And these chaos spawn, it's important to note, do not have the special role that the Heretic Astartes chaos spawn do, where if you fail to kill them, they will regenerate after the attack is resolved. These ones actually just stick on those guys. But obviously,
Nothing.
the Thousand Suns chaos spawn have some other benefits to them. They do have that controlled mutation they can use to buff their melee attacks. Looks like 2 spawn going down after all those that shooting.
Flamers, it should be 20 dice 5, 10, 15, 20, 21. We'll put that back. All right. Now roll 12 more. 3s.
T4.
Yep. So 4s. You can throw my dice, but it saves that 12 more after this. 1, 2, 3, 5.
3s.
Take 2 moves. Cool.
Okay. Oh, that's to hit.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh. All right. 3. That was a really bad conversion.
It was.
Cool.
But you still killed
Just
the
a guy.
flavor, so I'll take it. All right.
Yeah, it looks like a rough roll.
So this is just charging.
That's 1 dead flamer. You're kind of hoping for a little bit more damage out of your huge battleship unit. That is the Scarab Occult Terminator brick. Killing a single flamer and 2 chaos spawns. Not an amazing conversion for a unit as expensive as that one.
Fancy.
He just moves in, yeah. He's not going to move block to them, though, because, yeah, so like that. There you go. And then Zangors need an 8 to get in there. They get an 11. All right, this will have to be,
Yeah.
because I'm going to take the 11 and put this one this way. And then kind of string it. All right, I kind of needed to turn like this, so.
Everyone's being subsumed by darkness over there. I don't know about you, chat, but I've been playing Darktide, speaking of darkness, and yesterday they had a rash of the power failure missions where the lights get turned off and you play at nighttime. and it's maybe the greatest thing ever. True horror movie vibes. This lighting's giving me some flashbacks.
How many CPs do you have? I lost track.
He's got 4 attacks. That's a bummer. All right, 4 attacks. Hits on 3s.
Yeah.
3 hits.
Yeah, Tanner. It definitely feels like
Kopesh, by the way.
fighting against the darkness for sure. You have to strategically set things on fire so you can give yourself visibility around, which is like kind of fun. You like blow up explosive barrels and things just for light. It's a good time.
Zangers will come in this way. This way. Oh, I want to wrap you. So we'll base you and tri-point you there. Same over here. But the question is, how many can I get in? Probably can get 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
For 9, yeah.
So that's 18 attacks. 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, 2 out. All right. Force. Oh, are they within 6 of him? So 3s.
My poor dice camera.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. And then these will be 4s. Two, 4, 6. You ignore the AP, so 3 ups.
It's AP 1,
Yeah.
1 damage,
Yeah.
2 ups.
Oh, 2 ups, right.
Good.
Cool.
Fight back. Guy with a stick. Just going to the goats.
Gotcha.
Strength 7. 3 AP1s.
5. Of course.
And punches. 1 more from the punch.
5 up. Yep, make that one.
All right. Well, that was something. Not truly incredible, but a little bit of a comeback here from the Zangors. We did steal 2 objectives in the center of the table. At least prevent the bleed. Excuse me, chat. I'm going to have to jump off real quick. I'll leave you with the player mics.
I still don't get any engage points. So I have 1 banner, 3 warp, and no engage.
Okay, so I've got control 2, control 3. You get a CP, you get your CP.
8 points, right? Yeah.
That doesn't check out.
Let's see my banner marker. The banner comes down. I just can't find my banner marker here.
I am generous. It goes up to 7. We spend 4.
Okay.
I'm the juggernaut. 10 dice.
We'll do Glimpse of Eternity.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I used one.
I'm the juggernaut. I roll the very first roll. Next roll.
These rubrics will advance.
Honestly, that half move thing, first turn, would have saved my butt.
Yeah, yeah, because I couldn't have shot you.
Yeah.
That would have been some big brain shit.
Yeah, I just need more practice to do things like that. So by game 2, I'll know to do that.
But you can bring them back.
I'm doing bolts.
Okay, so I have 45 to 17 right now. Just want to double check scores here.
I have 46-17.
Oh, I mean, I could be missing a point somewhere. I don't know.
I got 6 on intercept, 6 on interrogate, 4 on banners. And I had a 12 and a 8.
6 on interrogate. How many on banners? Oh, you added the
4.
banners in. Oh, right. Okay. So that's where I'm missing a point on the banners. I have you at 3 on banners, so.
No, it should be 4 because I've got 2 and 2.
Yep.
So you half damage. I'm up to 7.
So now I've screened you out at least. Unlike the last 2 turns.
I got 3.
That's rough. All the flamers and the duplicity just counter the Zangor so hardcore.
Yeah, the flamers is a tough match. Yeah. So these guys are fine. These guys are fine. These guys are moving slow.
They move 2 inches.
Which one's no cover Overwatch guy?
It's this shaman.
With the
Dude there, yeah. That is a Infernal Master, not a shaman.
To be fair, I think we're going to be fine against Vito with the new friend. Yeah. No, because you killed him.
the Zangor Shaman.
Not my bad. I can see it.
Should be smarter. We'll advance the Exalted Sorcerer. I got these guys to advance this little 2-man flamer, two-person flamer.
I'm gonna spend 3.
Aramon's going to advance.
I'm not going to buy over it. What am I doing? I might as well just murder you. I was going to big brain play it, and then I just murder it. Yeah. So then I just...
You already used your crystal, right?
Yeah.
I spend 3 minutes on the hospitality for all of these. So 7 dice.
These rubrics will do the action before I forget. I'd like to get a banner up here, but I need to kill you first, otherwise you just kill me with no Overwatch. Does that half movement thing affect charges?
No, but there's something else that's -2 to advance and charge. Oh, I didn't check that because it's called the mutation, so it's in the book.
So half movement, we get 2.5.
-1 to advance and charge, yep. So you have an 8. Yeah, it's have your move -1 advance and charge. Cool, that's good to know.
That is good. That is good.
It's a good power. I think it's most useful in this kind of build, but
Okay, we've got 19 Cabal points,
yep.
3 CP. Infernal Master is going to Psychic Interrogate.
Okay. You might as well just dock your 8.
On an 8,
goes up.
make it undeniable.
Yeah, but it
What's his
doesn't-
leadership?
8. So it doesn't get you.
No, you have to match it or beat it.
I thought it was,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's matched for that one. Cool, so you're up to CP.
4. Good job, guy.
Yeah, unsure if I should have taken Warp Ritual or that one.
Warp Ritual safer, but DI has the higher ceiling.
Yeah, it's true. I always think
And
the
if it
safer
turned
option.
into both of us playing kind of
Yeah, so my
unaggressive.
My list you played with me at the team tournament, sort of the same list. I was taking Warp Ritual and then tabling my opponents by turn 3, so
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I lost like 3 points, unfortunately.
All right, we're going into the teeth of the denies now, but it's all right. We're going to smite here.
Okay. Can they? Your
Got
sorcerer
here
has to
to
have
here.
-8.
Yeah, right here.
There's an obscuring piece of terrain.
But he's
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Yeah, sure, whatever. If I would take it, yeah, I don't mind.
on
But
a
for the
5.
shooting, you will miss out on a lot of shooting.
No, I can't really shoot you.
Okay.
On a 5,
Goes off.
you want to deny it? You got to deny right here. Or
What
right
else
here.
do you have from? No, I think over here is probably more valuable.
Okay. For 3.
5. Save 2. 1 dies. Pop the guy you can see.
Your horn? Not the horn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, break it.
Chad, I have returned. Apologize for my absence. I hope that. Oh, I'm sorry. I left the camera off kilter here. Apologize for that. Just coordinating, getting some lights for that back corner there. But we should have much better lighting for round 2.
On a 12. Can't beat a 12, right? You can use your CP. Yeah, he gets the retinue of horrors for +1. And he'll cast Bolt of Change on an 8. We're going to put it on the Terminators. So it's 5, and then every model that dies does an additional mortal. What's that? Well,
Right.
so that,
Oh, right.
that kills him.
Sorry, I forgot one was on a win.
Looks like some clipping here, chat. See if I can fix that.
Need any Zangors, Trevi? Need any Zangors? Unfortunately, no.
Did I kill myself out of 18?
All right.
No, we're still good. Okay, we'll do that guy. He's going to, this guy.
Gotcha.
He's going to spend 18, or 8, rather, to duplicate Bolt of Change.
Gotcha.
For a 10.
All 3d6s. Of course.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Re-roll it.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well. I can't have you come in the Terminators, then it's just definitely game over. My rolling this game is also.
You've been terrible.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry.
Flashlights and duct tape, indeed. What is this, an Imperial Guard army, chat? No, I do have a photography lighting set up. I got somebody to run back and grab it. We'll bring it over. Definitely the benefit of being in the home state. So we should have that for next round. Yeah, we got a T-Suns mirror match. Well, technically, chat, it is a Zinch versus Thousand Suns, and the Thousand Suns is in Warp Meld pack today, which is pretty sweet.
That's 3.
Yeah.
Then he smites.
Oof. So just obliterating this other Scarab called Terminator Brick. And that is sort of an interesting idiosyncrasy of the matchup, where the Terminators are so susceptible to other mortal wounds, which, as it turns out, this army is really good at delivering. So they have decent defenses against the 1 damage shooting that the Terminators would normally be able to sort of leverage on people. But they have no defenses against the mortal wounds that the army's very good at dealing anyway. So they're kind of a not a unit that you want in the mirror match. Although they are very good at shooting at flamers. And the Soul Reaper cannons are pretty useful, to be fair.
Yeah.
You got plenty of denies, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the old rerollable 3d6 and I, very good. Does cost you 2 CP for all that, but still pretty strong.
They're closer anyway, so that 2 and then he's down to 2.
Araman, he's going to cast Presage on a 9. I don't know if you got any denies for him.
I would have the Shaman. Probably just the Shaman, so what else does he know?
Temporal Surge and Twist of Fate. But I don't have anything to expand the range for Twist of Fate.
So Twist of Fate's
Twist of Fate's no invuln. Temporal Surge, he's within 6 of the Terminator there. So I can move again the Terminators to make that charge just a wee bit shorter. Right. Presage there. Then the Twist of Fate. Or not Twist, the Temporal Surge. I'm going to re-roll it.
Okay.
Want a big number? Nope. So it goes off on a 7.
Nope.
You have no fucking luck, dude.
Of course. I have had terrible luck with my
Oh, that's fair, chat. Yeah, that's true.
I just made extreme X-rated, sorry.
You do have the reroll deny warlord trait. That certainly can help. Now it looks like this is a temporal surge to try to get these guys in charge range of the other Terminators.
Yeah,
Give those 2 damage Kopeshes that can punch through that Allah's dust.
Right. And then he's got his third spell. You might as well smite.
Airman. Yep. I think I only had that one denied for him. So
Probably the goats.
Terminators.
Terminators.
Yeah, he can't see the ghost.
For 2.
All right. Take it. So it kills this guy. Man, I hate
This
the
guy's going to
receiving
try
end of that.
sorcerer.
So it looks like we do have a couple results slowly trickling in from this first game. We had Brian Berman playing Adeptus Custodes, unfortunately go down 37-95 to Daniel Wolmuth, who is probably the favorite to win the event. I know he's coming off a 5-round event win in an invitational event last weekend and has been absolutely destroying people with Yanari recently. So I think that round 1 win is not too surprising currently.
Bring back the dead guy.
Right. I just don't think you'd have the movement there.
So it looks like this is a Sorceress Facade, and we rolled a big enough number to heal a model out of a unit, out of that rubric unit. And I think that's out of combat with the Zangors in the top left-hand side. Yeah, otherwise they would be stuck in there for a really long time. But this is going to free them up, and I think get some shots in the Terminators as well. Very cool. One thing to definitely keep in mind against all these armies that have mid-turn redeploys is that you do have to worry about them leaving melee and extricating themselves. Also opens up that big unit, 2 shooting incoming from the Rubric Marines in the top middle. Let's see, what else we got going on? We have, holy crap, an incredibly close game. Jeffrey Colpitz playing... Also, Adeptus Custodes, okay. Adeptus Custodes with the fast games today beat Blake Law 78-79. Blake playing... Oh, I lost it. Sorry, chat. Blake playing... Imperial Knights. Interesting. Brian White playing... Red Corsairs versus Sam O'Brien, another incredibly strong local player, playing Tau Empire. Sam won that one 90-48. And Colin Burns, who we just had on stream on Thursday, playing his Leagues of Votan versus Ed Harmon, playing White Scars. Oh, poor White Scars. Ed going down 40 points to 90. After that game on Thursday, I think that is a result that is to be expected. Oh my God, that army shoots so hard. Oh, we have a couple more. Sherbrooke Andrews, that's Brookie. It's another local player who's playing Mixed Chaos. Looks like it's a walk in the dogs list. We do have one unit or 1 Chaos Undivided detachment with a Transweaver, 10 Demonettes, and 5 Flamers, plus another detachment with Abaddon the Despoiler, plus another detachment with 3 War Dog Executioners, 4 War Dog Carnivores, 1 Moirex, and 1 Stalker. So just a little bit of drips and drabs of every single Chaos subfaction. So good stuff so far. That one won 100-48 versus Necrons. Get wrecked, Necrons. Necrons playing Obsec Dynasty, so Necrons not doing quite as hot as I think people were expecting them to.
Of course. No, I take 2. All right. So one's down to 1.
It's all the shooting. The spawn are going to go into the Shaman.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to spend a CP, 2, since you declared him, to move him 6.
Cool.
You can redeclare charges.
Yeah, there's nobody there.
Yep.
Well, actually, I might have a YOLO. Ah. try the 11.
Yeah. I didn't roll it too, though.
You're right. You're right. So we'll try it and fail it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Then the Terminators into the Terminators.
Yep, you need a 7.
A glimpse, the 1.
So you need a 2 up.
You cursed me.
The rolling in this game has been a thing.
No, I've been rolling pretty well.
Yeah, you have.
I'll take
Especially
a couple
that
of
psychic phase. That was brutal.
I'll take a couple of fails there after that psychic phase.
Good being on the receiving end of it, to be honest. Cool.
That's it.
Nice. All right.
So I got 2 more for mission action.
Okay. So I'll get an 8 finally. I think I pivot flanks here. I have some things to do. Okay. Cool. So we're going to turn Overwatch off on them. Oh, I gotta roll for that. Goes off.
We're continuing to use that papering imps to remove Overwatch from units. It's actually ended up being money for Steven today. Looks like Steven is on 3 objectives now, so tied with Robert, with Bob. So he's going to be up to 8 points on primary. We're finally doing it, chat. We're on the board. And taking up those banners. Score's starting to equalize in a little tiny bit. Although, obviously, the mixed Zinch army absolutely in the driver's seat of this game so far. Pushing up Spawn into the center. Hopefully the second time's a charm and these Spawn can get up into these Flamer units and actually deal some damage. The downside last turn was that, or on the first battle round, excuse me, we got a bunch of attacks on those Flamers and didn't quite end up taking them out. But it looks like we do have an opportunity to do so now.
And a couple banners here.
Any GSC at the event? That's a good question. Let me see if I can find that for you, chat.
Yeah, not being able to finish off the Terminators is going to hurt.
It doesn't look like we have any, unfortunately.
We might be in an okay place.
Oh, excuse me. I'm not looking at the whole thing.
Maybe. I think you probably still get it.
Here we go.
I do have some play here. So.
One Gene Stealer Cult player, chats. Robin Roberts is playing Gene Stealer Cults. A Twisted Helix detachment. He is up against... Oh, he's actually, his score is just submitted, actually. Just kidding, chat. Here we go. He's actually won his first round playing against Brian Felshaw's Black Legion 9765. Black Legion, one of the tougher armies to play against, I guess in a center point objective. They have so much primary objective control. It's so hard to get objectives away from them. But on a spread mission like Data Scry Salvage, which we're on round 1 here at Everwinter 2022, I can definitely see that an MSU-style Gene Stealer Cult list could run absolute circles around Chaos Space Marines. Do you have a couple more results in chat? Ian Power, the pretty prominent player. I actually just streamed him over on my Twitch channel on TTS. Playing Inari, I believe, up against Jared Parker, wins 94-8. Is that an unpainted list? They did not even get painting points for that? Unfortunate. William Wiseheart, who is playing Orcs. who I've actually played in RTTs before. Extremely good orc player. Played against Jason Gillis. And that was also orcs. Was that really? Is that an orc mirror match? Or what is these mirror matches? 2 mirror matches today on the first round, chat? Sad. Drew Salzborn playing Tau Sept, wins against Mike McCarthy's. Also Tau Sept? No way. There's no way, right? Oh, well, it's not Tau Sept. It's Tau Sept versus Boar Concept, but 2 Tau armies fought against each other. And the Tau Sept won. This is wild. I feel like there's some chicanery at work here, chat. So many mirror matches in the first round. Brady Tatro playing Adeptus Custodes wins against Zach Klopotatsky. That's an interesting name. Playing Cult of Duplicity, Thousand Suns. No Chaos Demons to be seen, though. Just a regular Thousand Suns. Dean Giannotti wins. That was a convincing 91-7, by the way. Dean Giannotti playing Tyranids, winning against Christopher Spex Eldari, 82-55. We'll see if we get. We would like to see some Gene Stealer cults on for next round, chat. We'll see if we can get the Gene Stealer cults on next round. We'll see what the matchups end up being. D1's about finding fun matchups for people to watch, and if people want to see GSC on the tables, let's see them. Haven't seen GSC play in a really long time.
What's that?
So I don't think I can actually pull out the win mathematically, because I think you're going to get an 8, and that's going to be what does it. Turn 4, maybe, I don't know. It depends on a lot of things, but I'm going to need the movement to, I need to know that objective, and I'm not sure I can pull that off. We'll see. But getting 6 guys on there from the charge phase is going to be a little difficult, so. Play out this turn, so it'll at least score me points this turn, so here we go. Psychic phase, so no cover or overwatch on them. The Zangor Shaman.
Cabal points?
Yeah, I think I start with that 15. He's within range of 15, he's within range, so 17. Alright, and I haven't lost any characters, right?
Not yet. No, you ran away.
Okay. So we're going to do Warprit. It does go off. I'm going to make it undeniable.
Yep.
Down to 9.
There is a warp ritual. Getting those points on the scoreboard.
Okay, that's 4 points this turn. Okay. This guy is going to result in, he's going to glamour. Doesn't go off. So there's a 4. That's a 6, I think. Is it a 5 or a 6?
Glamour is a 6.
Yeah, so I don't think it's worth the CP here to do that. So we're going to. He also knows Weaver, but I have Weaver over here, so he'll snipe. My first snipe, 5.
Where's this?
From here. So go to your flavors. Those closest ones right there, because his staff can see them. Yeah, the move. But they're closest visible.
No, I'm looking for denies. Okay, we got that deny there.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Okay, cool. Over here, the Infernal Master. We'll cast Weaver. Oh shit, I have to hand out my 4-ups. I forgot.
Yep, go ahead.
So they get it. They already have one, and then over here. So those 3 units. And that goes off. That was Weaver. Oh no, it doesn't. So they won't have that. Okay. We made it there. Cool. So this guy will smite.
You did your ritual, right?
Yes, I did do my ritual. Smite doesn't go off. Man, my rolling has just been brutal. All right.
I'm gonna start with
Shooting phase, I guess. I'm gonna try to do this the power with him. I guess the CP one does go off on a 10 because we don't get brotherhood, by the way.
Hotshot 121,
No
one
brother?
round one.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I've been rolling the dice.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
so
What was the matchup, Hotshot?
All right. Shooting phase just real quickly. It'll be them. We're gonna go into your rubrics. So the cannon.
So firing our one remaining Soul Reaper here, trying to knock out the rubrics in the center of the table. If we can knock that objective secured out, the Scarabocult Terminators will actually be able to steal the objective in the center.
Otherwise, bring back a dead.
So no hits.
I dropped them, man.
Look, the missiles, I think are really useful in like the night matchup when they become strength 9.
Fair.
And
But then I just
have to
missed,
roll
so.
this, by the way. I saw it.
Oh yeah, I think we just called you out there. Looks like an incredibly close game. That was 79-78, right? Super tight.
So force.
Force, yeah.
Congratulations on your win.
And then the bolter. Oh my god.
Jeez, dude.
Well, get it all out now, right? All right. All right, it doesn't
like
kill
we're
a
just
guy. Cool. So one less object
Mostly
on there.
pinging off the
One less model. All right, charge a quad.
Charge a clock.
Marines. If we had like basically full converted on those guys and killed the unit, that would have been a huge deal. Would have been able to easily steal that center objective, but right now I think it's going to be tough. The Scarabocult Terminators can provide objective secured there, but we need if both players have objective secured, which they both will on that center objective, they will then go to a raw model count, and with so many flamers standing on top of that objective, it's going to be really tough to get enough models on there, especially if you're trying to do it with big base models like Scarabocult Terminators and with like Chaos Spawn. And right now, unfortunately for Steven, this is kind of a direction that Data Scry Salvage can certainly go in, where you end up just basically trying to stem the bleeding of primary objective points and throwing your models away. Because it is a hold to score objective, the score tends to swing wildly back and forth between the two players, where a two objective swap can effectively be like a 12-point swing between these two players, where one player gets hold 3, hold more, and the other player is only holding 2, which means that they're down to only a 4-point primary. And you end up sort of losing models very quickly in that sort of circumstance. But it looks like we did get a huge charge here. Yeah, that was a 10-inch charge. Hot damn. Calm down, Zangors. Getting this big charge into the Rubric Marines in the top center.
Before I came. So the trick is to hurry and not care how they look and just slap it on.
Now, I do wonder if there is I guess we probably can't get enough stuff onto the Objective 4 that is in the right-hand side of the screen here to steal it. But this is certainly going to give the Gores a big leg up in mobility. And the Scarabocult Terminators on the other side there are going to be a little bit, especially if these Flamers get engaged in melee and can't assist anymore. The Scarabocult Terminators might get a little bit overwhelmed. They can maybe shoot down one Chaos Spawn unit, but then have to deal with the 20 model Zangor brick. And it does look like we have some models on the top left objective to screen out any cheeky deep strikes back there. The other interesting thing about this matchup is that we do have the players do have the ability to take the objectives, and if they can hold them for a full battle round with an objective secured unit in the center of the table, they lock it in and they hold it until the opponent takes it on a subsequent phase. The downside, obviously, is that both these players have incredible mobility, and especially with Bob's list being focused on Cult of Duplicity, they can Sorcerer's Facade onto those objectives if you end up leaving them. So despite the fact that we do have that ability, you actually still have to leave stuff there to screen out the attacks. So it looks like second unit of Scarabs was able to get, or excuse me, of Spawn was able to get a charge through the building on the left-hand side, so unoverwatchable because there was no line of sight there, and engage the two remaining Flamers. That's these two friends from the unit that was attacked earlier. So it looks like we have a half-strength unit, healthy unit, and then the two remaining Flamers back over here. And the green Spawn are in melee with two of those units, and the black Spawn or purple Spawn, whatever they are in melee with the depleted unit. That is... Yeah, players discussing combat movement right now.
So you can take him and shuffle him this way. These guys will be able to, if you wipe them, come over here.
I really appreciate
I think we go for like.
Bob is sort of guiding his opponent through the steps of the fight phase and exactly how he can get his models onto the objective number 4.
I can pile in after, so I can
Yep.
get it on the reroll, and then... Okay, so I think I can do within half an inch, like, he won't be in coherency. Oh no, so they gotta go back. Okay, and 2, and he's gonna be a half an inch. There we go, we're coherent now. I'll just, yeah, that guy actually wants to, so he's 3 from there. 5 from there, so he'll just take his attacks. We'll just start to wrap you here.
Makes sense.
All right, so it'll be 17, so 34 plus 1 for the leader or whatever, so it'll be 35 attacks. All right, so this is 20. They're hitting on 3s. I don't believe there's any.
It looks like we're just going to be swinging those anywhere in the top center first.
So, 3s. Oh,
Bunch of attacks, obviously.
Quick feet.
that's the dice, of course. This is just 20.
Just 1 damage attacks into that all is dust. It's not going to be great.
All right, and then force. And you can just roll my dice, so 2s. Wow, that was really bad.
Not a good roll. For me, man. Bad karma. Bad karma. Sorry.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm totally kidding. My rolling has been quite awful. 3s. Oh my, dude, this is not average.
Jeez.
Right.
The hits keep coming.
And then 4s. I'm gonna. Okay.
Sorry.
I do a little bit above average here though, so at least I'm hitting some math.
Not a guy.
Nothing happens. That's cool.
But now you got your 6-inch fun time.
Yes. Okay. So, I mean, I'm just gonna kind of like, I think if I just kind of wrap you. Like you're at 2 CP, so if you spend any, you can't desperate break in here. And he'll come out over here. Now the more interesting stuff.
Yep.
What do I need to wipe?
Look, I've seen Domino take
These are into 2. These are going to tag them to get rid of your flavors. We'll just start here, I guess. We're going to touch and bring them into combat.
Okay.
I know I have obstacle on there. This guy needed to come over here.
So Scarabacot Terminator is going into tow the center objective. That means that now both players have objective secured there. the player with now the most raw models is going to be able to steal that objective. So effectively, I think what needs to happen here is that we need to basically murder all of the flamers. I don't think anything is, besides the Scarab called Terminators, is in melee with the larger flamer units. So basically you have to overperform here against the big flamer unit. It looks like we ended up just swinging into the Fate Skimmer, so plinging the Fate Skimmer for... Yeah, should... They're 9 wounds, so... Hit it for 4 damage. It's gonna put him down to 5 damage. So we'll see if the Kopesh full converts here, it actually kills him. That's a good start. Let's go. Let's roll all big numbers. Nope, that's no good. Not gonna kill it. And he saves anyway. Demonic Invulnerability save. Pretty strong. Just 6 up out of that. And now we should see some flamers killed here, but the big flamer unit is going to be engaged in melee, so it's not going to be shooting this coming turn. But it is unlikely to be killed, which means I don't think that Steve has a chance to steal that objective away. Oh yeah, we're just putting models inside of each other over here. What's going on here? What is this? Would you have to donate for me to follow Bob around for the rest of the weekend? Yes. As opposed to live streaming. I do have a wireless camera, chat. It's non-functional right now, which is unfortunately means that I'm down 1 camera angle currently. I think I'm going to be able to fix it over the lunch break. And if I'm able to do that, I could use it as a mobile camera. We could do some exploring, I think, which would be very cool. I'll see if I can get that going between the rounds.
You got it. Don't forget these guys are here too, so you have to pile into them.
Come closer.
See it.
Okay. They'll activate.
The PR team said evil.
Bring them in. Yeah, you just do that. Boom, 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 boom.
I think we have a couple more results come in here. Stephen Maddox, who I think is a subscriber. That sounds familiar. I imagine that's Maddox from the chat room. Unfortunately, goes down to Casey Glenn's Blood Angels, 100 to 53. Edward Hyber. Who is playing, let's take a look. Edward Hyber playing Necrons. Wins it against Keith Matthews. Todd Pleward, who's playing Leagues of Votan, wins 94-26 against Aaron Shea. Thomas Pelletier, 92-22, playing Black Templars. Hell yeah. With a big Centurion brick. That's exciting.
The Terminator. 1 wound. It's AP nada. Screamers.
Did he just say streamers? Is the Fate Skimmer is on a chariot being pulled by live streamers? It's got like Ninja and Asmongold. Like pull. carrying it around. Oh my god, and that's a Screamer kills a Scaraboccle Terminator. Those malefic weapons, man. Now that they, with that FAQ, ignoring Armor of Contempt, which is pretty wild.
Super smart.
Nice. 3, no AP.
Force. Take 2.
And we got 5 left in the other unit.
I'm just gonna use, this was the mill, but I'm just gonna use this.
Sure. 5, 1,
Good.
2, 3, 4, 5, and Pyrocaster.
I think those spawn in the dead center there looks like failed to kill those 2 flamers. That's so unfortunate, man.
Man, those flamers are the bane of this list, to be honest.
Steve's dice have just been so terrible this game, and those flamers are an awkward profile matchup. He doesn't have a ton of high volume shooting to get through the demonic invulnerability saves. The 2 damage weapons on the spawn are awkward into the 6-up demonic invulnerability into 3 wounds. Doesn't match up perfectly, so they don't kill them particularly efficiently, and I think we're just seeing that happen in real time here.
I can't find 19. Okay, now I got to do a lot of work.
I don't get engaged because of the way it's phrased either. Again. Oh wait. This one Terminator scores me 2 on that.
He does.
Yes.
I
And
think
you got 2 predicting.
we get engaged because the Terminator was killed down. That's funny. So moving into top round 4. Yeah, looks like Bob continuing to score 3 points. Banners slowly ticking up. We have those no prisoners. Should be pretty high. I imagine that Bob will end up maxing that by the end of the game. And the score lead here is becoming more and more insurmountable, especially after that first turn damage that Bob was able to do, really sort of dominate the board, and then also clear out most of, if not all of these opposing Scaraboccle Terminators. Those should be dead. That last remaining one should be dead from the probably the Psychic phase this coming turn. The interesting question is going to be that Zangor brick in the top center. How Bob elects to deal with that is probably going to determine whether or not Steven has any chance to come back in this game. Uh-oh, everyone, watch out. There's danger in the chat room now. Sounds like we are deep in the tank for now. See if we can find any other interesting results so far. I'll take a look at the undefeated players. Moving in after this first round. We should be coming up pretty shortly to round time. I think within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's see, we have Steve Prampreen. Blast from the past, Steve Prampreen playing, I believe, Death Skulls Orcs. Yeah, that is the case. Death Skulls Orcs with a 94-point win. Congratulations. Would be kind of cool to see him on. David Axe playing Necrons again. I just threw shade at Necrons for maybe not being quite as effective as people have expected them to be. But we then immediately, a bunch of Necron players immediately won their games. So it is what it is. All right, chat. Apologize for that. Had a quick chat with the event organizer, the head judge, I guess. Clarifying we have 15 minutes left in the rounds, and then there will be a 1-hour break. I'll remain live through the break, and then I'll be back for round 2, and hopefully with some updates. But we did. We should be able to get Gene Sailor called on for round 2. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, I had the mics quiet when the TO came up, so that's my
I
bad.
have these two the whole time.
This is the danger zone for sure.
No, I'm going to teleport out and flamer the shit out of them. Yeah. That's the game plan, anyways.
Looks like we have another Justin Biggins with a 64-point win playing Adeptus Custodes. Man, some Adeptus Custodes today. Hot damn. And a bunch of undefeated Adeptus Custodes after this first round. What an interesting time to be alive. We got Orcs fighting for the top here. We got Adeptus Custodes, a couple of Black Templars going around. That one Gene Stealer cult, obviously, I think we're all excited about. Good stuff.
Good rematch.
Oh, excuse me, chat. It looks like the players actually just scored out the final game here.
Time, man. Where neither of our dice are bad. That would be ideal. I don't know if you remember, I still have nightmares of the first psychic phase in our game when nothing worked. My buffs didn't work, my teleport didn't work, nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to bounce out so you would have to react to that, and I just got pinned and it never went anywhere.
All right, Chan. Flamers are good, it turns out.
The Flamer Thousand Suns beat the Goat Thousand Suns.
Yeah.
The Bray Herd, yeah.
Yeah, you know what's up.
92-72.
For sure, yeah.
I got to go first, and I picked up, 3 units of goats out of the gate.
So it looks like players have just ended up calling the game with about 10 minutes left in the round. Instead of playing through the last 2 battle rounds, they've just scored things out. We are at a final score of 92-72 for this one, in favor of Mr. Bob playing the mixed Zinch list. Truck Station 5 wants Necrons next round. We got 1 request for Necrons, 1 request for Gene Sailor Call. What do we think, chat? What do we want for round 2? We have a lot of Gene Sailor Call. We have a lot of Adeptus Custodes we could get on. Or we have 1 Gene Sailor Call. That's not a lot of Gene Sailor Call. There's exactly 1. The list has a lot of models in it, for sure, but, you know. All right, chat. So as the players go ahead and they're just doing each other a little breakdown. We want some Custodes on? All right. What's the list for Gene Stealer called? It's a Twisted Helix list, chat. It is. I was just looking at it. Oh, excuse me. Give me 1 sec, chat. I think I'm gonna leave you with the room mic real quick.
So again,
then teleport those guys back. I also have Mr. Spawn is lined up to charge to try to keep you from moving, but I don't know if it's a good play because it might just give you more.
in your turn
Yeah.
too, so.
Yeah. So hopefully between the Bale Flamers, the Soul Flamers, whatever they're called, the hell have we got? Wolf Flamers, the Psychic, and the Bolt Guns, plus the Infernal Master's amazing damage output from his pistol.
Oh yeah. That was a.
I was thinking about falling back with this guy, but I think it's going to end up having to smite the big guys and try to
Yeah,
pick
so
off a
a
few wins that
mistake
way.
you made, by the way. And he should have done the. I mean, it was great you killed him in turns, but that probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
You go after like 1 wound models. Then you just,
Oh yeah, totally.
yeah.
Totally.
I don't know if that was if you made a mistake or if you did it on purpose.
No,
Your flamers
I had the Flamers. I thought the Mortal Wounds would be better than the AP2 Flamers into the Terminators.
That's true. Yeah.
Because they're saving on twos.
Saving on 2s. Yeah.
Even if I pick up just 3 or 4 Terminators total, the whole Psychic phase, it's a win.
Yeah.
Which is what I was expecting, not picking up
5.
all the...
Yeah, that was a little bit of a problem.
All right, chat. Sorry about that. Just coordinating my new lighting. Cool. All right. So we were talking about the Gene Stealer cult list. It was a. It is, excuse me, a Twisted Helix list. Looks like 2 bricks, or 1 big brick of Acolyte hybrids, 2 smaller units of Acolyte hybrids. We have Metamorphs, a Kellermorph, 2 units of 10. Excuse me, 2. Silly me. 3 units of 10 Pure Strain Gene Stealers. Big brick of Adelan Jackals, a brace of 3 Achilles Ridge Runners, and 3 Goliath trucks to put those Pure Strain Gene Stealers in. So it's kind of a truck rush, which is a little cool. Kind of a mechanized list. That's fun. There are some NIDs. We did have a NID at Undefeated. I imagine we'll see some Tyranids as things continue on doing well. Any Drukhari? Let me take a look here, chat, for some Drukhari. I don't see any. There are some people with unsubmitted factions, so I'm not sure if there are any Drukhari in here, but there is a lot of Yannari, so there's a little bit of Drukhari representation in mixed Eldari lists. So there's some of that. There's definitely some Tyranids. Not a ton of Tyranids. I see 2. Tyranids have fallen off a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 3 Tyranids, maybe? Looks like another request for GSE. Yeah, we'll try to get GSE on round 2, chat. That does sound like a fun list. I think we talked about that on Tactical Tuesday last week. I don't know if it was the same player, actually. But we definitely have spoken about the Twisted Helix Gene Stealer, or Pure Strain Gene Stealer rush. Definitely. Genuinely curious how people can fit a game into 3 hours with Gene Stealer Cult. Well, I imagine part of it is that a lot of it is models and transports, so they're not on the table at the beginning of the game. You don't have to move them. That certainly helps. Yeah. It also, I mean, it sounds like genuinely a cool list, right, Chance? So I think that'll be fun. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and throw us back to a loop here. I'm going to do some work. We're going to get some lights up. I'm going to see if I can get my other camera up. And we will be back in about an hour for the next round of Everwinter 2022. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to be chilling for a while during the lunch break. And then we'll be back for 2 more games of this awesome tournament. Thanks, everyone, for coming in, hanging out for the first round. This is a pretty interesting one. Some interesting lists, definitely. Cool to see Warp Meld Pact on the table and actually scoring a 72-point. Although it was a loss, 72 points is pretty high, and you can definitely tell that huge, massive objective-secured infantry certainly helps to get those points in the late game. That bottom round 5 scoring with that huge unit, those huge units, just temporal surging around the table is, I imagine, a big deal. All right, chats. I'll be back in 1 hour, a little over 1 hour, with the next round. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Stay tuned for the next one, and I'll see you there. Hey, hey, hey! What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. We're live with round 2 from the Everwinter 2022 GT with a greatly improved production value. We got lights, we got extra cameras, we got action. This one I put the light in front of, so that's a mistake. I'll go fix momentarily. And we have what is a pretty spicy matchup for you today. We have over here Ian Power, aka Flashback, who is a member of the Tactical Tortoise Discord, and someone that we've had on at least the Twitch stream before. I don't know if we've streamed Ian on our IRL streams, but I think we might have. Playing Yanari versus on the other side of the table, Robin Robert playing Gene Stealer Cults, the Cult of the Twisted Helix, the fan favorite faction that everyone was asking for on our during our last game. So pretty excited for these two players to fight each other, because I think this matchup's going to be pretty spicy. We're on secure missing artifacts for this mission, so I believe both players have moved their objectives. Yeah, it looks like they've shifted around slightly before the game begins. They're each going to choose a priority objective for their opponent to hold at the end of their turn in order to score 3 tertiary points. And we're in deployment. I'm just going to go ahead and fix that camera real quick, chat. I'll be back momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, generally how I play with Yanari is that
How far does that have to be from other terrain pieces?
I am measuring, it has to be 3 inches according to the
FAQ.
has to be 3 inches from the wall according to the FAQ.
Okay.
So I'm just making sure that it is 3
I know
away
that's
there.
difficult, this much terrain to figure out.
Yeah, honestly, like the fact that they made that, I was like, you know what, I might as well take one. It's a cool piece. Lets me reserve stuff for free. Do you know how the webway gate works?
You can come through that right into the gate.
Yep, and when they come out of the gate, they have to be wholly within 6 of both arches.
Both arches. And
So-
then now you can't put them together and swipe them out now.
You might, honestly, you might still be able to. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but it seems kind of cheesy, and it doesn't look as good if they're like.
TW said anything, but I know some tournaments are with that.
Yeah, I always just touch the arches together, because if I have to win by making these have a weirdly small profile and look bad, then I don't want it.
Attack or anything, it's just there.
Yeah, it's just terrain now.
All right, chat. Never fear, I'm back. Just make sure we look good on our cameras here. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. All right, chat. So we have all 3 cameras set up now. Pretty excited about it, not going to lie. We got lighting in. And I think we look a little bit better than last round, so I apologize for that last round, but here we go. This is also, looks like our score sheet's a little bit funky over here. Let's fix that. But we are in deployment right now.
So far, I've got nine models now. So I'll let you catch up.
Honestly, I can just kind of deploy if you don't care. Because
No, that's what I kind of do to speed things up. Just
I don't really have guns in my actions. So a lot of my deploying is not really dependent on what my opponent does.
right.
Unless we both have forward deploy, then it becomes a little bit messy. But just sprinkling these guys over here to make sure they're 903 deployment zone. So now
there's
DZ is right. Yeah, because you're flipping your deployment zone then. So they'll just go like that. Yeah, so I mean, like pretty much everything has shuriken pistols, and then my bikes have 2 laser lances, a shuriken, and 2 shuriken catapults, and my swooping hawks have las blasters, so 40 shots from them. Swooping hawks, and then he has a fusion pistol, 6 inches, but it's my only real anti. No, their expensive stuff is melee. They just have shuriken pistols. Autark has the Phoenix Gem, so the first time he dies on a 2-up, he stands back up.
You'll roll a 1.
It's going to happen. I can feel it.
Definitely every time
he's
for
gonna go
those
right
2+ abilities. The 1 comes up. Everyone feels bad about it.
And
Your opponent feels bad.
Farseer knows
You
Fateful
feel bad.
Divergence and Ancestor's Grace.
Is this thing, is that the in card?
Big sense.
Yes, that's the end card.
Does it have a wound cap?
No.
Whenever a unit dies where you want the last model
Off the table, she can teleport within 1 inch of that model.
That's the background.
Yes. Yeah, she teleports in. She has an auto. She can teleport within 1 inch of the model. She can't teleport into engagement range. And if she teleports, she can't charge or heroic, depending on what would be the appropriate action in that turn. So if she teleports in my turn, she can't charge. She teleports in your turn, she can't heroic. Yeah, she has an auto hitting flamer that hits everything within 6.
She has a mortal wound flamer that hits everything within 9. And then she has a targeted smite.
Oh, sorry, chat. Looks like audio's having a little trouble. Trying to fix it.
So there's
No helmet. 16.
I have that. It's called
That's not working.
So whoever the XR shoots, I will mix against you, and if I hit your leadership, you can't overwatch, set to defend, or do actions. Yeah.
all my leadership. 9.
All happens. Piercing strikes and Crone Screen. So all of her attacks are D2. Crone Screen, she does D3 plus the amount of charges I've done. Mortals, when she charges in, only happens once, but I can choose when it happens. Usually it's the first time she charges because Banshees don't typically charge twice. Usually Banshees kind of just go kill something and then die on the flashback. Oh, I missed a hawk. Just put a Banshee squad up here. Harlequin troop. Do you have any long-range guns in your army? This troop back here off the terrain. He should be a little bit further back from me. There we go. Be on the cut, sir. And this is my whole deployment right here. So I'm done.
All right, chat. I'm back.
Sure.
Trying to diagnose these audio issues. I think we have
Everything's
it
in blips except
sounding
for
a
those
little
3
bit
idiots.
better.
And those are the ones that can drive off the board.
Worst case scenario, I'll just offer some commentary for y'all.
Scout loot,
Sure.
or they can go off the board, or do whatever.
All right.
Pick one of these for yourself. I always give away a blood dice.
Sure.
Or more dice.
I am ready to roll off for the first turn if you are. I think I was kind of.
And I make some decisions on what
Is that a pre-game ability or is that?
Looks like one of our microphones is dead, chat. Oop. Which is unfortunate. All right, so I'll just offer some some commentary for everyone for the time being. See if we can pick up some table commentary, some table microphones here. All right, we do have a table microphone, chat. I'm gonna set that up,
Just onto the line.
which will hopefully sound okay. Let me know if that's okay, chat. It's better than the other microphones that are cutting out. We're just making do for now.
Move 12, shoot, move, right? Move 14. They can 14 shoot. 14 shoot.
Yeah, I apologize about the microphone issues there, chat. I'm not entirely sure what happens. It's always something, it feels like, with audio. I'm particularly bad at audio. I'm not sure what it is, but maybe I just have a terrible sense of hearing. Hopefully that sounds okay. Let me know if you have any other issues, everybody. But let's dive into some lists. I know there's some questions in here. Phil Kendall, is the webway gate been eroded somehow to sensibleness? Yeah, so they have allowed Yanari to use Strands of Fate if you have the webway gate in your army. They also have a special FAQ for fortifications, where the 3-inch no placement denial from other pieces of terrain is only measured from the vertical elements of terrain features. So the walls of ruins, for example, is the only thing that's going to screen out that placement. So that's why the webway gate can be placed slightly within 3 inches of the ruin that's in the center, but not within 3 inches of the walls on that ruin. So yeah, a couple erratas to the webway gate to make it usable in this particular format. And Ian did mention before the game, I don't think he was on microphone, but he did say that was probably what he was going to be playing. That was the reason that he was playing the webway gate in this particular event, although normally he isn't typically playing a webway gate for the reasons that we talked about before. And I've spoken about them in videos. The webway gate is sort of mechanically defunct right now. If you are playing if you're trying to take advantage of Eldar faction abilities, which is really unfortunate that they've never fixed it. All right, let's talk about some lists today, chat, because we do have a really interesting set of lists to play. I'll talk about Flashback's list real quick here. You've probably seen this list on stream before, especially if you've seen Yanari play most recently, because they have been seeing a ton of play over the last couple of weeks. This is a Craft Worlds Battalion detachment, although for those who don't know, Yanari is a Craft World, a type of Craft World detachment where the Craft World, it's effectively a Craft World keyword, but it allows you to play other units from the Eldari super faction in that list in addition to the standard Craft World units. So you can play anything from Craft Worlds, Drukari, or Eldari outside of Homunculus Coven, but you must have as many craft world units in your detachment as you have units from other armies. The downside is you can't have Phoenix Lords in that detachment, although we do see a Phoenix Lord in this list in a an auxiliary support detachment. So obviously it works a little bit differently than the standard the regular Yanari detachment, because it's not Yanari keyworded, but it is Craft World keyworded, so you do get your Strands of Fate still. Phoenix Swords are specifically ignored for the Strands of Fate rule. They aren't considered for a Craft World because they don't have a Craft World keyword. So the first detachment here from Yanari has a unit of 4 Warlocks and a Seer Council, an Autarch with Swooping Hawk Wings and the Phoenix Gem, a Farseer Skyrunner with Ambush of Blaze to give +1 AP to something, alongside the Incarn itself. The Incarn's a very unique piece. It's going to be able to place next to the last model in any unit that's destroyed, which gives it a remarkable amount of flexibility. And typically what we'll see Eldar players or Yanari players use the Incarn to do is they'll play very aggressively, as they're doing right now. We see flashback with these striking scorpions right up in the center, 2 units of Eldar Rangers sort of screening out the mid-board here to try to make any positioning out of these blip tokens from the Genestealer Cult player very difficult. That is I guess well, I speak too soon maybe. These sort of actually looks like you're gonna, or the striking scorpions, excuse me, you're gonna max advance away, and we're just gonna be using those rangers to screen. This means that if the Genestealer Cult player doesn't place very aggressively and get good lines of sight and good charge range to everything, sort of the area surrounding those ranger units, if they're killed during the Genestealer Cult player's turn, the Incarn can then teleport to that location. If that ends your turn, you don't have any other way to attack the Incarn. Ian then gets, when it goes back to the start of his turn, to move, charge, do everything with the Incarn. If you play aggressively into the Incarn, one thing that Eldar players can do is lose one of their units to teleport the Incarn to your side of the table on your turn. Then, if you have a unit and their half of the table, they will wait until the end of their fight phase, which they can manipulate using Howling Banshees to force you to fight last, so there's no interrupts or other interactions happening. And then kill that unit at the end of their own turn to then pull the Incarn back to their own side of the table, back to safety. So we're going to see probably this very interesting yo-yo play with the Incarn as this game goes on. Moving on down this list, we have those 2 units of Rangers we talked about, 2 units of Harlequin players. These are huge. Looks like 10 model player troops with a combination of melee weapons, kisses, embraces, and caresses. So nice, those Harlequins, just kissing and caressing you all over the place. 2 units of Howling Banshees in the elite slot, alongside 2 units of Striking Scorpions and 2 individual Warlock Skyrunners. So those are going to be characters. We then also see one of them, I think, do we have a Quicken in this list? We do, on the Seer Council. That's important. We did watch a game of flashbacks a couple of weeks ago where he was unfortunately unable to score some psychic secondary objectives because he wasn't able to play aggressively with his characters and then quicken them back, which is a very common combination in Eldari. Last but certainly not least, as we talked about before, we do have Behareth. Do we have Behareth? Hold up. Is there a Behareth here? Did I miss him? Chad, there's no Behareth in this list. Am I crazy? There's just a Webway Gate. I talked about there being a Behareth. I talked such a big game, and there's not one. Oh, no. But they're just a Webway Gate. All right, fair enough. There are Swooping Hawks and Shining Spears in that detachment, though, before I move too far. The Shining Spears with the Kane's Lance, Paragon Saber, Heartstrike, Wombo combo to do on a 4+ D3 mortal wounds on the charge, force you to fight last with Kane's Lance, then pull out that Saber, swish it around a little bit. It gets +1 attack and full rerolls to hit and wound, and every time one of those wound rolls is a 5+, it deals a mortal wound, in addition to normal damage thanks to Heartstrike, and you get to full reroll all of your attacks in order to try to convert those. All right, that's the Yanari list, chat. The entire list gets always strikes first, which is very useful in a matchup like this against a melee-focused Genestealer Cult army, and if they are below starting strength, if they've lost any models, they will also get +1 to hit with their attacks, which also certainly helps. One thing that you'll find that Yanari players or Yanari lists typically sort of focus on are those Aspect Warrior Exarchs, where they'll have a single Exarch remaining after the unit has been shot to death. That Exarch is going to get +1 to hit and are going to go ham. Are Yunari not allowed to take as Yuriani secondaries in this tournament? That I don't know, chat. I don't believe that a ruling has been made about that. Actually, I'm fairly sure they do. I'm fairly sure that they can take as Yuriani secondaries. I think we've just chosen not to. Yes. Can confirm it is in their FAQ. They have those secondaries available, but I think we've just elected not to take them. Moving on to the Gene Stealer cult list, I have not commentated too many games of Gene Stealer cult, chat, so this is going to be a little bit of an adventure. So bear with me as I go through this army. So this is a I think we were making some predictions there on Robin's side. So this is a Twisted Helix attachment. Everything gets +1 strength, +1 move, and stalwart. So wound rolls of 1 or 2 always fail when targeting them, which means even these little toughness 3 infantry are kind of difficult to kill. They're a little tougher than they would normally appear. The list includes... Closed my page, chat. I apologize. An Acolyte Icon Ward. So we have the ability to regenerate units back into regenerate models back into core units. Typically, this gets used on units of Adelan Jackals, where you're able to summon the horde back onto those Jackals. The Jackals are -1 to be hit. Relative, plus that stalwart effect, relatively difficult to chew through. A lot of wounds, especially on their wolf quads, and then the even if they're removed, you probably don't kill the entire unit, and the Acolyte Icon Ward goes back and regenerates a couple of models from that. We have a Magus in that detachment. This one has the Unwilling Orb, which I believe allows for an additional deny. It does. So it has the this is the relic that gives the ability to deny anywhere on the table, not just within 24, which makes it very effective at stopping secondaries like Psychic Interrogation, where this army focuses very heavily on characters. You're going to have characters all over the table, and your opponent now doesn't have the opportunity to outrange your deny while trying to get your characters, which is something that often happens. It also gives you an additional deny, and they get +1 to manifest Malediction and Witchfire powers. We have a Primus in this attachment, as well as with Exacting Planner. Which is going to give the ability to use its Meticulous Planner ability an additional time, and it extends the range of its command phase ability to 9 inches. We then have 1 unit of Acolyte Hybrids with Hand Flamers, a second one just with auto pistols, probably to be performing those retrieve Nephilim data, excuse me, and a big unit of Acolyte Hybrids with Hand Flamers and 4 heavy rock drills to do some damage. We have a unit of Hybrid Metamorphs in that attachment. They are a little bit stronger, so I think that we get to a good, with the benefit of the Twisted Helix subfaction ability. They are a base strength 4. They have +1 strength from their swords, I believe. Or excuse me, from their melee weapon. And that's going to get them to strength 6, which is a very good cutoff point, especially when you're dealing with toughness 3 infantry, which we have a lot of this turn. They're going to be wounding all that stuff on 2s. That unit also has a set of Hand Flamers. We have a Kellermorph with Worm Tooth rounds alongside 3 units of Pure Strain Gene Stealers. One of them with They Came From Below for that pregame move that we already saw occur to put that unit of Gene Stealers right in the center of the table there. We also have that big unit of Adelan Jackals I mentioned before. That is, I believe, 10 total models, so 8 bikers and then 2 wolf quads, with heavy stubbers, alongside 3 Goliath trucks, one of which has a cache of demolition charges. Gives it the ability to throw demolition charges out of the top, and I think you can auto-explode that one with the demo charges in the back, mostly to keep those Pure Strain Gene Stealers in there and get some good charges off with them. So this is mostly a primary objective control list. We do have those Acolyte hybrids and metamorphs to do a little bit of damage, as well as decent shooting from the Achilles Ridge Runners with heavy mining lasers. But for the most part, we're going to be trying to keep our opponent off balance with the pregame move Pure Strain Gene Stealers and all of the models and transports that can just constantly be putting pressure on your opponent.
And I still got a hit and 2 saving throws for auto sixes. Also, just so you know, the Webway gate gives light and heavy cover. So right now they are on a 2-up armor save, or 3-up armor save because they're in light cover of the gate, and a 4-up in combat.
Unless I crossfire.
Sure, yeah.
How was the lunch break, chat? I had a great time. Mostly went around and talked to people. We set up. We got my my gorgeous, nice camera fixed. This is my new camera, by the way, chat. I'm very proud of this one. It cost me a pretty penny, but it's wireless. So if we end early, I might be able to take it around the convention and show things off, which is pretty cool. I kind of want more of these. I'm gonna be honest, but I think that's a little dangerous. So please subscribe to my Patreon and maybe drop some super chats. That would be very much appreciated. Because that camera cost me a lot. Looks like I love these measuring sticks, chat. Love the use of measuring sticks in Warhammer 40k. It makes the game much cleaner. And it looks like we're just going to be measuring out some decent charge ranges for these guys. Might be able to get them into this ruin on flashback side of the table. If we get into the Howling Banshees, that's brutal for them. That's absolutely disgusting. Because those models, they are very good on the charge, but they are not good at taking a charge. If they don't get that Banshee Scream off to make you fight last, they're just sitting on a -1 to be hit and hoping for the best. And that probably does not help, does not save you against 40 attacks coming from a Pure Strain Gene Stealer unit.
No.
Okay. So I think that's the best use for those guys. So that cost me a CP to auto advance 6.
Okay.
On a 5, I retain it.
Sure.
So that's the Nexus's cranial end leg gives a 6+ or a 5+ CP regen. And advance and charge on those Gene Stealers is going to be getting right up in the middle there. Hot damn. And that's why this unit of Gene Stealers that pregame moves is so scary. They have such a long threat range, especially with that 9-inch sort of infiltration. And can just yeet right in your opponent's deployment zone. They're not going to survive very well. They do have a 4+ invulnerable save, which is pretty strong. But they... and they're just T4 one-wood models, so they will go down eventually, but the amount of damage that they put out and the amount of board control they offer is huge, because your opponent not only has to deploy around it, like Ian was just saying, that you can't screen everything. Eventually you're going to get hit by something. They force you to move into the threat range of the Gene Stealer Cult army, and even in some situations they have the potential to literally lock you in your deployment zone. Getting a 10 model unit basically across the breadth of your opponent's deployment zone on the top or bottom of one means that many armies just can't chew through that fast enough to stop you from scoring a bunch of primary objective points, especially with these really tanky Adel and Jackal squads.
This is the unit that actually has 10 models.
Sure.
Staying in engines. Yeah, I needed to hand out this crossfire. Which things can you make fight? Nothing you can make fight first. You just have a way to try to make me fight last.
No, my entire army fights first.
Your entire army fights first. So I'm going to have to make one fight last, and then I still get my first charge.
Yeah.
So I think what happened here, chat, is that
So we will.
Okay.
So I can make them fight less.
Sure.
I don't know how they are in fighting, but I don't want to.
2 attacks apiece, 3 for the XR, hitting on 3s,
It's enough.
strength 3.
It's enough. Because they just have 4 saves, and it's 50. Every wound's a 50-50 dead one. So.
Yeah.
So it looks to me like the unit that placed here came out of the Goliath truck that is in this ruin. And I do want to shout out Robin's vehicles. They actually have this very cool sort of color shift paint. He's also doing a great job at exactly placing them behind walls. Yeah, he has a very cool color shift paint on them. So they actually look very metallic and very shiny. They're very cool looking. But they're basically using the old school strategy there, where they can use the transport. They can set up on the line. They're relatively well defended. We are playing with the first floor of ruins as line of sight blocking, so all of the gaps and things that are in those walls are considered to be blocked off, which means that the Goliath truck can stand there and not get shot too much round one. Use the additional 3-inch placement from the disembark to push past where that unit would normally be standing if it had deployed normally, and then using the advance to get right up into this Eldari line. So we're just using all of these movement abilities to get massive amounts of threat range, and that is partially thanks to that +1 movement from the Twisted Helix subfaction ability. Those Pierce Trained Gene Stealers also with a base movement of 8, so they're moving 9 inches plus an advance. So this unit that just got out of a Goliath transport is essentially moving 12 inches plus an advance roll. If you get a strong enough advance roll from that, which you can spend a CP to auto 6 the advance roll, they're just going to be just yeeting themselves right across the table. Real 8th edition Tyranid energy.
This point and this point, so I have to touch this and I can't get to it. Unless I come that way.
What's the range on their guns?
48.
What?
48.
Okay.
So if you'll just place those over there for me.
Where am I putting them?
You're just going to put them over there so
Here
they
come those
can
Achilles
shoot
Regeners.
it.
I talk a lot about how much I like Hive Tyrants and how they're one of my favorite models in all of 40k, but I think Achilles Ridge Runners are maybe they're a strong contender. Look at these cute little buggies. I love them.
I can give them +1 to wound. I can give them 6 to hit auto wounds.
Yeah, that's really not the best place for them.
They can do a bucket of damage.
Yeah, it's not the best place for them. I'm gonna walk around. I just don't like this thing showing up anywhere.
That is the danger of the Incarn.
That could be
Play
all
around it
bad.
constantly. One thing that's interesting about the Incarn is it basically asks a question similar to a phase-capped model, where it can only suffer a certain amount of damage each phase, because it forces you to reorient how you engage with it. If you ever kill any unit on the table, even during your own turn, and the Incarn is currently in danger, it can just leave that danger. So if you create a cunning game plan to get shots or attacks onto the Incarn and then make the mistake of killing any other model on the table, the Incarn can just leave and ruin your plans. And it's almost a big benefit of the Incarn is the amount of thought it forces your opponent to put into their turns.
Oh wait, let me get my cycler. There. Fight for beyond.
Assuming it goes off.
Yes.
What does that do?
+1 attacks.
Cool.
And
What's the range on it?
it's 24. If not, I can screw up a few more.
That's right.
I was like 20. This other one is mutagenic deviation. And I get +1 to all those.
Sure.
The blessing. There we go. All right. Into the side chick phase. We're going to do some shooting. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. Not really helping myself there. That truck really can't see anything. So these two will shoot here.
Truck shooting them?
Yeah, these two things.
Oh, gotcha, okay. T3, 5 up armor save.
You know, I'm going to start with my truck.
Sure.
The truck will shoot it.
Sounds good.
Just needed that one. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't roll in the box. I'll do it again. I'll get it later.
Oh, is the truck not hit on 3s?
It hits on 4s.
Yeah.
But when I get you crossfired, I get all that +1.
Sure.
But I got 1 hit, which gets you crossfired. This is strength 7, so 2.
AP?
-1.
6
up.
up.
Flat 2 damage.
All right.
The baby shots, still hitting on 4s. And one wound, no AP.
Save it.
Okay. Now the guy's inside.
Sure.
That's really all they have to shoot at. Well, I'll shoot with those things first.
Okay.
Now they're hitting on 3s. So let's
Yeah, let's go. T3.
3s. Just 1.
Fail.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So knocking on a couple rangers here, and as I'm saying before, obviously there is danger to killing this unit too early. There's not too much really heavy shooting on that side of the table for the Genestealer cults. I think, you know, potentially what we could see here is if Ian elects to pull the ranger that's at the very top of this formation, right up here, this guy, we could potentially see the Incarn pop over there. Really, the only thing that's threatening it is maybe some autocannons, although I believe they've mostly already shot, as well as the wolf quads. There go the rangers. Are we going to see a teleport? Looks like I think we will see an Incarn teleport. Probably should have kept that last ranger around so that we could have measured it for the placement, but
6 inches.
there it goes. Goodbye. I must go. My planet needs me.
So, the Incarn down here.
Right now, 50 attacks.
50 attacks.
Yep. Strength 5.
Yeah.
-3 wound damage.
50 at strength 5, and a hit on 3s.
No chance.
2s, gross.
And 6 is what I want.
Okay, those Genestealers are going to do a number on the Incarn. I don't know if they kill it, but they certainly knock it down a couple brackets, which is a little unfortunate if you get too close to them.
I don't want to open up 50 attacks.
Not going over there.
I got excited for a minute. I was like, okay, cool.
No, yeah, I was thinking about that after putting down. I was like, those guys might actually.
And look, if they don't
Just
kill
mulch
you,
me.
I assume she'll kill them all back.
I'd be counting on that 5s to wound to really do the work for me.
So this truck will.
Sure.
Just shoot at the scorpions.
That's fine.
I do almost
one
wonder
hit,
if
but now they're
you,
crossfire.
if you take that Incarn teleport just to put it into a dangerous position, get it as far away from the Genestealers as possible. You could probably force them into a 10-inch charge, maybe, and bait them away from the core of your lines. Although obviously losing the Incarn this early is really unfortunate. There are There are so many situations where the Incarn just dominates a game, where if you have the Incarn alive and your opponent doesn't have what it takes to threaten it, you can just bounce it around the table so much and do so much damage with it that you eventually attrition your opponent into oblivion.
So they'll put the stubbers here and the lasers there. I will spend the CP to review all my hits.
Okay.
That's lasers only, not
Stubbers. Sounds good.
And I might as well spend one more to add one to the damage.
Gotcha. All right.
Just since you have damage. So, all right, these are into your major dangers.
So I think we do have mining laser shots onto the Incarn, where those Ridge Runners set up.
7 saves on our Rangers. AB.
We're using overloaded fuel cells for +1 damage.
I'll fail 3.
So two live.
And then the lasers. 2, 4, these are D3 dice, so 7 shots. I forgot to tell you that at the beginning.
No, that's fine.
Rolling. 6 hits.
T7.
Raise the wounds. 4 wounds. You sure you have an in-one save?
Just gonna auto save 2 of them.
Okay.
Fail it. Fail it. So you could do your D6 plus 1 damage right now.
So the most I can do is 7 wounds. I forgot you had those auto saves in there.
I'll CP reroll one of those into a fail. All right.
Just gonna roll them together. So. There you go, not bad.
So
So
1.
4 becomes 2,
3
2
damage.
becomes 1. Yep. See, all that for nothing. But you're down to how many CP?
3.
That's right, those were auto saves.
Yes.
That's it, except for some charges. Charger roonies.
Let's do it.
Swooping Hawks don't have anything special.
I think that was Reeking Fire to reroll hit rolls there. It's like one other unit of Rangers down to only 2 models.
These are all characters.
Oh, okay.
Character Harlequins can move through units in 6-inch range.
6 inch. Okay. But that's so I have to end my charge more than 6.
Which you cannot do. Basically, if you're going to engage my Hawks, my Harlequins are going to heroic into you.
So if I get to there, you still.
Yeah, I think so. They are well within. They are well within. You have to
So what's the rule? Do you have to be able to place the model within 6?
You mean like as far as what allows you to heroic?
Yeah, like if you don't have anywhere to land within 6, can you move more than 6 on the heroic? Because if I charge in and there's no place to land within 6, do you get to like heroic 7 or 8?
I don't think so.
Because you have flip belts.
I mean, they can move through models if they weren't there, but
Right, but if
I don't
like it's right on the edge.
I don't
So
believe.
if I line up here, there's no place for you to land for the heroic.
I don't believe that I can get extra movement if you try and screen me out, but like it's going to be really hard to completely screen me out because like they can just stand right here in this corridor, or like right here, or like just because of where I am, 6
But
inches.
you get to here, right?
Like I mean, moving through guys, I can get to like anywhere in this arc right here.
Right, but I do my charge first,
Yes.
and I may not leave you in space to land.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't leave me in space, then I probably just can't heroic.
That's
But
what I
I
was
think the other operative part of this discussion is that the Harlequin troopers can't actually move through models during a heroic intervention. Only normal move, advance, fall back, or charge. So there actually is no way for the Harlequin trooper. We're discussing about the Harlequin troop right here. Being able to intervene like this, but there is no way for that to happen.
5s, and let me check if I gave the Exarch a Shimmer Shield. Because if I gave the Exarch a Shimmer Shield, then he would be a 4. I don't remember if I did or not. I did not. So they're 5s. They're 5s for
I'm
the
just
unit.
going to charge both of these units.
The Scorpions and the Spears. Sure.
That's enough. Don't worry about the Highlands and the attacks. I apologize to the chat for being so sloppy in my placement.
You're good. You're good.
And so it's 6 to the sweeping
That's okay.
Hawks.
I think we appreciate it.
It's less to these guys.
Probably 5 to them and 6 to the Hawks.
Yeah, I just want to go to the Hawks.
I love this aggressive play from the Gene Stealers, excuse me, chat. I do think this does open up to the possibility, like I talked about, where we could see this allow for aggressive positioning of the Incarn. If we have one Eldar unit get removed here, we could see the Incarn teleport aggressively forward, get into a really dangerous position in the Gene Stealer cult lines, and then when the
No, they're based back here.
All right, so let's do some measuring.
Because I don't know if it's actually possible to block out my Harlequins.
We're wasting time debating it.
All right, we solved the heroic intervention problem there, Jen. we got it. But what this could open up is the ability for
Might make my Hawks fight last. Sure.
oh, we're getting into the swooping hawks. Oh my god, chat. How many Eldar players in chat right now just having an actual heart attack? Yeah, I turned my audio off while I was yelling for the players, chat. I didn't want to blow anybody's eardrums out. Yeah. But the interesting. But so yeah, the Gene Stealers looks like have gotten into the swooping hawks. And as an Eldari player, I imagine that's literal nightmare material. Getting a swooping hawk. Getting a swooping hawk unit killed before it's able to generate so much value is insane. Now, one thing that I think the Gene Stealer player could do here is if we're worried about the 6-inch, let's go to our top-down camera. If we're worried about our 6-inch heroic intervention, which is covering this area, we could keep one Gene Stealer in melee with swooping hawks here, and the rest of the Gene Stealers, you stay back here, and then they use their pile-in moves to get to the swooping hawks. I guess it is a little bit scary or a little bit awkward because the striking scorpions are back there, sort of blocking your movement and potentially soaking your combat movements. So I think this is a tough position. But getting those swooping hawks, if we can kill a bunch of those swooping hawks just print value as the game goes on, and especially against a lightly armored army, killing them this early is huge. Even if we lose most of a Gene Stealer cult unit to kill only some of a swooping hawk unit, that's probably still worth the trade.
And then Deadly Embrace, 8. Splattering my dice over here. 4 up to Mortals, caps at 6.
How much per person?
So I roll a die for every model in the unit. 4 ups on Mortals, caps at 6.
Oh, I thought it was per model.
Yeah, it is per model, but it's per model.
Okay, so I will not want to do that.
Okay.
I was like, well, you can get 2 ends, so I figured you were rolling 2 dice. Alright, so we'll just pretend like that didn't happen.
dice down.
And then I will still be over here then, and then I'll do my piling. Okay, there you go.
There, so,
All right, starting here.
you probably have to move that guy like over to here.
Yeah,
and
there
then
could be a guy there.
and then I wouldn't be able to. So if he's right here, then I wouldn't be able to rock into.
Yeah, I definitely don't want 5 mortal wounds. So back up to 3 then.
Coming back.
It's not like an impact thing where it's per model.
It is an impact thing, but for some reason it's just the way I describe it is it's just better Hammer of Wrath.
Okay.
It's literally Hammer of Wrath, but instead of being models in engagement range, it's just is the unit in engagement range.
So with a piling like that, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and you said there's 8 wounds there, 5 wounds here, right?
Which squad is that?
Scorpions, 1 wound.
7 wounds on Scorpions. The Exarch has 3. The Exarchs always have 1 extra
7,
wound,
8,
and it's 2 extra wounds if the
and they're
Exarch has power.
T3 and T4.
4.
So that's all the same. And 5 up in all saves.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to split them right down the middle, 25 each.
Sure. 25 each. Any bonuses to wound on them?
No, I'm just winning you on 30s.
All right. I will lightning fast my my shining spears.
Okay, so I'll move it
I'm gonna
to...
try to keep these guys alive. The Shining Spears are such a valuable commodity because they have the ability to deep strike each time they shoot instead of battle focusing. So obviously, normally, craft world units can move d6 inches after making a ranged attack as long as they didn't advance that turn or want to charge later in the turn. Instead of doing that, the Swooping Hawks just deep strike themselves. They just set themselves up anywhere on the table 9 inches outside of enemy models. Which gives them the ability to play very aggressively and then hide themselves at the end of before the end of the shooting phase, which means they'll continue to print value as the game goes on. They're continuing to shoot, and there's almost no way to get to grips with them.
Your army, excluding monsters, selected as the target of an attack. So you have to allocate your attacks, or you have to select who you're attacking with what, and then I use it.
Can confirm that is how that works. It's an important thing to keep in mind as well, chat. I think we have an advanced tactics on this, but one thing that's important to do is when you're considering the use of defensive stratagems, especially in the fight phase, wait until your opponent has declared all of their offensive stratagems, because typically they will have to use stratagems when their unit is selected to fight, then they will select targets for the unit, which means that defensive stratagems have a little bit of an advantage because most of them trigger after the offensive damage buff stratagem.
To the Exarch.
So,
They've all got the same save. So that's 4, 2 wounds on the Exarch. That was 8. You said 15. Let's just roll another 7. Exarch is dead. Ooh, I knocked his arm off. It's magnets, so.
Scorpions.
Yes, sir.
So that was the Gene Stealer cult unit that the Gene Stealer, Piercing Gene Stealer unit, excuse me, that's on the left-hand side here, hitting the swooping Shining Spears. Excuse me. Oh my god, I went through every type of Aspect Warrior before I got to the right one. Hitting the Shining Spears, knocking all of them out, now hitting the Swooping Hawks. And we see really the fragility of this Eldari Codex made manifest in glorious, gory detail here as this Gene Stealer, Pure Strain Gene Stealer unit gets a little diced out by some solid saves. Now, that was pretty decent. And that wipes also the Striking Scorpion unit. Oh my god, chat. This turn is brutal. Now, I imagine...
Scooch over, scooch in. There's one there, I'll say.
Sure.
I'm just trying not to get models on.
So you want them to pile into here? Tell them to bring the Banshees.
I'm trying not to. And I think one will be out.
This guy probably has to be out also, unless you want to bring the Banshees in. There's nowhere else for him to go there.
I'll call him. He could be standing on it.
Sure, but if he's standing on the ruin like this and he's not within a half inch of a half inch.
It should be. That guy. I can't tell. We'll say there's two. There's enough attacks to.
Yeah. There's definitely enough. It's just like with where the Banshee was standing, you'd have to bring her in melee.
Grab that one guy.
Where'd it go? Oh, on the floor. Yeah, I got you. Here you go, sir.
So far 14. You want to just roll that and we don't have to roll the rest?
Just 14 so far. Absolutely brutal.
They're $5, right?
Yeah, that'd be the XR and knocking the dudes over. Sorry, our guys are all tangly. Every time I go to stand another one up, another one falls over.
That was 8, so 6 more, and then I was 16.
So that kills the XR because he has 3 wounds. And that's 4 more dead.
Last 16 rounds.
This is disgusting.
3, 4.
Oh, that was not good. Oh, I might let you live.
How many?
6. Yeah, I rolled way under on that one. Here you go.
So I think we actually used
At least 1 or 2 should live.
the -1 to be hit. The lightning fast reactions elsewhere. Oh no. And the swooping hawks flub the saves and are removed from the table. Oh my god, chat. This amount of damage was absolutely brutal. Just 2 units of pure strain Gene Stealers killed an entire Shining Spear unit, an entire Striking Scorpion unit, and a full swooping hawk brick. And we also killed a unit of Rangers and most of another unit of Rangers. This is potentially crippling damage. Now, obviously, we do have 2 Harlequin player troops in reserve. They're going to be able to drop out of the webway this coming turn. We may see a charge get declared into the Achilles Ridge Runners. Or potentially, or potentially onto the Goliath truck in the center. So this could actually be a huge bloodbath of a game, chat. We have 1 more Pure Strain Gene Stealer unit. It looks to me like it is in, let's see if I can get my telestrator here. It's in this transport. So they could potentially counterattack if a Harlequin player troop goes over to try to threaten that objective, but obviously losing the Bridge Runners here would be absolutely brutal for the Gene Stealer cults. We came out swinging this game, chat. Holy crap. Hot damn. Not to mention the fact that Ian does want to get to his opponent's table side. He does have behind enemy lines on his side, on his secondary objectives. So I think he's going to be pushing pretty hard for that bottom right-hand corner. Looks like Rangers going in to steal the center objective. They are objective secured, and the Goliath truck is not, so they're going to steal that real quick. Yoink.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Strands of Fate.
Keep those saves, man. That was clutch.
I want to charge in advance.
Oh, I did forget one thing, if you don't mind. I'm supposed to give these guys a random buff.
Sure.
It's extra AP.
Great.
Super useful. That plus one AP against all these invulnerable saves. Nailed it.
It's not going to matter. They're just gonna keep popping in and out of deep strike for R&D.
Sure.
If I'd have gotten lucky and rolled a 4 or a 6, they would have had a 5 or 6, they would have had a 5
They can just stay.
Hello to
Well,
everybody.
chat, as we move through to Ian's round 2, how are we feeling about this game so far? This has been absolutely disgusting aggression coming out of this Twisted Helix Genestealer cult list, and I think this is what people were asking for when we asked. Everyone demanded to get Genestealer cult onto the table for round 2, and I'm glad that we have this game on because this is an interesting one. We're going to see the dynamic between the Incarnate and all this aggressive Genestealer cult play, but this is definitely, that was the turn 1 that you wanted from a if you a Genestealer cult player looking to just blow up some poor sods in the Eldar deployment zone. Here's a Shuma in chat. How's it going? Ooh, shoot those Dickens.
Forward their 7.
Now, obviously, these Genestealers shouldn't survive for too long. They're a lot of strength 4, 1 damage attacks coming out of the Eldar army, which I think will be enough to clip out some of these, most of these Genestealers before we get to the fight phase. Obviously, we also have that Howling Banshee unit that's standing in that ruin that is gonna counterattack, force them to fight last, and swing a million times to probably wipe them, the majority of the Genestealer unit out. Love these tokens too. Look at these little guys for Robin's Genestealer cults. Highly recommend. If you haven't been, if you don't use tokens in your games in 40k, highly recommend that you do. Especially with 9th edition, so focused on command phase effects and psychic powers and stacking all these buffs on things. It really, really helps to simplify the game.
I put them as far forward as they can go. They can make it an 8, but that's, I guess,
It's not a bad idea.
6 minus 2 to 8.
So that's because of the flare launcher on the Ridge Runners. Robin reminding his opponent that they have -2 to charge, targeting the Ridge Runners. So it actually keeps the Ridge Runners relatively safe from the Harlequins. I wouldn't be too surprised if Ian actually goes for that plan, just given the fact that he needs to make something happen here. He lost so much on that bottom of round 1. I think he may need to make some big plays and hard rolling an 8-inch charge for these Harlequins coming out of the Webway Gate onto the Ridge Runners could be what he needs to do. Yeah, it looks like he is going to do it.
It's not a bad idea, but I can't cast Psychic Stimulus and have him back up and shoot you.
Ideally, if my Harlequins are connecting down here, then
They're doing some damage.
they're dead.
Yeah, you can flip that R6 to it.
How's the tournament going? I think so far so good. I haven't heard any complaints so far. The venue is absolutely massive. It's really cool. There's a whole bar section out front with little like cocktail tables that everyone's sort of hanging out at between games, which is really cool. There's a nice vendors area. Battleground Games, which is my local store. It's just down the street from my house, has a huge display. So yeah, overall, honestly, Everwinter 2022, big hit so far, I think. Not to mention the fact that we have tons of awesome games happening. I can't show you right here. Maybe after this game, I can take my wireless camera off and give it a little spin around. But we're in a little bit of a vendors area, and or a streaming area. We're right next to the MCP table. We have a very nice MCP setup. There's a gorgeous Age of Sigmar stream happening on the other side of the room, and then we're just down the hall from the main hall that has 140k players and probably another 100 Age of Sigmar players all playing together, which is awesome.
That's probably it.
And I can, for 1 CP, blow up my truck.
Gotcha.
It's just need 3 mortals, which is like,
I'm going to keep these guys in the webway for this turn. Yeah. I'm not comfortable with that charge. That's a game. Roll an 8.
So it looks like Ian electing not to charge into the Ridge Runners after all. He's going to keep the Harlequins in the webway. Drop them out somewhere else next turn. He does have the opportunity to just regularly strategic reserve them as well. And especially with how aggressive that Robin's being, it could be that the Harlequins actually can just drop in Ian's deployment zone, get a really good charge coming off of his table edge anyway. As we talked about in the last game, we actually had that interaction come up where a unit strategic reserving into your deployment zone and within 1 inch of your battlefield edge can actually deploy at any distance away from enemy models.
so someone could theoretically screen out your web gates and nothing can ever come out.
If you have like one of the 12-inch denials, yeah. If you have like one of the 12-inch denials where you have so many bodies that you can fill all the space.
Like, it was like a horde army.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would just end up dead unless you could clear them out. Yeah.
Hypothetically, yeah. All right, psychic time. Let's start with the Incarn. Let's do Storm of Whispers. AoE Mortal Wounds.
Okay. 6?
Yep. Okay. And then we'll do Gaze of an Aid. Goes off.
Is that also mortal wounds?
Yeah, targeting mortal wounds. I choose someone within 18 inches.
Yeah, and you got more mortal wounds coming, I'm sure. But let's just go for that one.
Sure.
Nope. All right, I'm down to denials.
All right. And do I have 18 out here? I don't. So it's just the Green Steelers here. Gonna hit them. D3. 2 mortal wounds to them.
All right, Lab was missing 2 models, so there you go.
Ah, all right. Easy enough.
Hopefully they end up in Lost in the Family.
Yeah. That sucked to miss them.
It was so crowded in there, we couldn't find them.
Farseer next. Fateful Divergence.
You'll get it! Come on!
Hit the tray, apparently.
I think that's -1 to your ballistic.
Yeah. To the person. That's a CP for me. We'll do Ancestor's Grace. Doesn't go off. We'll do Smite. Doesn't go off. We'll do Smite. Doesn't go off.
Oh my god.
We'll do Smite.
This psychic phase has been absolutely brutal, chat. Disgusting number of failed spells here. We did get 3 mortals out of a single smite into a Gene Stealer unit.
Do they have an armor save at all? Do they have an armor save at all?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's their 4/4.
So they're 3/4 right now? So they're 3/4 right now? Alright, so Conceal Reveal doesn't particularly matter here. I'll just have them not cast their second power. Shooting time. Incarn first. Her Flamer's just going to hit the guys in front of her. D6. 1. EP2. EP2. 4. Good.
Strong showing.
4 Shuriken Pistols from Banshees.
Now, I think, as we talked about at the beginning, the Gene Stealer cult list is so focused on hyper pressure. I believe that we have the 10 model Acolyte hybrid brick inside this transport, ready to pile out and charge onto that objective. So even if we clear out these Pure Strain Gene Stealers over here, there's going to be another unit that's forcing through. And you don't want to allow, if you're Ian, you certainly don't want to set yourself up in a position where that unit could get into grips with the Incarn, because there's a non-zero chance that those mining drills, especially Gene Stealer Call, do have the ability to reroll wounds against monsters or vehicles in melee, can absolutely tear her down.
There we go.
Warlocks.
Looks like just firing indiscriminately into this Gene Stealer unit in the Eldar deployment zone, slowly but surely removing it, but those Howling Banshees are not going to give that unit an opportunity to survive. They're going to pick that up real quick.
Warlock Pike number 1. Going over there. I'll reroll that because I think I have these guys pretty well in hand. Yeah, Warlock Bike number 1 going over there. 2. Cocked. 2. It's alright.
That one was a save.
You can re-roll that if it hit my hand. I was trying to fish them out.
6 and I knocked it over.
Sure. Other Warlock. 2 hits. Same target. No wounds. And a T4, right? Farseer.
They have 3 or more arms at T4, 2 arms at T3.
Nothing. Fusion pistol. Hits.
Strength is 8.
What's up?
Strength is 8.
Yeah.
So 3.
Yep.
3.
AP4.
No save. 4. Shoot plus 2, so 7. So, I mean, 3 wounds. I reduce wounds by 1, so it's basically D6 plus 1.
Yeah. Alright, that's all I'm shooting. Charge time. Banshee's over there.
I'm going to taunt you.
Neater.
They made it.
Cool. Incarn's going in over there as well.
Sorry, Chad, I had to step away for one moment. Yeah, it's 2 Harlequin player troops in reserve currently for the Ynnari player. We considered bringing one in this turn, but elected not to, because with that flare launcher on the Ridge Runners, they would blind the Harlequins on their way in, and unfortunately make the charge a little bit harder than Ian was comfortable with rolling.
Yes. D3 mortals for an enemy units.
That's unfortunate.
I forgot. Something I rarely do.
Charge. 9.
Yeah.
Clear these out. And then we'll put the scorpions in up there as well.
All good, baby. All your charges.
Alright. That should be enough. Keep the Harlequins off the terrain. Yeah. Let's do that. So their fights lasted, so nothing matters.
I'm just going to interrupt one place.
Huh?
So I'll just interrupt one place. I can still interrupt, right?
If you have fights last on you, I don't believe you can.
And my fights last, or you fights first?
Both. Banshee Mask skip fights last on the charge.
Oh,
So Banshee Mask.
and I don't think I can interrupt.
We'll do the scorpions up there first and work our way back.
Sure.
6 attacks from the X-Arc with the Biting Blade. Rerolling 1s because of the Autarch. 2 explosions in there, keep them separate because actually it doesn't matter. I think Immortal wins 2 vehicles. Strength 5, T7, T6, okay, so 5. 1 wound, AP2. 2 damage.
1 damage. It's flat 2, right?
Yeah, the Biting Blade is flat too. Rest of the dudes.
You have a pile in, so I'll get in.
Yeah, I was
I got you.
hadn't pushed him in yet.
No, I got you. You know what the intent is. There you go.
3 2s, 4 explosions, so 16 attacks, 17 hits.
That's good math.
I always like it when I get more hits than dice. And then also winning on 5s.
No Necrons.
Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
AP2 also?
AP1 on these.
AP1s? 4s? Still take 2.
Cool. 1 damage each.
Are they flat 1 each? So I reduce those to 0?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Autarch will fight. All hit.
If only that's how that works.
All wound.
What's this one?
Strength 4. Or strength 6, excuse me.
6?
3 times 2 for the Starglaive. So AP4 on these, 2 damage apiece.
Just enough.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Spin the CP on a 5 to get it back. Hey, keep my CP. That was a pretty fancy roll, by the way.
That
I
was.
spun it on the rail and it came back is what I needed.
One thing that we definitely need better dice tricks in the 40k community for sure. That's something that showmanship I think is sorely lacking in tabletop games.
That's it. You think?
I can't really tell from my angle, so I'll know what you call it.
Huh?
I say I can't really tell from my angle, so up to you.
That's really on it. I'm gonna do a 50-50.
Okay.
4 plus.
Works for me, man.
Okay. D3. Just one. They live.
Cool.
Yeah, that was a close measurement right there. At 6 inch from the front bumper hook of the Goliath truck to the Rangers to see if they are in range. If you kill that unit, it's a really big deal. Clearing those that objective secured is huge.
Sure.
Oh, you got one banner.
Yep. Yeah, I put that down on my card. Banshee's going here. Regular girls. And please. Strength 4 plus 1 to wound when they charge. So 2 wounds from the regular Banshees.
Down to 2.
All right. And then 10 from the XR. That's 5 more.
Oh, there's one left.
Okay.
Take it.
Over there, Banshees.
Yeah, this is where I'd love to interrupt.
They are just on the. They're all on the invuln. That's the regular XR with mirror swords. Typically, the AP difference matters, but for them it doesn't. So we'll roll it all.
Yeah, if you're not
Roll it all
denying my
together.
invol, you can roll it all.
Yeah. Just 20
If
attacks.
it's all the same strength,
Yeah.
that's all that matters.
20 attacks, hitting on 3s, winning on 3s. Yeah, I never rolled great for my Banshees, unfortunately. 4, 7.
7. That's still enough. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Save it! All right.
Sure.
2. I don't think I could take your dude out with those 2.
What's that?
I would love to be able to take him out of combat with
Yeah.
kills.
The Incarn's going to pile in.
That was the hope. I like far enough away where you can't get in. Like, you needed to kill one more. You needed to kill one more. Probably could have done.
Yeah. 6 attacks from the Incarn hitting on 2s. 5 hits. And wounding on 2s. Just use a 3s. I'm going to use a wound die, so I'm just rolling 4 of them. Okay. That's just 2 dead Gene Stealers. Ignore invulns on the
You do? And the
AP4.
the Jinx dude. I'm just gonna kill these 2 and put everything into these 2.
Sure.
See if I can lump them. Probably not. But I know I can handle these guys and other things.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep jumping around. That's not a one-two game.
So that fights last from those howling banshees, preventing the Gene Stealer cults from interrupting with those finishing Gene Stealer unit. The Incarn did peel a couple of them, but it does look like we weren't able to get all of them.
Not gonna be able to kill you. 6.
I'll pass 3, fail 3.
4 up, right?
Yeah.
So down to
So
yeah, maybe that
pretty
would
aggressively here.
I was hoping to spike a roll there. And
is Ian. In the center of the table, as we can see, he has an Autark, with his Starglaive Autark alongside the two striking Scorpions, including the Exarch there. They were able to kill the Goliath truck in the center, which did blow up, killed a couple models. Now, that Autark has the Phoenix Gem, which has a really cool interaction. If you don't have strong Psychic Phase presence, you can kill that model. He will then regenerate at the end of that phase. If you can't kill him in the Psychic Phase and then finish him off in the shooting phase, if he gets shot and dies, which he may because he's at the front of the army, he will then regenerate into the fight phase, forcing you to charge him to actually remove him. If that happens, he then has, he can, what am I trying to say here, chat? If that does happen, you then will have to kill him in the fight phase, which means that the Incarn will be able to teleport to his position without fear of being threatened. You're basically, he's essentially an automatic Incarn triggering machine, because you do have to kill him in two separate phases, which is super cool. Now, obviously, the downside is that he could potentially just fail to come back, in which case you're just giving away that character. But if you're okay with taking that risk, he's just a teleport homer for the Incarn. The Incarn can potentially show up in the center of the table there, and then on the subsequent turn come in and blow up one of these transports, start to mess up some models on the Genestealer Cult side of the table. I certainly think that we're going to see that interaction come into play here, and that's why Ian's playing so aggressively with that model. That's honestly a really cool interaction. I don't think I see too many Yanari lists playing that guy, but it makes total sense to me. Absolutely love it.
To get rid of your fight last. I don't have to do that. I could. No, I need to. I need to get away from him. You're going to fall out all the way over here. Sure. So they can charge in here. It's a better idea.
One Pure Strain Genestealer unit's able to survive the onslaught of the Incarn and all of this attacks from the Howling Banshees. Doesn't quite die. The other one did. Looks like get removed. Now, yeah, we do have... but that might be the Metamorph unit, actually, in that Rhino off to the left there that's inside the dense cover. And by Rhino, I definitely mean Goliath. Excuse me. Different kinds of beetles, right, chat? There's Goliath beetles and Rhinoceros beetles, and they all end up turning into futuristic APCs. I believe that is Pure Strain Genestealers in the unit over there, and the transport over there on the right. But obviously they're not in danger currently, so everything's fine. And this is the turn when we're going to have to start considering aggressive positions for some retrieved Nephilim data. Genestealer Call, probably maybe the best army in the game at retrieving Nephilim data. Just because they have the ability to bounce around those objective grabbers so aggressively. Interesting that you don't typically see retrieved Nephilim data taken quite as much anymore, now that Retrieve Banners has gotten such a glow up in the Nephilim format. Whereas previously you saw players sort of building in these small, deep striking units that could get that R&D. Now you're just playing more larger, tankier units who can score banners, potentially in the center objective more reliably. Those smaller, lighter units oftentimes end up being banner disruptors rather than scorers themselves. Yeah, that looks like the hybrid Metamorph unit, chat, jumping out of that Goliath. I wonder if we're going to be pushing into the models in the center. That's interesting. We do have flamers on this model, so they could knock one of these units out with shooting and then charge the other one. But obviously, we can't Phoenix Gem. The guy with the Phoenix Gem, we can only interact with in one phase. And those with the ability to advance in charge of the Howling Banshees on the other side of the table there, I think those guys are about to be. They would get obliterated by Howling Banshees if they ended up standing there without doing anything. But I think what we may end up doing is charging with these guys and trying to kill the units in the center and then returning to the shadows with them to allow them to deep strike on a future turn. There has been an FAQ for the event. Robin was discussing with me earlier that models cannot return to reserves or strategic reserves the same turn that they arrive from reserve. And one of the only situations that matters is Genestealer Cult and their ability to come out of reserve, charge something, kill it, return to the shadows, and then just sort of continue cycling in and out of reserve, assuming that they continue to make their charges out of Deep Strike. And that FAQ for the event nixes that, but obviously that could be much more powerful if it was allowed. And one of the reasons Robin is running these 30 Genestealers, Pure Strength Genestealers, is so that he has this aggressive position, or these aggressive units that can play this sort of melee pinning game without having to rely on units jumping in and out of reserve, because he doesn't have access to those right now. Looks like we do have a 5-model Acolyte hybrid squad popping out of the transport in the back there, and they're going to be doing some Retrieve Nephilim data.
Does he have any field openings?
No.
But I don't want to be over there. I just want to be dead, I think.
Okay.
Walk up a little here.
All right, Chad. I'm
Okay, Psychic.
I'll be back in a sec.
Is T3 also?
T3, 4, and bomb.
So just Fight from Beyond. And then Psychic Stimulus. Oh, I'm sorry. It's in the box. I got it off with a 7, but I can roll in the box.
Sure.
And I'm going to spin the CP to throw it down to these guys.
2. Gotcha.
So now they can charge back in.
Sure. Does that just make the power rangeless?
Yes, anywhere on the board. No line of sight, no distance. Okay, so shooting now. So I can't shoot it as much, but let's have the truck shoot this guy. Got the one hit I needed to cross my cool. 2 wounds. That's -1, 2 damage.
-1, 2 damage. He's standing on terrain? Yes. So 3 up?
Yeah, he's hanging on terrain.
He's good.
Now he's crossfired, so you won't be getting any of that.
Yep.
And then the 3 mega shots. No hits.
I know, right?
Let's let the Kellamorph go for it. He's going to try to go for it. Kellamorph's going to shoot him.
Is he on the terrain?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's always one. Alright, redeem yourself. He's +1 to wound you, so 2 and 6 as a mortal in addition. There's 4 mortals. And 9 saves. It's only -1 though, but no cover.
Alright, he's dead.
And he'll jump back here.
Does he stand back up? He does, with 2 wounds remaining.
Okay, just keep him right where he is.
Yeah,
Is that the end of the shooting phase or immediately?
end of the phase.
Okay, so I can't continue shooting at him.
Right, we charge him.
Just making sure, because I got a lot more shooting to go.
Yeah, it's at the end of the current phase, set the bear back up with D3 wounds remaining.
So the buggies can really only shoot these guys then.
Sure.
I think that's all they can see, right? So they just dump everything into them.
These poor models in the middle looks like they're getting absolutely lambasted by these Gene Stealer cult guns hiding in the back. This is a pretty appreciable amount of shooting. The Achilles Ridge Runners certainly give out a lot of volume, and having all those heavy stubbers from the Adelan Wolf quads helps as well.
So 2-ups then. They're good.
2-ups. All right, cool.
Yeah, Scorpions are 3-up base, 2-up and cover.
Here come the lasers. Oh, there's only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right. 5 shots.
Cool.
These are minus 2.
Alright, dead.
And now we'll just put the flamers into the one dude standing there.
Sure.
Since I can't put it into your guy. Wait.
They definitely don't have line of sight for all of them.
Yeah, let's check.
Because the edge of the terrain is right here, so that means like 3 of them have line of sight.
Yeah, I can't even see it.
Actually, my terrain's right here, you can't see them at all.
Alright, then never mind. Yeah, we should have put it underneath so you could see. Because you're about to get like 45 shots at them.
Yeah.
I did have the movement to move them up where I could see them if I moved that way. I thought he was definitely visible. But I won't shift it now. It's fine. We'll just leave it where it is. So I think, and that is all the shooting.
Okay.
So we've got this unavailable charge.
Yep.
And I need to make them fight last with that. And then they'll charge in here and fight, and just be my charge and fight first. The trucks, well, but you're offsetting me, that's the problem.
Yes.
I needed to kill him. So I wish I could have seen it. I could have positioned better to get all those shots off. Where's that? There.
Looks like it, yeah.
Well, that sucks. Oh well, the truck's gonna charge him.
Okay. Nate definitely gets in.
Yeah, it's just I can't see. I could have shot at him too. I had the truck could have shot at him. I had other things to shoot at him, but I thought they could see him.
Yeah, definitely.
They're charging in.
Sure.
Don't worry, little Phoenix Gem Artark. You're definitely not about to die for the cause.
And then of course these guys just walk in.
Makes sense. Just tag on.
Just make sure they're all on.
Sure. Easy enough, man.
And make them fight the last. I think that puts me at 1. You can tell me what's on.
I have me at 5 and you at 1.
I would have tried to charge that guy, but that was definitely failable.
Sure.
So
Yeah, Chad, definitely check your your lines of sight for sure. It does get a little weird. I think in this position, one thing I like to do is place the.
other strength 6.
Yeah.
AP 3, 1 damage.
Okay. How many attacks?
40.
Hitting on.
Threes.
So hitting on. I can make them hitting on 4s, wounding on 3s.
Yeah, so I think the awkward part there, right, is that as you're talking about line of sight, is that the buildings end here. And that's hard to see underneath the terrain map. I think you generally, especially because this terrain has there's the back to the shadows we talked about earlier. There they go. Goodbye, Metamorphs. You'll be back next turn. So that line of sight is really tough to measure for sure. I think you generally want to put the terrain on top of the objective marker, because the objective markers do have the center marked out. So you can, worst case scenario, you can measure if you need to. Looks like we have the fallback and charge active on the Gene Stealers back here. They're going to be getting into those Banshees. Oh my god, is this unit going to kill another unit of Aspect Warriors? No way. No way. Oh my god, chat. That just wiped another Aspect Warrior squad. I think we could potentially CP reroll here. Obviously, we didn't roll one at a time, but if you fail every single save, I would have slow rolled that, I think, if I were Ian. Oh my god, that's so brutal. These Pure Strain Gene Stealers are just running a land train off these Aspect Warriors. That unit killed what? So Striking Scorpions, Swooping Hawks, Howling Banshees, and Shining Spears. So probably close to 400 points worth of Aspect Warriors from that one Gene Stealer cult unit, and survived an entire Eldar turn. Kudos to Ian. I think he's a fairly unshakable player. I would be tilting out of my goddamn mind right now if I were at this table. Absolutely brutal.
Is still just 3? I mean, I'm sorry, Broodstone is still just 3. Ambush is still 4. Second wind is down. Bonus 3. And then that's it. You got a banner. And a 4.
Okay.
I get a CP.
No reposition from the end card as well. I'm just now noticing we did pull that Autark, who I think was supposed to push the Encarn into the center, but it ended up working out, I think, because we didn't expect 3 Gene Stealers to kill an entire unit of Howling Banshees by themselves. But at least the Encarn's there now, I guess, to follow up, although we do have the Howling Banshees in the other ruin. They can advance and charge. I don't know if we have any Strands of Fate dice to automatically pass charges. Oh, and I guess we also have the Harlequin player troops coming out of the terrain feature. I think, I mean, maybe Ian's kicking himself for not pushing the Harlequin squad into the Ridge Runners last turn and going for the Hard 8.
There's so much there that helps they want to sleep. And it's just not impactful. Someday.
It takes an objective just by getting it.
Yeah, my Harlequins are going into the truck as well, so.
From the outside, looks like GSA is just getting lucky and popping off. Yeah, it's just the meme with the woman looking at the looking at the all the numbers for sure. Yeah, I think Ian forgetting to teleport the card to the center there as well, like we talked about. That would have given him a lot of options to push to different objectives. Yeah, GSC, I mean, doing pretty well too. I do think the Eldari may be deployed a little aggressively, and honestly, I think what this game goes to show you is that it highlights the efficacy of a sleeper pick, right? Because most players don't know what Genestealer Cult do, right? And so the chance you get caught out by this huge aggressive push that they have on the first turn, right? So we had one unit of Genestealers move 18 inches, right? An auto 6 advance plus a 3-inch disembark plus a 9-inch base move. We had another unit of Genestealers move 22 inches. They had an advance roll, a 9-inch pregame move, 9-inch move, advance roll, and then both of them charged on the first turn. And it's just, if you haven't seen that before, it's not a combination that you're prepared for, I think. And the Ynnari army was just in threat range and ended up getting punished for it. Now, I think we should see, hopefully, we see these Genestealers get picked up finally by the Eldari army. So we'll have 2 out of the 3 Pure Strain Genestealer units get removed, but there's another one in reserve. There's also a hybrid Metamorph unit in reserve, not to mention the Acolyte. So while it does look like the Genestealer Cult unit is relatively small, they are still looking pretty strong. I don't know. Could we have placed that Harlequin troop in Ian's deployment zone? Because they, I think they strategic reserve, right? They don't webway. Maybe it might be into webway. I'm not sure.
Almost.
Yeah. I'm just foregoing. I know the truck's dead.
We're going to use a Psychic die and Auto Smite from Unbind Souls. Do I Perils? Don't. We 2 more of those idiots.
You're like, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, listen, my mages haven't been doing damage this game, so I gotta make sure. Gotta make sure he dies for something. Armor save for the truck.
It has a 3-up save, no involved.
Can't get Jinx in range anyway. I left my guys too far back, so I'll just use my other psychic. Use my other psychic die to smite. Do I perils? No.
Oh, because you get a 6 plus 7.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
I can.
Oh, because you could have rolled a 6 to peril.
Yeah.
Right. So you just smited him away.
Yeah, pretty much. He's just gone. Those Banshees are hanging out over there now. And then the Incarn's going to do her powers. The truck is out of range of that.
I guess I could have tried these, but I don't know what you rolled. What did you roll for these 2 smites?
8 and 7.
7? That's not bad. I'll just go around real quick.
Okay. I mean, the Incarn still has her 2 powers, so going to do Unbind Soul. Yeah, I'll do Unbind Souls off of her. Fails. I'll CP reroll that because I got Thessalian. Passes. Unbind Souls 6 to hit melee auto.
And it's a what? What'd you roll?
6.
6.
8. Okay.
Alright.
And then we'll do Gaze of Aeneid.
I'm out of a 9.
8. Do I have 18 to anything spicy over there?
Yeah, GSC, I wouldn't say that they're, you never see them competitively, but I would say they're kind of a new comeback to the competitive scene. They were very popular towards the middle to end of 8th edition. But since then, you haven't really seen too much play. And I think early 9th edition, they saw some play in conjunction with Pure Tyranids. There were a couple Tyranid GSC hybrid lists that you played. But it's been a while since Genestealer Cult have been really competitively viable, and they're slowly but surely coming back into the fold. The new primary objectives being end up being relatively good for Genestealer Cult. Having good secondary objectives, which Genestealer Cult do have decent ones, is also super useful in the current format. And I think also, just generally speaking, the compression of the power level of the game, where the factions are now within a very tight distribution of win rates, which makes basically everything viable. So that's what we're seeing, where a lot of these less popular factions are being seen more and more often. That said, Genestealer Cult still not super popular, but as we've been seeing, not only in this game, but also in recent events, they've been doing pretty well. They have a couple champions for the faction who have been winning some large events, and I think we're going to see them slowly but surely increase in popularity as things go on. Pete Morand, I really appreciate you coming on, hanging out on the stream. That's super awesome. I hope you're having a good time. Hope everyone's having a good time. I'm certainly having a good time over here in Everwinter 2022. This convention's awesome. Highly recommend.
You can fight through this wall, right? I'm gonna say you can.
So I think I can get 8 in. 1 CP, mortals and melee. So 6 to wound. I should be down to 4 now. 6.
I denied your auto wounds.
What? 6 is to. I'm sorry. Plus 1 to wound and 6 to wound or mortals.
So which one did I deny?
You denied 6 to hit auto.
Okay.
32 attacks coming in. 3s. Thank you.
Philip, hoping you're having a good Saturday over there in the UK. How's the weather over there, UK land? Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you had a good Saturday. Everybody get some gaming in today, maybe?
Wounds. And then I have 12 more attacks coming in.
Oh yeah, it's fine. So 5. Well, that was. Let's just take a moment and appreciate the waste of a spike roll on a truck.
Sure.
Yeah, that was 5 out of
Well, I
5
need
out
to
of 7.
battle
Let's save
pure
again
strain,
right there.
not the truck. All right, so it takes 1 so far, and 4 mortals, so it's down to 5.
Yeah, I think that truck is gonna live.
It took the objective anyway.
That's gonna max out the mortals. That was a miss. 4 more saves, and 2 more mortals.
All right, so down to 3.
A lot of AOS happening at this event too. You can't see it from where I am, but I think they're setting up for a display maybe. But the AOS stream table is gorgeous. A lot of Ideneth Deepkin vibes. There's like lighthouses and wrecked ships. It's very, very cool.
My Harlequin safeties, they're just gonna stay where they are.
You can come this way if you want to. All right.
I think if I walk that way or if I stay here, either way, they are probably dead.
Did you score anything?
Nope.
Other than the free bonus?
I mean, 1 on banners. But
Yeah, I got that.
Wow, that does sound gorgeous. Nice little light snow, maybe. Very nice. It's been unseasonably warm over here, Boston, Massachusetts. It's still about, I don't know, it's maybe 50s degrees, I think, which is like in Fahrenheit, which is insanely warm for December. Usually we'd be inundated by snow at this time of year, but not this year. It's okay, though. Global warming's a hoax, I've been told by reputable sources. So that was we're moving into bottom of round 3 now. Gonna score our tertiary for Ian, but he's really getting hosed on these secondary objectives. Not the Genestealer Cult is not playing aggressively enough to allow him easy drops into their table half. So he's just slowly taking up banners, taking up the tertiary objective, and that's not enough to make up this score differential. Looks like we're going to get another 8-point primary turn on Robin's side. And it's not too much that can be done about that at this stage. This is going to be a relatively tight scoring game regardless of what's happening on the table, just because of that precious artifacts continuing to give both these players 3 points a turn. But the secondary objective lead is becoming quickly insurmountable for Robin. And as we have to remember, the Robin is the second player. And the second player in that Warzone Nephilim does get the benefit of that bottom round 5 scoring. So on round 5, instead of scoring their objectives for holding objectives at the start of their turn, they're going to score at the end of their turn, which gives an opportunity for this huge Adelant Jackal unit. Look at this huge unit, chat. They're just sitting right in the back of the Genestealer Cult deployment zone here, doing nothing. They're going to have the opportunity to blitz forward, crush everything in the center of the table. They have that +1 strength on the charge if they need it. All the buffs from those characters in the back, tons of shooting and demolition charges to be able to clear out the middle objective, hold 3 objectives, and score a 12-point primary on the bottom round 5. So in addition to flipping flashback from one of his primary objectives, already giving Robin a leg up on that score, he's also going to be able to get that on the final round as well.
It's not fair.
It's a weird angle across the board.
Well, you got another squad in there waiting. I need to get rid of those. So you want to throw me an advance in the box?
Yeah, sure. 5.
I appreciate you, sir. That's very nice.
That's what I'm here for.
They moved 12 out of here, so now they're moving 14.
Okay.
So yeah, this looks like this is the final Genestealer unit that's been hiding in this Goliath in the back of the Genestealer Cult table edge deployment zone the entire time. Look at this precision movement. I absolutely love it. Using these movement sticks to measure out exactly how far this Genestealer unit goes. It's going to get a 3-inch disembark, 9-inch move plus an advance roll directly to the middle of the table here. We don't even need to commit with these Adelant Jackals. We can keep that back, do some shooting into the Harlequins. That AP0 on the Stubbers is still pretty effective against the Harlequins that only have a 4+ vulnerable save. And then assuming that these Genestealers get buffed up by the psychic powers, they're going to be able to swing a ridiculous number of times on those Harlequins. Now, obviously, with the Harlequins Panoply giving them -1 to be hit in melee, in addition to that 4+ invulnerable save, maybe a cheeky CP reroll in there or something too, the Harlequins could potentially survive. It's not a sure thing that they get knocked out by this Genestealer charge, but it's definitely I wouldn't be banking on it for sure. Those Genestealers have a million billion attacks.
One of these will go back to the beach.
And obviously, the Pure Strength Genestealers do not have objective secured. They are elites options for Genestealer cults, whereas the Harlequin players are troops for Ynnari, so they are going to get objective secured and be able to hold down that middle objective if any of them survive. So this is going to be a very important fight phase.
So yeah, I will spin a CP to put them back, but that happens at the end. And
Sure.
I'm doing it now, so you know that's and I only have one now, or do I go to 2? What do you have?
You have these 2 quadrants I have.
No, I mean,
CP, I do 2.
okay. So I'm spinning one. Let's keep it. So I'm down to 1 now.
Okay.
All right. And now these all have to come in.
So it looks like we're finally seeing the Acolyte hybrid brick with its rock drills coming out of reserve. I guess if the the Pure Strain Gene Stealers needed the help, we could also drop a couple hand flamers into that Harlequin fire troop. That is absolutely going to kill it. There's no way that survives. I do wonder if it does. It might even be trying to get into the Incarn itself. We do have that stratagem for reroll wound rolls against monsters in melee for Gene Stealer cults. And if that ends up going through, the Incarn could potentially get knocked down. She is already wounded from shooting from the Ridge Runners on turn 1. Not sure where that puts it for current wounds count.
It was just one back, you would have hated what was going to happen. Sure. I was just going to land there and then flame you.
Yeah, so the players discussing this this big hand flamer. Oh, this is the metamorph unit coming back in. They could have potentially deep struck within 6 and been unable to charge, but that would have put them on the objective to hold it. As it stands, they're just going to end up, I think, killing these Banshees with their flamers and then standing there awkwardly.
Back into deep strike. Just Mike's might as well move up a little. Move 15, so that one can be there. Really? Fuck
Here come the Adeline Jackals. Might have to worry about coherency a little bit there. That string is a little bit awkward looking.
Okay, I think that's it. Let's do some Micro Beyond. It's a 7. It's an 8. And that's from this guy. Yeah, I think you're is it 18?
24, I believe I'm
It's 24 you deny. If it's 18, you
I'm just checking how many she has.
yeah, just let me know. And then mutagenic deviation.
We just check coherency on Jackals a lot because they're above 6, right?
Oh,
So they're
coherence.
6+, and they need the 2 and 2 to get. So I think you just need another guy up in the front there.
Or just turning sideways.
Yeah, that's really fine.
Yeah, let me know if if I make mistakes.
Yeah.
I don't mind correcting. Okay, that's an 8.
Sure is. Wait, what's this one do?
6 is auto win.
Gotcha.
I don't think I'm gonna need it. But
You do have 2 denies. Alright, 5.
You gotta keep these players honest on their coherency chat. That's so important. I'm gonna be honest, chat. This game, I think, is sort of emblematic of why in-person 40k is so cool. It's so cool to see like this sort of off-meta, off-the-wall army just hose like what is essentially flavor of the month. We got some gorgeous-looking models out here on pretty okay-looking terrain. I'm not going to say it's the greatest terrain in the game in the world, but it looks pretty nice, especially this very cool-looking webway gate standing right in the center of the table with bright, vibrant colors. Looks great. Everyone's having a good time. 40k is freaking sweet, chat.
Four.
Yeah, I think there's some situations where you can be like, I mean, you can fudge the coherency a little bit just because it mostly doesn't matter. You know, there's one dude off to the side or whatever. But anytime you're trying to do something very particular, especially like stringing your models between objectives or between areas of the table, coherency becomes extremely important because losing a model within the center of the coherency chain can sort of throw that off in a big way. And it gives you, you know, sort of unintended benefits. Not that I think that Robin's trying to get one over on his opponent or anything like that in this situation, but I do think it is important to keep a lid on that in case it can develop into something that gets you a little bit of extra movement or extra positioning on your unit or something like that. It looks like they may be setting up for a charge here, and in that case, the coherency becomes extremely important. So, you know, just keep it correct, and as far as we can.
We can probably call it there.
Fine with me.
I got nothing left to do against Chip. That squad's dead. She's dead. They're dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 10d6 flamers.
Yeah.
I would try the charge just to take the objective, but I'm gonna end up with 3. And I don't need that.
Looks like we might get a talk out here, Chad. I think the players are discussing calling the game.
To deal with the
Shenanigans.
to deal with the rest of the game.
Yeah, you'll be down to a troop and some characters.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Wow. What a show from Gene Stealer Cults today, chat. Yeah, it looks like the players are just going to score out the remainder of the points. There's the handshake, and they're going to call it there. Absolutely awesome to see.
How many points did you think you can realistically get?
So I mean, it's not.
Yeah, they're just going to be scoring things out. So yeah, I think absolutely awesome show from a bit of an off-the-wall Gene Stealer Cult list here. The players Ian just mentioned that he messed up his screening a little bit to prevent the Gene Stealers from getting into the Swooping Hawks on that first turn. That was absolutely a huge deal. The Swooping Hawks are insane in this matchup. It's so difficult for the Gene Stealer Cults to get to grips with them if they're screened correctly, and the ability to hit that unit immediately right off the bat on turn 1 was enormous. And those 2 Pure Strain Gene Stealer units did insane work. I don't know if I've ever seen an Eldar army punished as hard as that was on the bottom of turn 1 right there. And I think in large part of it was that, you know, the fact that Ian was probably had never played this matchup before. I think he said he played Gene Stealer Cult one other time with a standard Eldar list and had not played against them other than that. And I think Robin put on a great show, showed us a very cool list. Twisted Helix, not the normal war convoy list that we typically see with the stalwarts, +1 AP and melee, 6-up damage ignore on the bikes, and then just run a bunch of bikes and try to brick as hard as you can. This list was much flashier, much faster, and I'm so excited we got this on this game. But with that, chat, I think we're going to go ahead and go to a break here. Looks like we will have about an hour before the next round. This one started at 1:30, and it's now 3:30, so we should be going at around 4:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, so about an hour from now. Let's actually, I'm going to take a look before we move too far. I'm going to take a quick look at the games that are going. See if I can see the round 2 games. See if I can get any results for you guys. Ken Peters, by the way, thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know why it didn't come up on our text-to-speech, but I saw you, Ken. No problem. Thanks for coming in. You guys make it worth it for sure. And this stream has been awesome. Chat, by the way, too, I want to vamp again. I'm so psyched about this camera. This camera's really cool right now. I was having... Oh, there it is. There we go. Ken Peters, I appreciate you, man. that delay on the YouTube notifications is a little bit insane, but I really appreciate you. But yeah, this camera is really cool. I was having some power supply issues with my other cameras where they were drawing too much power from my computer's power supply. And this one's totally wireless. I can take it and I can walk around a little bit. I am on a hotspot right now, so I don't know how far I could take it. But what I can do actually is before we jump off, I can pick it up and take a quick look around. I'm not going to be able to talk to you guys, but I can give it a quick peek. Hopefully it doesn't disconnect or anything. But what I'm going to look at right here is the pairings for round 2. I'm going to take a look at games that have been submitted. Will Adams with Iron Hands, or Iron Warriors, excuse me, looks like has won against Ethan Wagner. Ethan playing Chaos Knights. That makes sense. Mark Murphy has gone down to Jerry Vandehey, who is playing Tyranids. Mark Murphy playing Chaos Demons. That's fair. I think that's an interesting matchup. Jack Fu winning. I believe he's on Emperor's Children. Excuse me, Word Bearers. Wow, that's okay. Sure. Versus Michael Gannett. Michael playing Death Guard. Oh no, Death Guard went down. It's a 92-56 win. Daniel Wilmuth again crushes his opponent. 100-80. His opponent playing Orc. So no, another Orc player goes down. Unfortunate. And then I think to round out our undefeateds right now, Robert Rhoda, Bob, from our last game, beat Edward Hyber 93-83. What a close game. Daniel Axe wins using another Tyranid list, 97-54 versus Stephen B. Stephen on Harlequins, I think. I know Stephen does not believe in the Harlequins in that Tyranid matchup. I played him a couple times, and I think that he's a little bit sad about that, which I mean is to be fair. Casey Glenn wins 100-45 playing Blood Angels against David Meadows. Leagues of Votan. That makes sense. I think that could be tough for Votan. William York probably playing Tyranids. Yeah, playing Tyranids. Lots of Behemoth today, chat. This is sick. So much Behemoth Tyranids. Might try to get some of those on later on in the tournament. Versus Death Guard. Another Death Guard player going down in the second round. So pretty interesting looking undefeated placement so far. Yeah, it looks like we got some Yannari. Daniel Wilmoth bearing that Yannari flag. We got the Blood Angels with 2 100 scores. Steve Pranpreen with Death Skulls Orcs with a 94 and a 99. We have obviously that Zinch list, Word Bearers. So good stuff so far as we move on to the final round of day 1. All right, chats. Should we take a quick walk around with my camera? I don't know how well it's going to work. So I think what I'm actually going to do is open the stream up on my phone and make sure it continues to work and not cut out. Here we go. All right, chat. I'm going to give it a go. Here we go. Here we go. Wish me luck, chat. In fact, I think I will put on... Oh no, Nurgle Matt. I'm sorry for what's about to happen to you. All right, let me turn off my thing. I'll put on some tunes here, chat, and I'll take a quick walk around the room.
And this squad here, I forgot to put this out once per game.
That's why I was like, it's like, as long as the Emperor was alive, I had a shot because I could have got the Emperor.
Get one of the bikes and jump over here with the Emperor and
okay, if the Emperor gets into the backfield, the Emperor gets to pick up literally everything in the backfield in one turn. She appears there, she does AoE morals, she does targeted morals.
and I rolled 7 out of 8 5-ups to keep them alive.
All right, chats. We're going to go on break for the next hour or so. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that walkthrough of the gaming hall. Love this camera. It's so cool, chat. I want more. I want more cameras. I will see you guys in about 40 minutes now for round number 3 of the Everwinter 2022 Warhammer 40k GT. Thanks, everyone. Don't go anywhere, and I will see you in a little bit. Cheers.
like
might be. I may have been.
that's like minimum 30 shots then.
I might be playing it wrong, but what I like is like even on 2-8.
Yeah, hey, it's like I hope you do well.
All right, chats, we are just about to go live with the final round for the day at Everwinter 2022. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Hope y'all enjoying the tunes. We've carefully curated holding music, but I am just uploading the players' information right now. We should be live in about 2 or 3 minutes. They're just about doing their pre-games currently. And so yeah, hold on, and I'll be back in a sec.
transcribe.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the stream. We are live, with a little bit of a spicy matchup for our last game of today. Obviously, we do have 2 more games, the semifinals and finals of the event, although there are going to be more than one undefeated, to be fair. This is a very large Warhammer 40k tournament. 100 players but competing to be the Everwinter 2022 champion, but we have a pretty cool matchup for the final game of today. This is Black Templars over here on the right-hand side versus Creations of Bile. Oh, excuse me, chat. I haven't updated the players' names in the score sheet. Let me do that real quick. There it is. Ta-da! We've done it. So we have, over here on the left-hand side of the table, William Adams playing his Creations of Bile, his very nice-looking Creations of Bile, versus on the right-hand side of the table, Thomas Pelletier playing Black Templars. You can find the list, ! lists in chat. There's a little formatting weirdness that I may have to work my way through as we read through the lists, but we'll get there, I believe. But this is going to be a bloodbath of a matchup. Both of these armies trying to play a very similar game plan, playing this hyper-aggression, primary objective control, and just trying to trade with each other in melee. Obviously, Black Templars with a little bit more trickery, Creations of Bile with more of a straight-up and straightforward game plan. But we are on conversion today, so as you can see, the players have a corner deployment with a 9-inch exclusion zone in the center of the table. And other than that, 30 inches up to the midline of the table, 22 inches from their long table edge. And we have 5 objectives. So both of these players trying to set up either forward deployers, we see as with the eliminators on the bottom right-hand side of the table, or fast movers like the Raptors we see on the left-hand side, who are going to be moving up and trying to grab those far objectives before the slower beatstick melee infantry are going to be able to get there, which both these players have in absolute spades. So both these armies are going to be playing sort of a similar game plan. And we'll see how things turn out. All right, let's talk about some lists real quick here, chat. Give me one moment. All right. Let's talk about some lists here, chat. I'm gonna make my way through the Black Templars list. I think BCP has had its way with this list, so we're gonna give it a go. But some interesting things about Black Templars. They have a little bit of unique list building when compared to other varieties of Space Marines, given that they have an additional selection of relics that they can give to their non-character infantry units, and so they can give individual units within their detachments additional sort of special abilities using those relics. They're called relic bearers. So this list is starting with an Inquisitor. He is a Psychic Inquisitor with Psychic Mastery, so gets the Psychic buffs there. We also have Chaplain Grimaldus, and this list, as most lists do, I believe, play a little bit with with some anti-psyker ability, which we sort of have embodied in that Inquisitor. He has his natural deny. We have a 4+ deny thanks to being Black Templars, and then we also have Chaplain Grimaldus with his own deny. So a lot of potential deny, the which for this list, it's only really going to matter for the Master of Possession on the other side of the table, the Creations of Bile side of the table. Furthering that, we have a standard Crusader squad, just 5 Space Marines in that one, with chain swords for 90 points. Seems pretty good. We have a Primaris Crusader squad with 3 Initiates in it with auto bolt rifles. That has the Fist of Balthus, so a Power Fist with no penalty on it. And then a couple more Power Fists on the other Initiates and 4 Neophytes. A second Crusader squad with a similar loadout, it looks like. 3 Initiates, 2 Power Fist Initiates, and 4 Neophytes alongside the Sword Brother. That guy has the Sword of Judgment, so he has an upgraded Power Sword. We have an Apothecary who is a Chief Apothecary with Selfless Healer, so he's going to be able to regenerate people for free. Most interestingly, I think a Centurion Assault Squad with the Crux Obsidian, which is going to reduce incoming damage against them by 1. Players are rolling for first turn.
I don't want first. Can you have it?
Go up to 1 CP.
Alright, I'm at 3, you're at 1. I'm gonna raise the banner with these 5 dickheads right there. With 10 inches on. Yeah. Just. Yes. If I stay on the back of that, it would be 18 inches. So I'm gonna get 8, 9. I'm gonna move them up 6. And just tell it. There's nothing over there. Sorry, command phase. 5 up hit on the blue squad goes off. Plus 1 attack on the blue squad goes off. And 4 rerolls on. Oops. Is he character protected? Yes.
Yeah, so all of our litanies looks like going on from Chaplain Grimaldus. We also have to pick the chapter master target from Heimelscher Helbrecht. Looks like we may be getting a little bit of shooting into the legionaries that are in the front there that are screening out the Lord Discordant. But just following up the remainder of the squad, I am currently, just so we're clear, chat, I am currently trying to reformat it as we're, as I'm going through these. So I'm not being slow on purpose. I am trying to make the list legible for everyone. We do have a... so in that Centurion Assault Squad, looks like we have 5 Centurions in that and an upgrade on the Centurion, the Assault Sergeant. All of those Centurions with Hurricane Bolters and Flamers, so they're going to be getting basically 6 bolters strapped to their chest, in addition to getting those 2d6 assault weapon shots on top. But the big benefit there, obviously, is that it's a big brick of guys with a 2+ save with Armor of Contempt, so going down to a 1+ save. They're -1 damage. They have a 6 up damage ignore if they're standing next to the Apothecary, and they can be regenerated by the Apothecary, and they potentially could get that upgraded to a 5+ damage ignore. Oh, I guess, actually, I don't think that's true. They lack the core keyword, so a lot of synergies don't quite work with them. But the moral of the story is that they are extremely resilient. And hit pretty hard in melee. They can slap with the best of them. So we have a unit of 2 company veterans, mostly just there to perform actions, although we do have Combi Meltas and Lightning Claws on those guys to make them hit a little bit harder. We have an assault squad in fast attack. This one with the Bones of Mordred, which does mortal wounds on wound rolls of 6. The benefit there is that we can put that on the Space Marine Sergeant with 2 Lightning Claws, and he has full rerolls to try to generate those. We have a second Assault Squad, this one with the Holy Orb, which is a fight last on a stick. You can throw it at someone on a 2+, they take D3 mortal wounds, and they, in addition, fight last. And then those obviously are getting the benefit of the Assault Squad buff, where Assault Squads are now have free weapons. That's followed up by a pair of Eliminator Squads, both of them with 2 Las Fusils and 1 Instigator Bolt Carbine. Gives them the ability to fire after, to move after firing, excuse me. So they are extremely difficult to pin down and can move extremely quickly if they need to try to get secondary objectives. Last but not least, there is an Eradicator Squad. That one with a Heavy Melta Rifle, Or I think it's 3 heavy melty rifles and 1 multi-melta. Excuse me, 2 multi-meltas. So it's a full 6. 4 heavy melter rifles, 2 multi-meltas, mostly just to get the benefit of those full rerolls. And they're a good beneficiary of the resilience effects that Black Templars can bestow on them. We also have, so moving on to William Adams' list, this is Creations of Bile. Running a Demon Prince of Nurgle with Gaholanx the Decayed. It's going to automatically wound and ignore damage, with all of its successful hit rolls. We have a Lord Discordant on Hellstalker, this one with a Loka the Black to deal additional mortal wounds on top of damage, alongside the Flames of Spite to also hit for mortal wounds. A Master of Possession with the Eye of Tzeentch for +1 to cast. 2 units of Cultists, excuse me, 1 unit of Legionnaires. A big unit of Chosen with Mark of Khorne and a Chaos Icon. They Chosen and pretty effective in Creations of Bile because they have accursed weapons, so their base strength 5, or their strength 5 with the accursed weapons, and the +1 strength from Creations of Bile brings them to strength 6, which is certainly going to be helpful in this matchup against a lot of T5 Gravis armored infantry or Centurion armored infantry, which are all T5 units from the Black Templars. We have 2 units of Possessed, mostly there for trading because anything in the Creations of Bile army can fight on death. They're very effective at just running up and grabbing an objective, forcing your opponent to deal with them, and then potentially dying on the swing back. And then 3 units of Warp Talons. Hot damn. These guys do get +1 movement from that Creations of Bile buff, so they go 13 inches. Not available to advance and charge, unfortunately, for them. But still pretty useful for trading, especially with that +1 strength from the sub-faction ability. A Chaos Rhino, probably to hold those Legionnaires in, or whatever we need to, or the Chosen, I guess, in this case. And last but certainly not least, a unit of 10 Possessed, this one holding the Black Rune of Damnation. So a lot of times we see a Terminator brick, but the Possessed hit a little bit harder. They do have those 2 damage weapons, although obviously miss out on a bunch of the core keyworded effects that you could normally bring. I think the benefit here is that because we're not relying on a core keyworded brick like we would be if we were running a ton of core infantry like Terminators or Chosen. You don't actually need to bring a Apostle, a Dark Apostle. So you actually open up an additional HQ slot for one of these other slap characters, which Creations of Bile makes so strong with their special abilities. Looks like we are already done with the Black Templars turn 1. And the secondary objectives aren't yet correct on the score sheet, chat. I am going to go confirm that momentarily.
Yeah, 18 and not being 9, not sure. It's a little hard to measure.
If you're casting at them,
Yeah.
you definitely can. You can be, they're more than 6 inches apart. So you could definitely do that. But
I'm trying to measure.
Do you need
this
line of sight?
Stupid thing. No line of sight.
Okay, then yeah, you can definitely.
Just try parallax it up real quick.
I'm about 7.5 inches away from the front of them.
Talon it up to there. Okay charge. I don't think I killed that unit, frankly.
They have a 5 up angle and a 5 up from up there.
Yeah, the feeling of pain is going to get more talents are only AP2 anyway, so be on 4s. Even if I give myself +1 wounding on 2s, full rerolls, I still don't kill the unit. But it does, should do some damage, and it should put some stuff in the way. Which I do like the idea of.
Oh, my vow.
Oh, right, that's a thing.
Yeah.
It's
Accept any challenge no matter the odds.
no idea what that means.
I always have the assault doctrine when it's the assault phase, in addition to the other ones. I always get the shock assault bonus from always +1 attack. I cannot fall back.
Ah, okay.
So this squad, we got a power sword, 2 power fists.
So this has the 3 damage, no weapon skill penalty power fist. It has a normal power fist, it has a normal power sword, 10 guys, the rest are bolters.
And they've got the rerolls. I'm not
They have full
sending-
rerolls,
I'm not sending
plus
my
1
full
attack.
talents into that. That would be stupid. I'm not doing it.
I think it's a good plan.
You know, I don't think it is. I crunched the numbers. The numbers were bad.
Alright, do I have to get you boozed to get you to start making some force
Dude,
decisions?
you might.
Get 2 more duels?
Move up. Lucy move blocking. Lightning, but
You're like, oh, you're OPSEC? Well, I'm OPSEC too, so guess what? Now there's 3 of us.
I'm also OPSEC just to be a pain in the butt and raise a banner.
Can you when I'm there? I don't think you can if
Well,
I'm
I've got 3 OPSEC models.
I don't think you can if I'm in range.
Pretty sure that's the thing they changed in Nephilim.
No, they changed is if I come into range of yours, but you still control it, then I don't take it down. I have to take control of it to knock yours down, but I don't think you can put it up if you have somebody within range.
Yeah, it doesn't have a caveat for people being on the objective anymore. Because people used to just step it on you and deny it to you. Let's move 4 or 5 on the Centurions.
5. I can advance and shoot. I have to spend a command.
It's not the shoot I'm worried about.
You say that until it happens.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be behind line of sight. That's what I'm worried.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Now I see how we're going with this. They're not doing anything else. Yay. And they're being a character protected ding dong. What's up, idiots? It's me. Just hanging out. Both of those squads to hit him with Eradicators, which seems unlikely. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. Nothing's impossible when you think about it. So we got right here.
So the gold squad is 10 men.
10 man soul brethren. They're pretty chunky then, is the answer. Big boys. Take the 5-man possessor run. 14. So,
Apologies, chat. I'm just trying to repair one little issue here, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and get the secondary objectives in the score sheet momentarily as we're moving in on the first round. We have for for Creations of Bile, raise the banner size, I think as is to be expected. We do have those, Will was very careful, the Creations of Bile player was very careful to put his Warp Talons within range of his top left objective, which otherwise would have made it very difficult for him to raise banners on that. That can be problematic for raise the banners high if you don't have really strong presence on that side, if you don't have the ability to do that. And that is, I think, a downside of Black Templars, and I guess most of these armies in general, is that they don't tend to operate in the shooting phase hugely. We do have those, or in a huge way. We do have the Eradicators and the last few souls, but that's not like a volume of fire enough to kill a 5 model Warp Talon unit. at least on the first turn. Once we start getting into things and shots get a little bit closer, then I think it certainly will. But they were basically out of range to get interacted with this turn. Moving over to the other side of the table, we also have Raise the Banners High for the Black Templars. That's followed up by the new and improved Shock Tactics to give get that additional point thanks to the most recent balance update. And then we also have No Prisoners. So basically, two very similar braces of secondary objectives. Going first is a little bit awkward for the Black Templars. They don't score Shock Tactics on the first turn if they haven't stolen an objective from the opponent, and because you're only on a single objective at the beginning of the game, there's actually no opportunity to score that in the very first turn, so it's basically going to cap at a 5.
He is going to succeed because he has +1 cast. That's really for just if you come into me.
Gives your demons +1.
+1. Yeah. His other spell doesn't matter. Okay. Then we're done with that guy. I'm going to try to cast Prescience with my Demon Prince. He gets it. 11. He loves it. Prescience. He'll put it on the unit of Possessed. And that is my turn. Two on the
The listed secondaries are correct.
I'm going first turn.
Yes.
They are.
2 points,
They
2
are
points.
right.
Nailed it. Good game.
They were the standard secondaries to begin with, because we're
Turn 2.
futzing with the camera issue. But I apologize.
5 command
I'll
points,
stop
3 command points.
futzing.
That's one.
We'll start talking about this game. So it looks like that's the first battle round done with. That was a very quick first couple rounds, first couple turns. Obviously, nothing too exciting happening currently because these armies are very melee focused, and neither of them threat particularly far. They're mostly about tank and the ability to sort of interact in the fight phase. So we're going to see some banners get raised. We're going to see a couple tertiaries get picked up.
So actually took the Rocket of Nates.
Thomas grabbing what I believe is an 8-point primary. And just hanging out. Looks like we're just going to have a big fight. I think those are legionaries in the center of the table. Yeah, it looks like legionaries. They would put 2 in the middle there to outnumber the single crusader who was in the center. We're about to have a big fight in that middle. But I do love the combat wrapping or the anti-combat wrapping that we've created here on Will's side. All of his characters are behind serried ranks of Creations of Bile soldiers, so they can't get aced out by a cheeky long charge from those Black Templars. They do have a built-in reroll to charge, so if they really need to, they can try to go for some long bombs. Plus, I think we may have the ability to swap into a Canticle of Hate here, and try for a long charge with Grimaldus. Give them +2 to charge with a reroll. So actually, you can force those. Some of those units, especially the assault squads or the infantry, the core infantry squads, to go pretty far if you really need to. Yeah, he doesn't have a Canticle of Hate to begin with, but we can use Inspiring Oratory to do it if we really need to. But I think we're gonna remain tanky. We're gonna try to kill some OBSEC units up in the center here. And with the Black Templars' primary objective control, not only do they have Devout Push to push themselves around the table if they really need to, but they also have the ability to grant themselves objective secured in the command phase. So I think what's going to happen here is that we're going to see Thomas really target the Creations of Bile units that are objective secured, those being the cultists and the legionnaires in the middle. And if he can kill those, he doesn't actually need to engage the Chaos Space Marines in melee, which is obviously where they want to be. The Creations of Bile would love nothing more for you to try to come in and trade with them in melee because you will almost always lose that fight. They are probably the best melee army in 40k. Whereas the Black Templars are a little tankier. They're going to be taking basically twice as much damage from the Chaos Space Marine units. Ooh, big advance from the Centurions here. They do have those flamers. They're going to be able to fire even on the advance, and it looks like we got a big number to squeak around the side. But as soon as Will starts to clear out those objective secured units, he can basically start throwing individual core infantry onto those objectives and stealing them away from the Creations of Bile player. Doesn't really actually have to engage with them, and is just going to keep their primary objective control down. All the while using what it amounts to a kind of extreme range superiority with that big unit of Eradicators. It's going to be continuing to fire down the center of the table and just put massive damage on these big bricks of Chaos Space Marine Possessed and other units. This is about to become a spicy game, chat. We're gonna see so much fighting going on. It's gonna be amazing. I wonder what the Creations of Bile can use to kill this big Centurion brick. I think that's going to be a tough nut for them to crack. They have a lot of 2 damage attacks, but if the Apothecary is nearby, which it looks like it is, I think that's the Apothecary right in the middle of that Centurion brick, giving it a 6+ damage ignore. So they basically take 3 2 damage attacks to kill, and a lot of those attacks are only AP2, which means they're going to be forced on a 3+ armor save, and that's very difficult to punch through, even if you're fighting on death. Plus, they become very difficult to charge because they have such good overwatch with all those flamers and hurricane bolters. That unit is just going to be so difficult to interact with.
Is he going to be able to see the
The second turn has to go down in the air.
How exposed do I want to make myself? That's the real question.
It is.
Looks like we're playing the cat and mouse, right? Like we have to bait the other one to overcommit to something, so that way we can.
Yeah, you don't want to just yeehaw it is. Here's my army.
Right.
It doesn't go well.
But I have to do more than just send that.
You also just can't do nothing.
Correct. All right. That's movement. Psychic phase. She's gonna cast 5 up in one there. You're gonna have to knife.
She is there going to be in my doubles and perils.
Doesn't matter. 7.
It doesn't matter. Sorry, what spell was that?
5 up in one on them.
Ooh, yeah, I prefer you didn't have that. She just 2 cast?
Yeah, 2 cast.
Well, I've got 2 denies in range, so why not?
Doesn't hurt to try. And he goes, and here's the smite on the Marines. No. Cool. Cool story, bro.
Not great psychic phase there.
Shoot from these into
Get these last few stills going. So it looks like what we're going to be doing, it doesn't look to me, there might be a little, a few obsec models on that top left objective. But if there's not, I think that 3 eliminators with their double move may be able to get onto that, using the Instigator Bolt Carbine to fire on the move.
nothing. Effective. They're going to use their 6-inch move.
Yeah, they did their job.
The list of things that they've done, the list of things that they have ever done.
Ooh, brutal. Yeah, so no objective secured on that top left objective for the Chaos Space Marines. That double move off of the Eliminators are going to outnumber the 2 Warp Talons who are able to get to that objective, break the banner, and potentially drop the Chaos Space Marines down to a 4-point primary. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Especially since I think we could just continue to do that. We can put assault squads there in the back, use the stratagem to make them objective secured, and just run them onto that objective over and over and over again. Unless they get entirely screened out, and units that are screening out sort of at the front edge of this objective here are just going to be in range right here to prevent any objective secured units from hitting it. We're just going to see these Eradicators bail out and rip them apart with those heavy melter rifle shooting. Melter rifles automatically killing any of these Chaos Space Marines that they connect with. It's going to reap a great toll, I think, on the Creations of Bile.
Not great.
5 wounds. These are AP1 this time too. These are the flamers. AP1.
Carrying out AP1. How many is that?
6, 10, 11.
So 3 ups. One possessed, and one takes a wound.
And then bolters, I have 4 guys shooting. So 48 to this twice. These are 5s. Might as well be an orc player with another dice I roll. So far, we're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the first 6.
So that's not great. Kills that one who is damaged.
Yeah, Chad, it looks like we can see the Eradicators sort of in the building here. Right in the back. Lots of screening in case anything wants to use an advancing charge, get a cheeky charge into them, and try to remove them while they don't have buffs active.
How much did I do total?
So I lost 2 possessed, and that guy's got 1 wound left.
You count up?
Yeah, I'm a filthy count upper. I know people hate it.
You didn't watch
tried to switch, and it just makes me cheat accidentally.
You didn't watch enough Sesame Street. Okay, that's your problem. So I'm sure you pulled the ones and I longer have left.
Counting down wounds is the truth, chat. That's my humble opinion. Right, chat? It's despicable. It's so bad. Why do these allow these people to play our game?
One bolt pistol, nothing, and then assault bolter. It's 1. Dude, 1 more.
1 possessed, just holding on. I got you, boss.
Unfortunately.
I got you today.
I'm gonna shoot these into the Legionaries.
Sure.
You said I was losing one of my meltas. Anytime I shoot my Eradicators, the blacks are the heavies, the blues are the multis. These are 3 standard blues and only 1 from Helvetzor. These separately. Matter. It's a 5, so 1 from the multi-melter.
They're only T4 on the Legionaries.
Okay, so 2 from the multi-melter.
AP a lot.
AP 4.
4 is down to 3. Got 6 ups or 5 ups in cover. I'll try it. Why not? I got you guys in cover. Show me them 5s. Here it comes, baby. Nope.
First
Okay.
1. 4 damage, second 1 damage.
Oh, 1 damage.
Melta. Loose.
Yeah, it's 2 up, so it's on that guy. Let's see if we can make that rando. Oh my god.
Same thing again.
What a badass. That's
Loose. We roll 1, Helbrecht. And 2.
Yeah, I agree, chat. No. Not enough Big Bird. You gotta get more Big Bird in your life if you're a counter upper.
And the heavy melter. It's wounds.
And to be clear, chat, for anybody who's not aware, obviously units have a number of wounds that they have remaining. Some people count up the number of damage that they've taken, which is sort of a classic way to do it on a dice or something, or on a marker that you're using. And The downside is that you have to then do a math equation for your opponent to know how much they have remaining, how many wounds that model has remaining. And that can be difficult if you don't know exactly how many wounds that they have to begin with. So counting the number of remaining wounds is just more open information for everyone. But obviously some people, habits are hard to break, so. It looks like the Crusader squad is getting into this Possessed squad in the middle. It's a little dangerous. Possessed are pretty good at killing Crusaders, especially since they fight on death, so there's no way to prevent these models from being able to swing back at you. And they potentially have enough attacks to kill the entire Crusade squad, although to be fair, it is unlikely. If the Possessed don't kill them, though, this will secure control of the center objective.
So I will start with the power sword.
For Thomas, although that doesn't matter if they don't survive.
I don't have any other charges I need to do yet. I'm not forgetting something here.
I don't think so.
Start of the fight phase, so I wanted to not push anything. Alright, so Sergeants, +1 for first turn, fires devotion. Hitting on 3s with a reroll from Publix.
He's going to which unit?
This is going to the Possessed.
Possessed. Okay. You got it.
I fell my attacks once. I'm doing both power fists, including the fist of Balthus into the Possessed, the power sword, and then everything else into this.
You got it.
3s with a reroll. And their strength 5, which is power swords are great.
2-5.
4s. AP 4. 1 damage each.
They won that one.
So,
Second will die. He will be fighting on death afterwards.
yep. Fist of Balthus is going to swing. 2 base, 1 for charging, 1 for fires devotion, hits on 3s with a reroll. And that's why we give him the reroll.
Just kidding.
Strength 8 wins on a 3. AP 4.
Oh, loves it. Oh.
Normal power fist towards the
Rude.
reroll. I'll reroll this one. 4 with the reroll. 2 hits and 3 wounds. 2 and AP 4.
That's a Possessed?
Yep.
Yep. So kill both damage?
2 damage each.
Alright, so kill another Possessed, who will also be fighting on death later.
And then into the normal guy, I have Kylo. Everybody about 1 scout, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You got this, little buddy. You can do it.
7 times 3 is 21.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
This plus 2. 3 is the 0.
Oh.
And,
Here. Oh my god.
and 4s.
This is unnecessary roughness. That's what I'm gonna call this.
Should have put them into the Possessed. I thought like margins wise, I was okay.
I made a lot of 5-ups.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Sometimes happens.
These are at AP1 because I'm always at AP1. You don't care. 10,
Care.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
3-ups. Here it comes. Nice monster. No, he's not. Only barely.
Almost did, man.
Alright, almost. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff right here. I'm going to do the Possessed first. We got 10 attacks coming out of them. We are hitting on 3s. Alright, we are moving on 2s because they are still warp marked. So he's going to do 6. They are AP 2 damage each.
AP2 becomes AP1, so 5 ups on scouts. I got 4 scouts. 5 ups.
Pop, pop, pop. Possessed drop for blood.
Normal pain, 5 up. Makes 1. So 1 scout's dead. 2 scouts dead. 3 scouts dead.
Well,
Out of scouts.
okay. Ship you guys down. And we're going to fight with the champion there. He's a champion. He's got a chainsword. Okay. Never mind.
Alright, do you have morale on possession or you want me to?
Yeah, so resolving our Creations of Bile fight on death attacks. They do happen after the attacking unit has resolved their attack. So after you've fought against the Creations of Bile unit, Each model that you destroyed in that unit then gets the opportunity to fight you back, thanks to their sub-faction ability. So it did clear a lot of those Crusaders, but not doing enough to wrest control of the objective. One possessed remaining, though, it looks like in that unit. Still going to be able to potentially go in and clip out the remainder of that Crusader squad. We also obviously have the Lord Discordant on Hellstalker there, who's going to be able to absolutely burn stuff down.
Oh, corrupted ground, I've got a no man's land victory.
Command phase, nothing. Good. Command phase is for jumps.
You get one for banners, right?
Yep. And the eliminators, do they have a weird thing where they can move when I charge them?
No,
Is that a thing?
only in the shooting phase.
Only in shooting phase. Okay, so even if they Overwatch, they're not going anywhere. Right. Cool.
Unless I've been playing wrong, which, you know, I would love somebody to let me know that I can do it, but I'm pretty
I
sure
have no idea.
pretty sure it says shooting phase.
That would make sense, because only Eldar get that.
Somebody's gonna tell me Overwatch counts as a shooting phase, and they've gone back and forth on that song.
How about no?
Well, there was a period in like 6th or 7th where they said treat the Overwatch as a separate shooting phase and how abilities work in it. It was nonsense.
Yeah, thanks but no thanks.
Yeah, hard pass.
Yeah, no. So,
Are you gonna kill those 3 eliminators? Because that would be weird.
I am going to try to kill those 3 eliminators. And try to kill those too.
Bad charge.
Yeah, 6 is reasonable. Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty close. That's not bad.
Box cards.
Nailed it.
Box cards.
Here it comes.
Oh. 12.
Sure. That sounds likely. I can just split them through the wall, right?
Yeah. Right.
So just to expose less stuff to guns, I will put them in such a way.
Even if you work through the wall, you can just target them and consolidate towards the objective.
Lock the coldest onto the objective. Or opposite bodies, and we're going to raise a banner on it. That was the one thing that is rough with this list about taking banners. Just taking banners taking every time. It's like, what the hell? Raise that banner fair and square. Leave it where it is.
Yeah, Jeff, they can only fight when they're in range. But they do get a pile in first. So it's not that you allocate saves to any model in the unit that you want to. That each model individually, in the order that they take those saves, then make a pile and move, make their attacks, and then are removed from the table. So while you theoretically only fight if you're in engagement range, you can then move that model into engagement range, and as long as you take your casualties in the correct order, then you'll get most of your models that are basically within 4-ish inches of your opponent's unit to be able to fight when they fight on death.
No particular reason. So we need to bring in Minion Possessed, we need Discord, we need Demon Friends, we need all hands on deck. The question is what we can fix. This guy doesn't need it. Nope. See if he can win in melee against those guys, I guess. Probably. That's about where we're at.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, it's because the ability doesn't just specify that they make their attacks; it specifies that they fight. So you theoretically would pile in, make attacks, consolidate. But after, because the Creations of Bile specifies then that after you've made your attacks, you are removed from play. So they would get removed after the attacks get made.
A little janky. Hopefully we can character protect him when we're done. As if we can't remove something. That's what it is. Just a bunch of possessed wackadoos Kool-Aid making their way through the wall. Oosh. Possessed. Here we go. So I'm going to move the Master Possession back this way. Keep within 18 of that to stay outside of 24 of the Wizard.
Yep.
These spells are potent and I need them. We'll take first charge so we can actually have a legal cast Pact of Flesh target.
I'd like to see how tough the Centurions are.
Yeah, Chet. Yeah, you don't. I mean, you still need to be sort of, in the same vicinity of your other models in the unit when you're fighting on death, but you don't need to be like always within half an inch. Yeah. I believe that is clarified in the rare rules section. In the appendix. Yeah, it's under the fighting with individual models rules, where it specifies that you make a pile-in move must end in coherency, then make attacks, then consolidate at the end.
Is he going to do the +1 to wound buff?
He's going to try.
Yeah. I'll let the prescience go through.
Okay. So there's +1 to hit on these guys. Then he's going to try and cast Warp Mark. Not Warp Mark.
So it looks like we're in for a big fight now. The Big Ten model possessed unit is pushing aggressively towards the Centurion brick. And I think we did say that we were going to see how many models as creations, or how many Centurions as creations of Bile Army could kill in one turn. Let's find out. I'm a little bit worried about that unit's ability to survive the subsequent attacks, since we are going to get hit by those Eradicators double tap. Plus a follow-up charge, even if they do wipe out the Centurion unit.
Well, it doesn't even matter if what else is wrong. It is an 8, so it won't be undeniable.
Feels bad, man.
That is rough. That's kind of a big deal. That's rough.
Hell yeah! That's I hope that's one reason to tune into my streams. Hopefully we can teach you some rules while you're here.
So it does say the psychic power is denied, so it's not denied.
But either way, so that is my psychic phase, and that was pretty successful. We're going to go to the shooting phase. It's not a lot. I'm going to shoot my Bale Flamer into them because I can. Whoa, that's a big 8. T5.
T5.
Alright, so we'll be wounding on twos because of the +1. Alright, 3, they'll use 5, they're AP 2 damage each.
I'm on the Sergeant, so it's 1 damage each.
Sure.
You said how many?
5.
5? AP 2? Yep. Sergeant cover it is, so
sure it is.
2 up, 6 up.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to do anything, but it was cute. My Rhino is going to double tap his Bolter into them. Yeah, you think I want? Exploding 6s, baby. That's 4 hits. Yeah. 2 armor saves.
Put him on the guy in cover.
Sure.
2 up. I don't know why I spent points on that.
Why even bother? Why even take it? It's pointless. Alright, good shooting phase. Let's do some targets. The Warp Talons in the building are just going to bonk those guys.
Yeah, they got it.
Bonk them. The other Warp Talons. I want to go after these guys. But I'm not going to do them yet, because who knows, I could fail a charge over here. Possessor going to charge that unit over there. Good enough. Doesn't have to be good. Possessor, good enough.
I think we had the revive, right?
Sure is. Otherwise that would have failed. The Disco Lord is going to go into the ring. That's a lie. Whoop. 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 Yeah, that would be time to Overwatch, wouldn't it?
It would.
It would.
They're going to overwatch whatever you charge for.
Yep, they sure are. The Possessed are going to hold and wait.
Everybody's going to have another shoot. We got that guy sticking out over there.
Yeah.
And the rest of them.
Yeah, it's pushing how I want to do it. What talents are going to charge those guys right in front of them?
Have fun.
Enough. No, if they want to say, we're going to try.
Alright, Dice, I need a lot of sixes. Emperor protects.
They weren't good. So what I'm actually going to do is this 5-man unit Possessed is going to charge them.
You can charge the Centurion first. You or anyone else, I would say Ominous Knox, but I'm gonna have one guy, he's on the screen, so... Well, I gotta do the Overwatch, because if I don't do it, I don't get it, so... Unless you fail to charge.
Smart. At least so none of them could be seen, so it wasn't smart.
I would have had 3 guys shooting. Anyways, so here's the Overwatch of the 5-man squad. Flavors. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 29, 31.
Hey, Earl C.
5, I believe?
Thanks for the
T5.
thanks for the kind words. Yeah, a lot of local New England Northeast players up here at Everwinter, and it's cool to see them sort of rocking it.
I'm going to start with a bunch of guys getting cover.
They ignore cover.
Oh, do they really?
When the Sergeant's alive, they ignore cover.
What? Why?
Omni Scope.
Weird.
It's mostly for the Devastator ones, but they give it to the opponents.
3 ups. Why am I rolling like that? All at once. Alright, 1 dead possessed. 2 dead possessed. 2 dead possessed.
And then the bolters. 6s. 1, 2, 3, 5. Nothing from the first 24. Because I used all my 5s and 6s up already. 6s. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1. I got 12 more.
Loves it.
6s. I need 12 6s here. 1 6. And nothing.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, so they're going to charge.
Oh my God. Oh no.
I would have liked my Warp Talents to have some backup, but here we are. The Disco Lord is then going to charge the Centurions. Hey, he makes it.
I don't think the Disco Lord would have taken much damage. Oh, actually, it would have been the same as them, right?
Flamers, he would have been on a 2-up save. So,
I think 3 or 4 of the scales were
yeah, I would have taken some damage, and I would have been sad about it.
I think it was was that the possessed brick not failing the Overwatch into the Centurions? That's brutal, chat. I think that's gonna make it tough to kill this whole Centurion unit now. Very unfortunate for Will. Sorry I've been away, chat. I'm having connection issues with my other camera now. And I'm a little mad about it. But I think I'm just going to leave it do its thing. And we'll just watch on the cameras that we have.
Okay. Second double one.
Do it one more time.
Phase.
Snake eyes, snake eyes. 4. That's not close.
Oh, okay, so it looks like...
I think you might be right, sir. I think you're at...
Oh, that was the possessed in the middle that Snake Eyes are charged, it looks like. And now we have the big unit. Only rolled a 5 to charge. It maybe needed a 6.
Course not gonna take it. You want to have a judge come back already?
Sure. Yep, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's close enough for everyone.
It's pretty close. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We are judging here, Theo. Because I don't want to be.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
We have a razor. We got a razor close charge range over here.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah, that might cost me.
Okay. So what do we have charging what?
The possessed are charging the Centurions. He rolled a 4.
Okay.
I'm showing it's 5 if he cuts through his own model, so it's going to be super duper close.
Take it away.
We're in pretty good agreement. It could be, it could not be, but it's going to be tight.
We're just making first sure that your widget was the right size.
Well, if it was wrong size, it'd be bigger.
All right, chat. So
And they are at like 5 inches on the dot.
I rolled 2 double ones to charge this turn. Unfortunately, I think Will did hold off re-rolling the first one. So that he didn't have to re-roll the second one. So he had the re-roll open for the second one. Ended up re-rolling a double ones into a 5, and a 5 is literally exactly what they needed, according to that judge call, to make that Big Ten model possessed brick get into the Centurions. So now we get to see whether a Demon Prince, a Lord Discordant on Hellstalker, and a ton of possessed. Although to be fair, these possessed are going to have a little bit of a trouble getting the entire unit into melee. Are going to be able to kill the Centurions. Now the interesting part is that obviously with the oh my god, these charges are so bad. Looks like that's Warp Talons into the Assault Squad on the top right-hand side have also failed their charge. And, now it's time to rail against the charge rules. There you go. That's brutal. Basically failed 2 out of 3 absolutely vital charges. Now, the interesting part about Creations of Bile is that because all of their models fight on death, despite the fact that we are going into these huge multi-combats and are allowing, this incredibly powerful melee beatstick unit, this huge Death Star of Centurions, potentially interrupt on one of our, the Chaos Space Marine units, because they get to fight on death, they're basically sort of, I'm not going to say immune, but like resilient to interrupts, because they're still going to get their damage out regardless of whether or not your opponent hits them. It's just whether you're basically spending CP to get your attacks before you take any damage, which is less efficient than I think you would hope.
2 more. 3 guys. And then normal guys.
Wow.
You killed this
Okay. More, but that is what it is.
On one hand, that sucks, but on the other hand, I lost my -1 damage against the
Which is pretty huge. Do you wish to interrupt?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I fight on death.
Wow, okay,
Fair
so
warning.
killed the Crux Obsidian model. So the unit is no longer -1 damage, which is going to be huge for all of these 2 damage melee attacks, obviously.
They're 3 wounds each, right?
Yes. And they're -1 to be wounded.
Is he -1 to be wounded?
He is not. I can give him -1 damage.
How many wounds? 9?
Yes.
I have 16 attacks. Hitting on 3s. 10 hits. We have 6 and even 5. They all have a 5 up and on everything there.
Yep.
You're going to swing regardless of it. I can't possibly unless I you're going to the swing
So it looks like we are spending the CP to interrupt.
I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 CP on monstrous visitors, so it does give you -1 to hit them.
So I have 4 guys, 3 attacks base, except they challenge, so 4 for 16 attacks. I'm hitting on 4s. Great. Roll that one for costs. That's real bad. And 3 wounds.
Yeah, -1 to wounds. 2 arrow strength.
10. That's terrible. Not 1 to 2 to AP5.
Vital Demon Save. Make 1 fail 1.
3 damage.
Oh, yeah. That was a
Terrible dice roll.
That was not good.
Okay, dice, you're gonna roll all the 5s and 6s now, and I'm not gonna take any fucking damage, right?
Man can dream.
Got it.
We're going to do the Disco Lord. 6 attacks with the Chain Blade. Does he control his demon weapon?
I think he flooded there. Is that what happened?
Alright, he hits on 2s. Hits all the time. Wish I had exploding 6s. Here we are. So you are T5, and I am going to wound you on 2s because he is +1 to wound on your Chain Blade. Alright, here we go. He's got 4 rerolls to the wound, which is good. Do I fish for 6s? I don't, because you have a 5-up, so it kind of seems dumb. Alright, so it's going to be 5 saves, AP 3, 2 damage each.
So we can maybe 2 for 4 ups. 1, 2 dead models.
And then it's going to be 6 more wounds.
6 more wounds?
6 more wounds.
5 up. Actually, I just took 8 wounds there. Fill my pants.
Oh, yep, absolutely.
6. Save 1, so 1 guy survives with 1 wound left. And then 6 mortal wounds, 5 ups. I take 3. So I lose 1 guy, 1 wound, 3. I lose 2 models. And I have 2 wounds.
Then he's going to go in with the bladed limbs and tail. He's got 4 attacks with those. It's on 2s, he's going to miss 1 of them. That is strength 6, so thanks to what marks, he's going to wound you on 2s with that. Yep. 6s will be mortals. 4 rerolls, that's not great. Let me greedy. Come on, 2s, I can be a little greedy. Alright, so it's going to be 2 saves and a mortal wound. So AP 2, 2 damage.
So clipping down another Centurion. Down to 2 now. The 2 still in melee with the Demon Prince, so there is a potential there that they could knock it out. Or I think that maybe the Demon Prince fought first. I'm not sure what fought first here. It doesn't look like the Possessed Squad is piled in, so I think that the Demon Prince fought first and killed a couple models. With the assumption that, yeah, if we saw those Centurions interrupt, they could kill some of the Possessors, which would get the fight anyway. Looks like we're down to a single Centurion, although that, obviously that's all you need to get the... It's going to be... all you need is the ones to start regenerating models, obviously, but without too many models, they're not quite as dangerous as they were previously. And I think if they get stuck in with the large brick that is this possessed unit, they will probably eventually die. So it looks like we're engaging the Apothecary there. And we're going to see what we can get done. Honestly, Chad, I wasn't entirely sure that the Creations of Wild would be able to kill this unit. It looks like we're going to get close at the very least. That's a lot of damage. 16 wounds going through. They're saving on 3-ups. And he is. Makes none of the 6-up from the Apothecary, and that will kill the last Centurion. So no opportunity to regenerate the Crux Obsidian model. Now, for those who have never seen Black Templars before, the interesting part of the interesting part of the faction is that they essentially have unique synergies with both apothecaries and with chaplains. They have multiple relics and abilities to buff their chaplains, but they also have that ability to grant relic bearer unique artifacts to individual models in their units for command points, or for a points upgrade, excuse me. The interesting part is that you can take damage on those models and then use the Apothecary to regenerate them. So one thing that you can potentially do is, for example, use the a stratagem to buff up the stats of one of your sergeants, give them a defensive upgrade, like the Icon of Hindman that reduces incoming AP, or the Crux Obsidian that we just saw used there to be -1 damage. Put all incoming damage on that individual model and then regenerate them constantly using a Selfless Healer Apothecary. Now, that only works if there is a single member of the squad remaining for you to regenerate that sergeant to, and in this case, that has been almost exactly removed. So it looks like we got some Warp Talons fighting Eliminators on the top left-hand side of the table. The Crusader squad in the middle looks like not long for this world. They're about to be murdered.
Here it comes. They are still -1 to be hit.
Chainsaw. Hitting a force.
So swinging the Apothecary now. Unfortunately, no damage from that. Cleared out the Crusaders in the center with the Warp Talons there, and starting to tick up our secondary objectives. So we got one, raise the banners. Specimens for the Spider starts to tick because we have started to kill models in melee. And we're actually at... Yeah, so realizing that Specimens for the Spider actually takes extra because it is against a Space Marine opponent. We're going to top of 3. Players continuing to take up their primary. I don't think anything here is stopping the Assault Marines on the left-hand objective from scoring for Thomas. Banners continuing to tick as well, and we'll see what these Chaos Beasts or these Black Templars can do to fight back into the Chaos Space Marines. Now, this is where I think, despite the fact that those Centurions kind of died like idiots, this is where the fire and fury of the Black Templar's army is about to be unleashed. We have that huge brick of eradicators there who are going to be able to do enormous damage to one of these Sprig units. Like, unfortunately, the MSU style that these Chaos Space Marines are bringing is pretty effective at kind of blanking a lot of the overkill damage that you would normally see out of these big, huge Eradicator bricks. But it can, so they don't necessarily have the volume of attacks to deal with all of these little units of Possessed and Warped Talons, which I do kind of like. I very much appreciate this style of army where, as a lot of times you'd see, big bricks of units like Terminators and Chosen and Possessed, but having units of 5 Possessed, units of 5 Warped Talons all over the place, in addition to the one big brick, means that you can sort of spread your damage out a little bit and force your opponent to deal with lots of individual enemies.
Automatically, it's cute, but I have to charge whatever's closest. So with a fast army like yours, it's really easy to do.
You can really abuse that.
Correct, so that's why I did it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we gotta go big or go home here. How many wounds on the Emperor is 8 or 9?
I believe it is 8. I'll double check. For what it's worth, he is the Mark of Nurgle, so if I want, I can transhuman him, just so you're aware. The answer is 8 wounds.
We're on Shock Chap, Black Templars chat for the Space Marine Army.
Yeah, Chungus boys. Your Warp Talons just yeet your last high.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, sitting out in the middle of nowhere. It's like the old Alfred.
Don't hate.
He's so tired.
Leave him alone. He has performance issues. This is work at base. I will take him off. He will go 25mm on your ass.
Alright, baby Hellwood.
I think this is, are we making fun of tiny Helbrechts here? We have tiny old school Helbrechts. Not the cool big Primaris plastic model, but it looks like Thomas has the original Helbrecht model, but put on a 60mm base. So, whereas normally he has an enormous scenic base that he can stand on. Not today, unfortunately for him.
I just need to fit him in between them so he's close to him. Yeah, the bottom that might not be
Out of it, but well within an inch. He doesn't quite fit.
tools I want to fit Hubble up the tool rack. I need to get them 3 inches of him without blocking Hubble because they have a grenade. It's not shooting attack. Just pick a target.
I mean, I do fight on death. So fight last isn't the biggest deal in the world.
It's a decent roll.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. That makes sense. Yeah, if only Elric was on a 25 mil, he'd fit no fine.
You know what?
He'd sneak right in there.
You're getting me riled up over here, sir. I gotta double check and see if it's 3 or 6 on that relic.
Can't stop patrolling.
If it's 6, I got a lot more flexibility.
Their grenade's it's an actual grenade as a ranged attack. Okay, yeah, so it's like the Death Guard.
Yeah, once per battle in your shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit that is within 6 inches and visible. Under 2 off, the unit suffers these rolls until the end of turn, which is not eligible.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I always break people's brain with Death Guard throwing the playing Skull at them. It's like, it's a grenade, you can't do that. I can do whatever I want. Fuck off.
Yeah, it is a little interesting. It some weapons, especially relic weapons, they're just talking about the Plague Skull Glithula, do not operate like normal ranged attacks. It just sort of effects that happen passively. I apologize, chat. I'm a little upset. My camera just died again. Very frustrating.
People who are just like, play the trap card on heroic intervenes. Bro, I'm gonna freaking throttle you right now, I swear to God.
Those guys gotta do something. They go this way, they die. This way, they do nothing. Could advance.
So we do have that assault squad in the top left-hand side of the, or I guess the top center side of the table. Can sort of maneuver around to try to get a charge. I wonder if we're going to try to get it onto the cultist squad that's there. I can't really imagine that charging into a unit of Warp Talons is particularly good, but if we can spend the CP to make them objective secured and use that to steal the objective away, that would be pretty handy-dandy. If you can kill the cultist squad again, the cultists are they are the objective secured on that top left-hand objective. They weren't there last turn. But, I mean, we do have a potential 9-inch or maybe 10-inch rerollable charge into those cultists in the top left side. That would steal the objective if they were able to do that, or at least contest it, which would be a pretty big deal. Knocking your opponent a second time down to a 4-point primary is pretty brutal. That said, obviously, Will here does have the benefit of bottom round 5 scoring. Creation's about not the fastest army in the world. They are relatively quick. So he does have to sort of set up a turn beforehand, but he has those cultists in the bottom left-hand side. If they are set up in the corner of that big building, they can, on round 5, run into the center to obsec it away and string between the two objectives in order to secure that bottom round 5 scoring.
So I've got 8. Do you have any other way to do out-of-phase damage?
I can do... Does he face count?
He's not. I just want to make sure if I don't deny this, I'm not going to die and he won't get to fight.
She has 2 Witchfires. She has
2 Witchfires.
Yeah, she also has Castigation. It's a Warp Charge 6. I have to beat your leadership on 3d6, and you take D3 forward.
It's a more complicated fight. I'm actually going to try to deny that. It will be a perils if I don't deny it, but I've got 2 denies. So why not? Alright, it goes off. So that's fine, but she takes the model was.
Takes 2.
Yep, from his way. Yep.
So starting to ping some damage into the relatively exposed Lord Discordant on Hellstalker. Basically trying to kill that guy outside of the fight phase so it doesn't get a free attack on you.
Did you guys not hear me say I need everything to go right here? I told you guys I need to do all the things.
We have been over this.
So it looks like shots went into the possessed unit in the direct dead center of the table, leaving one remaining. Now starting to peel off a couple of warp talons. Yeah, so like we said before, the downside of it basically just having that one big battleship unit, that being the Eradicator squad that's in that ruin on the top right-hand side, as the only ranged powerhouse in the Black Templars army, it doesn't have a great... It struggles a little bit with dealing with these MSU units, and it looks like Thomas elected to split fire between the Possessed in the center and the Warp Talons in the top left, and it killed them both down to their respective champions. Not quite able to wipe the units out. It's kind of emblematic of that issue. And now those models both are individually very dangerous. Although each model that you kill with a ranged attack is a model that doesn't get to fight in melee, and that's a pretty big deal. That is the big weakness of Creations of Bile. If you have any sort of shooting at all, those are models that they don't have a ton of defensive effects. Although obviously they do have the basic stuff for being a Chaos Space Marine and having the Black Rune of Damnation and Delightful Agonies and all these abilities. They don't have anything beyond that. And obviously they're kind of banking on taking the hit to the chin by just being able to fight on death. But if you shoot them, they're not going to be able to do that.
I'm playing the chip game. Do I have range?
How dare you?
I have range. Close. Nothing else eligible for them to shoot at. That's all of my shooting. Let's go on to charges. I'll start with. You'll come to and watch it.
Nope. No, I do not. I like to overwatch with my fists.
I'm going to start with her. Prince. Just making sure she has Halbrecht into the possessed. 8s, that should be enough. Now here comes the real spicy one.
Stickle, Pony Boys.
World Star.
Stickle.
It's 7. Immigrants, Gold Star. And Black Sunflower at all.
Like that.
We'll take what you can get. I'll go here to the warp challenge.
Not like this. Not like this. I'll set to defend.
So it looks like we are getting the assault squad in the top left-hand side there into the warp talons. I don't know if that one is the squad that has the Bones of Mordred to deal mortal wounds in addition to normal damage.
Put him in the dirt.
I'm going to start with Double He's about to eat it real good for trying.
Does he have rerolls on
Race for himself now.
So hits on 2s. I could make him hit on 3s.
He's 3 damage. Strength, 8.
We're gonna be ballsy. My Possessor Blaster's Visage for -1 to hit.
I don't think that's ballsy. I think that's just a good play.
I think that's just a good play. It might just be a good idea.
Alright, so he's 6 base, 1 for 7-8 challenge. It's on 3s.
Well, didn't matter a ton, but here we are. -1 to wound in T5.
So force. My dice are gone. My dice are gone.
Oof.
That's not great.
Do you want to interrupt anyone?
I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah, so it looks like that's the assault squad bouncing entirely off of the possessed squad in the bottom left-hand side. And they are about to be absolutely eviscerated on the swing back. I think this is an interrupt on the top. Excuse me, that was bottom right. I think this is an interrupt on the top left. To just try to clip out that assault squad without the potential that they kill the warp talons, and sort of try to wrest control of that objective. Although the cultists are there, they will survive for a turn. If they do meet the warp talons in a fight, there's not too much that swings back and clears out that assault squad. Yeah, here's the rerolls for the lightning claws on those warp talons. Big 22 damage through on those warp talons, or on those assault marines, excuse me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead marines.
Of course I'm still here, chat. It's only game 3. Let's go. I can stream another game after this. Hey, and is that the assault squad dead? Oh no. Oh, okay. So that was excuse me, chat. That was the first attack we had there was Helbrecht going into the possessed. Now we're going to roll the assault marines into the possessed. So the assault squad, I was a little surprised there. The assault squad has not fought yet. So here we go. They're fighting into this big possessed brick. What can they do?
These are the chain swords. And 5, 3, 18, 2.
4 ups. Damage.
1 damage. Chain sword.
Just a chain sword. Oh god.
Really, that's what I was saying. The Wizard into
Yeah.
4 plus chain sword, hitting on 3s with a reroll. roll because of an alias. Well, you better watch out. She's got a chase over there. Wounding on 6s. One.
Love it. Okay.
Can't get anything done.
That wasn't great. We're gonna be honest with each other. That wasn't great.
I got defender after you swing. That's all my attacks.
Ooh, so it looks like the Assault Marines do bounce off that Possessed brick. And here come the Possessed rocking through. Yikes. Yeah, I think that, honestly, I mean, in fairness, like, maybe we should have done a little bit of damage to that Possessed squad. The downside there is that, I mean, fighting into a Black Rain of Damnation with low-strength weapons means you're probably fishing for a lot of 6s, and even Hellbrecht's winning that unit on 4s. I do wonder if we would have been better off swinging the all these characters and Assault Marines into some of the smaller units, making that interrupt a little bit less exciting, especially against Hellbrecht, who can kind of tank a lot of that random damage. And then start burning shots right into that huge Eradicator brick from the or the huge Possessed brick from the Eradicator squad. That Eradicator squad winning it on 4s, but it's forcing everything to its invuln save, and those models basically just die if they fail a single save. Can start to chip that unit down pretty quickly, especially if you can keep yourself out of a subsequent charge. Although that seems a little bit tougher, given how close they'll have to be in order to get line of sight.
Hellbrecht is so demoralized from the insult that it's like, I'm not doing it.
It's just because Hellbrecht's so tiny, I think, is the problem there. He's too small to be able to actually deal that much damage to the Possessed, you know?
11, 15, 19, AP 2, 2 damage each to the Assault Marines.
To 19?
Yep.
AP2 and AP1, so 4 ups, 6 ups.
That's not good.
Only slightly lower. And 6 ups. Dead. The map is not on my side there.
It was not ideal. The Demon Prince is going to put everything into the Inquisitor.
I am well aware all the things I made this turn were not like statistically likely to pull off. But after my turn too, I didn't have much other choice.
Inquisitor, that's 2 extra, so it's going to be 9 saves, AP 3, 3 damage each to the Inquisitor.
9 saves, AP 3?
Yep.
5 up.
Wow.
Oh no, the lynch is on my list.
No. And that'll kill the Assault Marines.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me.
I am busy dying at my own pace.
Let me die at my own pace here.
You have the Apothecary who gets to fight.
That's right.
Or you could fight over here. It probably makes more sense because they haven't fought yet. I mean, it's not going to kill one, but like, you try.
He's got 3 attacks. And he's got 4 attacks.
He's alive.
1 at AP 1.
I took the damage. How dare you? How dare you? They're going to fight into that one guy. Twos miss, 2 6s explode. Wound on freeze. It is 7 saves, AP 2 damage.
Don't fail 1 is what you're telling me.
Don't fail 1.
Don't fail 1. I failed a lot more than 1. Yep. They did the math.
I ran the numbers real quick, and I think he got it. Then the Apothecary gets to fight.
Better watch out.
Watch out, here it comes. They are still -1 to hit and -1 to hit. Yeehaw it is. Let's get it.
Hellbrecht could. Oh no, there it is.
Let's get it.
She strikes 5 -1 to me 5.
So it did kill a unit and a character, so I'm going to get 5 points on specimens.
And it's coming starting.
And oh my god, I think it maxes out at 5. There's no way I can get 6 per round on that. It can't be that.
Yeah, it's 5. I'll smash it.
Yeah, there's no way.
In my turn, I didn't take an objective from you, did I?
No.
No shot there. Banners, you got 2.
Yeah, I need 2 banners when my turn starts. I do have to make a morale check for that Whip Talon. He fails on 6. He loves it.
Bottom of 3.
Alright. There's a little more. Gets a CP. Yep, I do get the 12 because I'm sitting on you.
You're gonna go your own objective. Turn.
Seems likely.
You're at 2 command points, 1 command point.
Yep, and 1. These 2 possessed. They're going in the building. They're going to raise a banner.
Now you're just styling up my body.
I have to. It's the way I am. I can't help myself. Oh, you better believe this idiot's eating the Overwatch. Yeah. Alive, and he's coming for you. All this and get the chosen out of the rhino. I do believe it is chosen time.
Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna call it for you, alright? You're gonna throw all this shit into these Crusaders. You know what they're gonna do?
What are they going to do?
They're gonna stomp this shit out of you.
That sounds unlikely.
They're gonna do the unbelievable, and they're gonna walk through everything. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm so confident. I will bet all the money in your wallet on it.
You know, there's actually a lot of money in my wallet right now.
We're about to play a different game. It's not Warhammer. It's how many times can you take a blow to the head?
Yeah, it's called Shank Me in the Parking Lot after the game.
Themed one.
Yeah. I'm the one who did the room reservation, and I got paid in cash for my buddies, so it's a lot. Anybody wants to get it right now? Total objective.
I'm just gonna remind you on stream. People are watching. There are going to be people looking for you now.
I mean, it's not you know. Sometimes you deserve the shanking that you get.
You're telling the 12 nerds on the internet that you have saved your wallet.
They're like $200, idiots. Come fight me. You're too fat. I just want melee stuff. I just want to beat stuff. I just want melee things. He's just gonna dance because he's not gonna.
Steve Pranpreen is the favorite to win, chat. I think we'll see how it goes. Let's see. I wonder how he's doing on his round 2. I think between him and Daniel Wilmuth, those are the 2 I would peg for winning, not just in general. I mean, maybe they'd be into it. I don't know. Let's see if any results have been posted quite yet, chat. Yeah, it looks like Daniel Wilmuth is moving forward. Beat Cullen Burns 94-36. Steve Pampreen is up against Drew Salzborn. Drew playing an absolute wild Tau list. Triple Hammerhead, triple Sky Raid, double Sunshark Bomber. Let's go. Also double Piranhas for whatever reason, too. I do think Death Skull's objective secured certainly has what it takes to beat that army. So I like Steve Pampreen for going undefeated into the next game. So I did have to take a quick call there, or I had to have a quick conversation. And it looks like we are bottom 3 now. We've pushed forward with the Warp Talons in the center, and I actually think we've 12'd the. We probably cut Shock Tactics and 12'd Primary. I wonder if there was maybe it could have been a miss sequence there or something, but not fighting first onto the Warp Talons in the top left, and then having them interrupt and kill the Assault Marines before the Assault Marines got to swing meant that they basically lost that objective immediately. And I don't think this is looking very, very bad for the Black Templars. I don't know. I kind of liked the Black Templars in this matchup to begin with, but they had the shooting superiority. They had pretty solid Overwatch, especially from that Centurion brick. They had the tankiness, but it doesn't seem like it was enough to get through these creations of bile. We're starting to remove Eradicators from the Eradicator squad. Oh no. Not like this, chat. Not like this. And I believe on the right, if we take a look at the right-hand side, we've actually removed the Assault Squad because the Assault Squad flubbed so hard against that Possessed brick. They've started to push onto and raise banners. Is that a banner down up on the Black Templars' home objective in the bottom right? Oh no, this looks pretty close, I think, but as soon as that Centurion squad was one shot, I think it went downhill really quickly. Now, it's an interesting game because I think whoever strikes first sort of loses here. And I think it was the Black Templars. They pushed a unit into the center, which forced the fight in the middle, which is fair. But then the Centurions took the hit on the chin instead of getting the swing first. And that meant that they didn't have the opportunity to make those super tough, like super strong melee attacks. If they can get a round of attacking into the Possessed bomb, that becomes absolutely terrible for the Possessed. They cleave a great path through the Possessed.
These guys are charging both units. 11, again, if you want to put them on the line, that'd be perfect.
In favor, which side?
Nope, that's fine.
Campaign beat Drew at Midgard last month? Okay, that makes sense. I imagine. Maybe that just means that Drew knows the matchup better now, you know? Who knows? But I do think mass objective secured. And with how good Pamperine is at managing the fight phase, I think that he's going to be able to sort of get stuck into Drew's Tau army and kind of tie things up enough and steal objectives away. Now, I will say as well about Steve, this is sort of this might put you in in Steve's court because he is this is, I believe, his last GT for a while because he's about to have a kid. So congratulations to him. But I think he said that this is probably he did a lot of prep for this one because this is kind of a last hurrah for at least a little bit before he kind of takes a break from the scene while he focuses on being a father, which is good for him. But I know he hasn't been playing too much 40k recently, although obviously that hasn't really diminished his skill too much. He did drop a game at Webway Games last weekend against Dark Angels of all things, which is interesting. But that is an army that does not do very well against Dark Angels, to be fair. It's very difficult to kill those Terminators, and the Terminators also being objective secured means that you it was a Deathwing brick, and that gets pretty tough.
Say that. We've seen that before outside.
That's true. I've seen it. 7. Here it comes.
Did Pamperine win LVO a few years ago? I don't know about that. I think he might have. That would have been a while ago, I think. But he is generally a very strong player. He's been on the American WTC team in the past, if I remember correctly. A lot of his big accomplishments are sort of before my time, but he was, yeah, back in 7th to 8th edition, I know he was an extremely prolific player. Oh no, and the Demon Prince Uloka the Black has reaped another soul for itself. Or excuse me, that's Geholax Decay. It has reaped another casualty. Killed Helbrecht with the Demon Prince. Oh no, this is going so poorly for the Black Templars. I was really rooting for them, chat, but man, did they... It's because they didn't format their list correctly. I think that was the problem. None of the Black Templar models in their army knew what they were supposed to be doing because none of them could read what war gear they had. And they were like, wait, hold up, guys. Are we doing melee or are we shooting? What's our deal? Who's the heavy weapon guy? Do we have one? How many models are there in the squad? Like 100 or 2? I can't tell.
Hitting on 3s with full rerolls. And strength 7, so we
Jonathan DeLeo, how's it going? Scrubbed out of Legacy at MTG Eternal Weekend? I'm sorry. Well, we'll have streams for you all weekend if you want to just chill, you know?
And 2. 4.
3 6-ups. Take 1, damage 2.
And then the chainswords. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3 Marines and 3 Scouts. So, 2 base, chainsword, first round of combat, Fires of Devotion. 3 plus 3 is 6, times 5 is 30. Threes with reroll. Gonna need it. Gonna need it. You're gonna need it. Oh my god.
Alright.
This is what we have rerolls for.
Try it again.
Oh man.
Better.
What's the average of a 3-up reroll? 90%?
Something like that. Something like that.
Let's not talk about numbers, right?
Yeah. Never tell me the odds.
And then 4s.
Take a look and see if any other any other games have wrapped up so far, chat. Not too many. It looks like Daniel Wilmuth is the only game that has wrapped for a 3-0. So it looks like we should have... Looks like we should have 10 3-0s at the end of this round. So we should have 2 to 3 at the end of the event. Favorites right now are Casey Glynn, with Blood Angels. 2 100-point games under his belt. Wyatt Treyina, I think, is running the Zinch list at 2-0 with a 96 and a 94. Daniel Axe in here with Tyranids. Got a couple Tyranid players. See if they can continue. And a lot of Behemoth Tyranids. As well as, so far, an undefeated Leagues of Votan, which is cool. Alex Ing. Alex Ing is up against... it's 2-0 so far against Jared Vay. who is playing Harlequins. That's gonna be a tough one.
Since they're market corn, these are big money, no whammies. That is 13. They are 18 minus 4.
Alex currently in on Adeptus Sororitas. Pretty strong faction. See if it can beat Harlequins, though. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Two armies excellent at mostly just scoring passively over the course of the game. So it looks like Chaos Space Marine's about to breach the castle here. We do have the Astartes taking the center objective once again. We do have an OBSEC model in the center there to hopefully get the... I guess they just... we had a Crusader squad try to find a look at the black from the center of the table. They ended up just rolling the morale a phase early to see if that model would survive, and it ended up going down. So I don't even think we're going to score any more shock tactics this turn. And I think that was really like one of the issues with that secondary and the buff to that secondary. It's a relatively strong secondary if you could score it often. But if your opponent has very strong defensive play, can pin you in your deployment zone, or doesn't take the center objective at all, you actually can miss out on opportunities to score, and you get cut pretty hard very quickly on that objective. If your opponent stops you from scoring it for 3 turns, you can only score a 12, or an 8, excuse me, which is pretty low.
So he rolled a 4, and it was like right at the verge 5, and so he had the judge go over to measure it just because it was so close, and the judge ruled it was fine. It was. I'm just.
This is going to be 18 saves into them.
So throwing, I think, a heap of dice into that apothecary. Oh no, excuse me, that's on the remaining eradicators. Oh no, the eradicators died as well. Oh boy. So we have Grimaldus, a 5-model Crusader squad, and 2 company veterans. There's 2 company veterans here. Here they are, guys. Hello. Oh, I think we've combat squatted out the 6-model Eradicator squad, chat. So we've only lost 3 Eradicators, so it's not the end of the world. Although it looks like the remaining Eradicators are engaged with the Warp Talons in the center. So we may end this turn with 7 models remaining for the Adeptus Astartes, which is not great. It is a little shocking how quickly this went south for them. I think it was that there was definitely that Terminator squad surviving. I'm surprised they pushed so far forward to get the flamer attacks off, honestly. I think if they had just sat back under a screen so that they could sort of alpha strike, take some hits on the chin, but mostly remain relatively undamaged as long as they could, I think that would have helped quite a bit. Oh, and no, and there goes the first of the Eradicators. Yeah, so we literally have 7 infantry and an apothecary remaining. Here comes the possessed into the apothecary. Oh my god. Chat, this was the course of like a single battle round. We probably did about... Oh, did they just pull the apothecary? They did. Yep.
Save us both some time so I can go start drinking.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna get a talk out here. Yep, there's the shake. Yeah, killed literally about 1,000 points of army of models on that. On that battle round, and that cleans things up. Hot damn, chat. That was brutal.
Riskier play.
It was.
But the other option I had to sit here and wait for you to charge me next turn.
Right. That is kind of the problem when you move 5 and I move 10.
Right.
Like,
I
well,
didn't. I couldn't control, and I could have just tried to do one trade, stay further back and trade. But the Legionaries for a 10-man Crusader squad is not a good trade.
it's not a good trade.
Right, and I couldn't get into a possessed unit effectively. So like I had no ability to effectively trade with you, and so I had to do a riskier on kind of play. And I did too, and they both failed.
Yeah, that's what happens in Creations of Iowa and melee armies. They're like, oh yes, come fight me here. Don't throw me in the briar patch.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. I just don't really have tools to do much about it.
No, it's tough. Like, I'm faster than you. You can hit me, kill me, but then I'm going to fight you anyway. So, like, what do you do?
I mean, the fight after death wasn't even a big factor because I honestly didn't even kill very much.
Didn't get to that point. Yeah, it's just I'm so fast. I hit
It was the speed and the.
Oh, excuse me, Chad. We had 10 models remaining for the Astartes. I forgot that Grimaldus was back there too.
The Master Possession, which I like, but Warmarked is so good.
That was the major breakthrough.
It's in every game of mine. And like, it goes off on a 7, he's got +1 from the relic, and if he stabs somebody, he's got +3.
I lost my last Centurion by 1 unit. If you didn't have that in there, it wouldn't have, right? Like that was the difference.
Was absolutely typical.
So like that was a huge major breakthrough. I mean, the Centurions killed 1 guy. He still was going to get the fight, right? And like even if they killed 3 or 4, which they should have, it still wouldn't matter because they weren't in range. So like, yeah.
All right, chat. Well, I think we're gonna go ahead and close things up there. Good game to both of these players. The matchup here is a little tough. Obviously, Space Marines right now not doing so hot. I do think there was a little aggressive play in there that certainly made things a little bit tougher. There we go, Chad. We got those beats back. I do think there's a little bit of aggressive play in there. Obviously, being melee Space Marines as well against the army that is the basically hard counter to melee armies is super brutal. And I think that's sort of how we would expect things to go. Johnny Brainstorm, excited to play your very first game. I'm excited for you to play your very first game too, Johnny. Welcome to the community. I hope you're having a good time so far. And I hope your first game goes well. I hope you have a good time. Don't expect to win consistently for a while, but definitely I hope you have a sweet time. And with that, chat, let's take a look at take a look-see real quick and see if any other events have been submitted or any other scores have been submitted. Congratulations to William for going forward with the 3-0 record. Alex Ing, we were just talking about him advancing with a 3-0 record against Jared Vi. Against Harlequins, so congratulations. It's going to put 3 players into the top undefeated there, so the top 10 we should have at the end of this round. And that means we do have a couple more rounds to go. 2 games tomorrow. Yep, we got 2 more games. We should start again around 9 a.m. U.S. Eastern. I'll create an event for that right after this is done. So you can take a gander at that. I'll post that up in the Discord as well. ! Discord if you're not in our Discord already. And again, big thanks to everybody for showing up and hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I think that is going to be it for us today. I hope I get the opportunity to repair some of the technical difficulties we had this game, but that's okay. It got a little bit louder at the end here. I think people are getting a little rowdier, so the microphone didn't pick up quite as well as it did last game. But it was cool to have these games on. I'm very excited for some awesome games tomorrow in the semifinals and finals rounds of Everwinter 2022. Overall, this convention has been absolutely awesome so far. The event has run really smoothly. I was just talking to the judges in the break between rounds. No issues, no bad sportsmanship. Everyone's just having a good time. There's like a bar literally directly below this, so people have been having a good time. Hey, and thanks for the looks like some people joining the stream membership. Benny, Christopher Kronk, thanks for signing up. I really appreciate you. All right, everyone. With that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. Thanks, everyone, for joining me. Please join me tomorrow at 9 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time for the other 2 games. I think it's going to be a good time. Am I going to go drink with Colin after this? I don't know. I'm a little tired, so it might be dinner time. I also I'm going to go hang out with the Breachstorm team. I think we have a Breachstorm booth here. If you follow Breachstorm on social media, you could see some pictures. It's actually we have a sick booth layout, by the way, so. Go check that out over there. Instagram.com/Breachstorm. Go hit us up. And so I might chill with them for a while. I think is what's going to happen. All right, everyone. I'll see you later. Have